everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, Multiverse Character Templates, Chapter 101 to 149, Chapter 101, Detected Incoming Nuclear Strike. There was a faint light on the horizon. But because the land of rain was covered in endless heavy rain, that bit of light was almost unnoticeable unless one looked carefully. Dawn is almost here. If Suna wants to seize this outpost, attacking now is undoubtedly the best choice. Kosuke slowly said, once the sky brightens, hiding their movements will become even more difficult. Will Suna send a lot of ninja? Nawaki asked. They won't. Kosuke shook his head and said, if Suna gathers too many ninja to deal with us, problems will appear elsewhere. Unless Suna knows that you and I are here. Natsuki chuckled and said. Do we have that much influence? Nawaki asked in surprise. It's Tsunade and Orochimaru who have influence. Kosuke casually said, if they capture you, they can at least exchange you for Chiyo's son, Reki. Just as Nawaki was about to continue speaking, he saw Natsuki raise his hand. Kosuke and Nono immediately looked at him. 8 Suna ninja have appeared 3 kilometers to the north. Natsuki said in a deep voice. He had discovered another weakness of clairvoyance. It could not judge a target's strength by detecting their chakra condition the way the Byakugan could. But 2 ninja squads would have at least 2 jonin, and the lowest strength among them was likely elite chunin or tokubetsu jonin. Natsuki did not believe that after his previous attack, Suna would still dare to send genin and chunin to their deaths. Moreover, the female ninja leading them looked very familiar to him. Mainly because her features were very distinct. She had long green hair and wore a sleeveless backless outfit with tight shorts, along with purple arm guards. In addition, there were very few famous female jonin in Suna. After thinking briefly, Natsuki thought of one person, Pakura. Pakura specialized in scorch release. She was Suna's hero but also a tragic figure. After Raza became Kazekage, in order to make peace with Kiri and focus on dealing with IWA, he sold Pakura out to Kiri. She went to carry out a mission, fell into Kiri's ambush and ultimately died miserably. 8 of them. They certainly think highly of us. Kosuke's tone was solemn. But he could also guess the reason. Suna should already be prepared for my ultra-long-range attacks. Natsuki stretched out his hand and projected a bow. Then what do you plan to do? Kosuke asked curiously. Increase the power. Natsuki chuckled and said, I can shoot multiple arrows at the same time. With a casual flick of his hand, he held a sword of the Thunder God. Kosuke could not help feeling his heart shake. Shooting multiple arrows at the same time placed extremely high demands on Natsuki's archery. He never would have imagined that there was a ninja who practiced archery. After all, there were very few people in the entire ninja world who used bows. But for now, I'll shoot 1 arrow first. Natsuki drew the bowstring. Nawaki asked in confusion. Ninja battles are intelligence battles. Natsuki wants Suna's ninja to form a fixed impression that he can only shoot 1 arrow. Kosuke slowly said, when he fires multiple arrows later, he can catch them off guard. You can do that? Nawaki felt that he had learned something new again. Kosuke glanced at Natsuki. He was clearly younger than Nawaki, but he considered things much more comprehensively. Was this what a true genius was? Natsuki narrowed his eyes. Suna's ninja had stopped in place, seemingly waiting for something. Were they trying to verify his range? After all, the previous Suna jonin had been attacked when he was 2 kilometers away. Thinking of this, Natsuki released his hand without hesitation. In the distance, Pakura stood in place, her entire body tense, ready to enter battle at any moment. Beside her, a Tokubetsu jonin had already used sensory ninjutsu. He had become a Tokubetsu jonin because he specialized in sensing, and the range of his sensory ninjutsu exceeded 1 kilometer. It's coming. The sensory Tokubetsu Jonin detected the sword of the Thunder God flying at high speed. The moment his voice fell, Pakura and the others already heard the sound of something cutting through the wind. In the next second, 1 Jonin and 2 Tokubetsu Jonin formed hand seals. 3 thick earth walls rose above them. The sword of the Thunder God exploded. A massive shock wave spread in all directions. The first earth wall shattered instantly. But by the time it reached the second earth wall, the wall shook violently and blocked the explosion. It's about the same as Oba said. Pakura nodded slightly and said, its power is roughly between a B-rank ninjutsu and an A-rank ninjutsu. Oba was the Suna Jonin who had fled in a sorry state earlier. This is already quite terrifying. The sensory Tokubetsu Jonin said in a deep voice, this attack came from the outpost 3 kilometers away. An astonishing range, far beyond most ninjutsu. Pakura's tone was solemn. Which Jonin from Konoha is it? The sensory Tokubetsu Jonin asked in confusion, why does it feel as if he appeared out of nowhere? We'll stop discussing that for now. Since we've already figured out his attack, seize this stronghold as quickly as possible. Pakura changed the topic and said, proceed according to the plan. Everyone answered in unison. Suna had sent 2 ninja squads this time, 8 people in total. But among the 8, there were 2 Jonin and 6 Tokubetsu Jonin. Their strength was quite good. Of the 2 Jonin, aside from Pakura, the other Jonin was extremely skilled in earth release. The reason they had found an earth release Jonin was because earth release Jonin specialized in defense, and could help them withstand Natsuki's long-range attacks. But just to be safe, she had also found 2 earth release Tokubetsu Jonin. Following Pakura's order, the 3 ninja skilled in earth release moved to the front. The group rushed toward the outpost at extremely high speed. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. The sword of the Thunder God fell from the sky. The earth release Jonin had already prepared for this, and he suddenly slapped the ground. The ground split open, and everyone fell into the crack. The walls on both sides of the crack immediately spread and closed, causing the sword of the Thunder God to explode violently on the surface. In the next second, the crack extended outward. Everyone followed the crack and ran back to the surface. By then, the sword of the Thunder God's explosion had already ended. With the thick ground between them, it had not affected them at all. Earth release ninja really are troublesome. Natsuki shook his head and said, they'll soon enter the trap area we set up. Kosuke reminded him. Under normal circumstances, Suna's team had a sensory ninja, so traps were unlikely to work. But Natsuki had taken that into account, and had Kosuke and Nawaki place a large number of explosive tags around the traps. His idea was simple, firepower saturation. The traps on the surface were very obvious, while the explosive tags were hidden very deeply and kept at a certain distance from the traps. There's a trap. The sensory Tokubetsu Jonin spoke. You dismantle it. Pakura stopped and ordered. The sensory Tokubetsu Jonin nodded. There were 2 ways to dismantle a trap. One was to truly dismantle it. The other was to directly trigger the trap. In most cases, the second method would be chosen to save time. The sensory Tokubetsu Jonin took out a kunai from his pouch. He aimed at the trap not far away and threw the kunai. With a boom, the kunai landed and detonated the explosive tag. Scorching firelight rose into the air. But Pakura and the others were far enough away and were not caught in the blast. The attack is coming again. At that moment, the sensory Tokubetsu Jonin reminded them. The sword of the Thunder God descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground 10 meters away from them. What's going on? Pakura could not help pausing. In the next second, the sword of the Thunder God exploded. Then, as if setting off a chain reaction, a large number of explosive tags were all detonated. Although Pakura and the others were not at the center of the explosion, because there were too many explosive tags going off at the same time, they were still caught in it. The violent flames surged toward them like waves. Pakura's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Defend!" The other Suna ninja were also filled with shock and quickly used defensive ninjutsu. One earth wall after another rose in front of them. The flames, carrying chakra currents, slammed into them. In an instant, some of the earth walls shattered. Pakura secretly thought it was fortunate that she had brought 3 earth release ninja this time. Otherwise, this explosive tag trap alone would have been enough to reduce their numbers. At the same time, she cursed inwardly, wondering which bastard was so rich. Even she could not take out so many explosive tags. "This is too spectacular," Nawaki exclaimed. "I never thought I would get to be this extravagant even at my age," Kosuke said with a smile. But after speaking, he looked at Natsuki. Nawaki and Nono did the same. Because Natsuki had drawn the bow. This time, there were 5 Sword of the Thunder Gods on the bowstring. At this moment, Suna's group was busy defending against the sea of flames caused by the explosive tags. Although they were still paying attention to Natsuki's attack, they definitely would not expect that this time, it was not 1 Sword of the Thunder God but 5. Natsuki released his hand. The 5 Sword of the Thunder Gods disappeared from sight. In the distance, the roar of the explosion had not fully faded. However, everyone from Suna had reacted in time, and with the protection of 3 Earth Release Ninja, they managed to endure the explosion without danger. "The attack is coming." After the sensory Tokubetsu Jonin spoke, his eyes suddenly widened as he cried out in alarm, "There are 5. Pakura's pupils could not help trembling. But it was already too late. The 5 Sword of the Thunder Gods exploded at the same time. Flames surged out like fireworks. And Pakura and the others were right in the center of those fireworks. The terrifying explosion engulfed them. Screams rang out. The 2 Tokubetsu Jonin closest to the blast and weakest in strength were directly blown into a bloody mess. The Earth Release Jonin reacted very quickly. At the critical moment, he grabbed Pakura and burrowed underground. But the other Suna ninja were not so lucky. They were either heavily injured or dead. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Bixlo template ability 4, Doll, Victory Formation. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Shizo template ability 2, Jeppo." Natsuki could not help nodding. It was a double blessing. Although 2 Jonin had run away, he had defeated 6 Tokubetsu Jonin. The unlock condition for Doll, Victory Formation was to defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin. The unlock condition for Jeppo was to defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin in the air. Compared to the former, Natsuki was even happier about unlocking the latter. With Jeppo, he now had high mobility, allowing him to fight or flee. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Shurgon unlocked 1868 words night was replaced by daylight, and a new day finally arrived. In front of the outpost guarded by Natsuki and the others, everything was a mess. Flames had swallowed everything, only to be quickly extinguished by the rain, ultimately leaving scorched black marks on the ground. Although this mission was dangerous, it was unexpectedly easy. Kosuke looked at the corpses of the Suna ninja in the distance and sighed. First it was 1 Suna Jonin, then 2 Suna Jonin and 6 Tokubetsu Jonin. If it had been a direct confrontation, even if he and Natsuki had Jonin-level strength, they would still have been outnumbered. Especially since Nawaki and Nono's strength had not yet reached the Jonin level. But Kosuke had never expected Natsuki's archery to be this powerful. Relying on long-range strikes, they had actually repelled Suna's enemies without suffering any injuries. "I just didn't get a chance to make a move," Nawaki said with some regret. During this mission, the only role he played was setting up the explosive tag traps with Kosuke. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Natsuki casually put away the bow and said. We've already repelled Suna's attacks twice. Nawaki's mind stirred, and he asked, will Suna send even more people in their next attack? Even if they send more, it won't be too many. Kosuke said with a smile, as I said before, Konoha will hold them back in other places. If there really are a lot of them, then we'll immediately abandon the outpost. Natsuki said in a deep voice. Abandon it? Nawaki could not help freezing. Kosuke was also somewhat surprised. After all, in this era, for ninja, the mission came first, and their own safety came second. Hatake Sakumo's mission failed because he saved his teammate, only for that teammate to turn around and blame him. This might have been one of the reasons that led to his suicide. Although this outpost is important, it isn't important enough to affect the entire war. Natsuki gave his reason. If something happens to us, the impact might be even greater. A very good analysis. Kosuke praised him and said, as ninja, we really cannot only follow orders. He was not the kind of ninja who would complete a mission no matter what. After all, in his early years, he had caused his teammates to die because of a mission mistake. From then on, teammates were more important than missions in his heart. If Natsuki were to evaluate it, whether the mission was important or teammates were important was not something that needed to be discussed. After all, some missions could be abandoned, while some missions could not. It was just like how Might Dewey paid the price of his life to save Might Guy. But defending this outpost was far from the point where it could not be abandoned. Nawaki fell into thought. After becoming a ninja, most of the things he experienced had been outside his expectations. The Ninja Academy did not teach these things either, so he was gradually forming his own ninja way. At the same time, the atmosphere in Suna's main camp was extremely heavy. I underestimated that Junior Tsunade. In just 2 days, we suffered heavy losses. Chiyo rubbed her forehead and said. Chiyo-sama. A ninja with short brown hair spoke. They only took advantage of ambushes. We'll defeat them soon. Raza is right. Many Suna Jonin echoed his words. Chiyo-sama, Pakura-sama requests an audience. At that moment, the voice of an Umbu ninja came from the entrance of the main tent. She's back so soon. Chiyo paused slightly, then smiled and said, it seems she has brought good news. Pakura had led 2 ninja squads out on a mission. As the commander, Chiyo naturally knew about it. Raza could not help frowning. Did this mean she had gained another merit? Pakura walked in. Chiyo looked at her and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Her expression did not look like someone who had smoothly completed a mission. Chiyo-sama. Pakura took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry. I failed to complete the mission. Quite a few Suna Jonin immediately showed strange expressions. Pakura was an outstanding figure among Suna's younger generation, especially since she had mastered the Scorch Release Kekkei Genkai. In terms of strength, she was already stronger than most Jonin. And before this, she had perfectly completed every mission. She had actually failed a mission. Aside from being surprised, Raza felt somewhat relieved. At least she had not gained any merit. What happened? Chiyo asked in confusion. One had to know that among the 2 squads Pakura led, the weakest were Tokubetsu Jonin. With that kind of lineup, forget attacking 1 outpost, attacking 5 outposts would be more than enough. We encountered a very special Jonin. Pakura said in a deep voice, his ninjutsu range reaches 3 kilometers, and his accuracy is very high. That's impossible. Raza snorted coldly and asked, your mission already failed, and you still want to make up excuses. Whether it's true or not, you'll know once you go there yourself. Pakura glanced at Raza and said. Chiyo-sama, let me lead a team to seize this outpost. Provoked by Pakura, Raza immediately spoke. Of course, it was mainly because he was young and confident. Explain it clearly. Chiyo looked at Pakura, then waved her hand at Raza, signaling him not to act rashly for now. Pakura immediately explained the entire mission in detail. After she finished, Raza also calmed down. Because he discovered that Pakura had not made any mistakes while carrying out the mission. If it had been him, he would not have been able to do better than her. But she had still suffered a crushing defeat, losing 6 Tokubetsu Jonin, with only her and an Earth-released Jonin escaping. This sounds very unreasonable. Chiyo frowned tightly and said. A ninja not only had an attack method with a range of 3 kilometers, but he could also clearly see targets within 3 kilometers. One had to know that most sensory ninjutsu had difficulty exceeding a range of 3 kilometers. The most exaggerated part was that an attack from such a long distance actually had such great power. But Pakura definitely would not lie, nor was there any need for her to lie. Moreover, aside from her, there was also an Earth-released Jonin who had returned with her. Asking him would verify her account. For now, give up on this outpost. After thinking for a long time, Chiyo said, first investigate this Jonin. His attack method is very disadvantageous for us. Ultra-long-range attacks with such great power could play a major role in an environment like war. For example, he could hide in a safe place and fire hidden shots at them. As for this outpost, as Konoha continued to advance, it was no longer especially important. Even if they took it, they would soon lose it again. The main reason was how much of a price they would have to pay to seize this outpost. They had already sacrificed 6 Tokubetsu Jonin and 3 Chunin. How many more would they have to sacrifice to take this outpost? And would that person foolishly wait there to die? Once he saw that the situation was wrong, he could completely run away. 3 days quickly passed. These past 2 days have been far too quiet. Nawaki shook his head and said. Quiet is a good thing. Natsuki said casually. Over these 2 days, he had been training Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Great Whirlwind, and Konoha Strong Whirlwind. After he barely counted as having mastered them, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Shuzo Template Ability 3, Shurgon. It had to be said that the Shuzo Template's abilities were unlocking very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 had already been unlocked. Of the Rokushiki, he had also mastered 3. In terms of taijutsu alone, his strength had risen sharply. Next, he could try unlocking Shuzo Template's Armament Haki. After unlocking Armament Haki, he could then go back and unlock Tekai. There was no helping it. Tekai required him to stand there and take hits. He was afraid he would not be able to endure it. It means Suna is being very rational. Kosuke said with a smile, they didn't recklessly organize a third attack because of 2 failures. It's most likely because Konoha's recent battle situation has been good. Natsuki guessed. In the Second Shinobi World War of the original work, the war between Suna and Konoha ultimately ended with Konoha's victory. But you have definitely been targeted by Suna. Kosuke reminded him. That doesn't really matter. Natsuki said without concern, it was only a matter of time. Setting aside his strength, his identity as Orochimaru's student alone would cause Suna to pay special attention to him. If Chiyo knew that her son and daughter-in-law had also been captured by him, she would probably have sent people to capture or assassinate him long ago. Maybe you'll have a title soon. Nawaki said with some envy. Natsuki paused slightly. During war, ninja who performed especially well were basically given titles. For example, Konoha's White Fand, Hitaki Sakumo, the Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, and Shursui of the Body Flicker, Uchiha Shursui. Not to mention the Sannin of Konoha, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. What kind of title could he have? Natsuki did not think about it further, because the ninja squad replacing them had arrived, and was approaching them while making the agreed hand signs. After they got closer, Kosuke confirmed the exchange code with them. We'll leave this to you next. We'll be going first. After Natsuki finished speaking, he left the outpost with Kosuke and the others. After returning to Konoha's main camp, they were immediately called to the main tent. You made quite a commotion over these 3 days. Tsunade said with a smile. Sis, you already know. Nawaki asked curiously. I know the general situation, but you'll still have to tell me the details. Tsunade nodded and said. I'll do it. Nawaki volunteered and began talking about what had happened over the past 3 days. No wonder Suna used a spy. After listening, Tsunade looked at Natsuki and said. Natsuki smiled and asked, Do I have that much influence? Just yesterday we caught a spy. He infiltrated Konoha 5 years ago, and had been quietly serving as a chunin the entire time. Tsunade explained, the reason he was exposed was because he tried to find a jonin who specialized in ultra-long-range attacks. As soon as Tsunade heard that, she guessed who it was. Recently, the only ninja in Konoha with this kind of ultra-long-range attack method was Natsuki. Your projection magecraft combined with broken phantasm actually has such terrifying power, after being converted into long-range attacks. Tsunade smiled and said, if I were Chiyo, I'd have to investigate it clearly too. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Infiltrating Suna's main camp alone. 3141 words time reached August. After more than a month of offense and defense, Suna and Konoha temporarily fell into a stalemate. To be precise, Konoha held the upper hand. Because Suna had 1,000 more ninja than Konoha. 6,000 against 5,000, yet they fought to an even match. It was obvious who had the advantage. War was the fastest way for a ninja to make a name for themselves. Among Konoha's 5,000 ninja, the one whose reputation had risen the most was undoubtedly Tsunade. Before this, Tsunade's fame mainly came from her identity, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, and the student of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aside from that, there was the title of Konoha's Sannin after the Uzumaki clan's destruction, and her capture of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. But now, things were different. Because Suna's battlefield commander was Chiyo. She had been famous for a long time, and was Suna's Kazekage advisor and #1 puppet master. The fact that Tsunade could contend with her for so long naturally proved her ability. Stepping on Chiyo's reputation, she had also become famous throughout the ninja world. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were similar. They resisted Hanzo of aim without falling behind at all, and their fame had gradually spread through the ninja world. Aside from Tsunade, Natsuki had also gained fame. Ever since entering the battlefield, his main attack method had become the bow. There was no helping it. The bow was truly useful on the battlefield. A range of up to 4 kilometers, combined with power no weaker than B rank or A rank ninjutsu, truly gave him every advantage. However, Natsuki had not earned a title yet. It was only that everyone in Suna knew there was such a ninja skilled with a bow. In the open space outside the tent, Natsuki looked at Nono not far away. She was practicing Soru. After more than a month of study, her Soru was already taking proper shape. Natsuki nodded slightly and projected a Kurosawa. This past month had not been without gains for him. He had already unlocked Armament Haki. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Shuzo Template Ability 5, Armament Haki. Its unlock condition was to defeat 5 Tokubetsu Jonin, or Jonin with Taijutsu. Natsuki had already mastered Soru, Jeppo, and Shurgan. Especially Shurgan, which could pierce through the human body. He specifically found 5 Suna Tokubetsu Jonin as enemies and defeated them with Taijutsu, quickly meeting the condition. Armament Haki. Kurosawa in Natsuki's hand was immediately covered by an invisible layer of armor, increasing both its defense and attack. He had always felt that the power of broken phantasm was insufficient. Now that he had Armament Haki, its power could rise to another level. Armament Haki had 3 methods of application. The first was coating and hardening. Natsuki had just strengthened Kurosawa using coating and hardening. It could also be used to strengthen the body. The second was flowing outward. Simply put, it meant using armament hockey like chakra. It could be released outward as a shockwave to attack enemies. It could also be released outward as a protective wall to defend oneself. The third was internal destruction. This usage could be considered an advanced form of the second method. Armament hockey was released outward, and after striking an object, it entered inside and destroyed it from within. It also sounded somewhat similar to broken phantasm. For Natsuki, the most useful one was the first method. After all, it could strengthen broken phantasm. However, there was no way to test it right now, so he put away Kurosawa. "Come eat." Natsuki glanced at the sky and called out. Nono stopped training and walked up to him. There were faint beads of sweat on her fair skin, and her golden hair stuck together, giving her a somewhat different charm. "You should take a bath first." Natsuki thought for a moment and said. During missions, logically speaking, they should not waste time bathing. But this was war, and a war could last half a year or even a full year. Going that long without bathing would be unreasonable. For this reason, there were dedicated logistics personnel who prepared tents for bathing. Simply put, they bathed in wooden tubs. Nono nodded. The two arrived in front of the tent used for bathing. Nono went in to bathe, while Natsuki waited outside. A long while later, footsteps sounded. When Natsuki turned his head, he saw Nono, who had changed into fresh clothes, her hair still slightly damp. The two returned to their own tent. Natsuki took out a bento box. Nono accepted the bento box. She walked across from Natsuki, lightly pressed down her clothes with her hand, and then sat on the carpet. Unlike Natsuki, who sat cross-legged, she sat very elegantly. Her long legs were together and bent, her fair calves straight, and her feet rested on the carpet. Nono opened the bento box, placed it on her lap, and picked up her chopsticks with her right hand. Natsuki glanced at her. From his angle, he could see the smooth curve of her legs. Natsuki took out another bento box and began eating. As he ate, he thought about which ability he should unlock next. Now that he had armament hockey, he could try unlocking Tekai. Aside from that, there was Bixlo Template's doll, Heavy Child Formation, which required him to defeat 5 Jonin. In war, although there were many Jonin, they were not that common. Fortunately, he had already defeated 4 Jonin, and only needed one more. Bixlo Template's Figure Eyes was also about to be completed. Its unlock condition was to learn 5 control-type ninjutsu. After Natsuki learned Dewey's 3 taijutsu techniques, he had been learning 3 genjutsu. Now, only the C-rank Fox Mind technique remained. The only thing Natsuki felt was a pity was that the Gordon template had made no progress. There was no need to mention Curse Antidote for the time being, since he still could not prepare it. Poison Cloud's dwelling required poisoning 30 targets at once. During this period, all the battles between Konoha and Suna had been small-scale battles. Battles involving more than 10 people were rare. Poison to medicine required using poison magic to save 3 Jonin. In Natsuki's squad, only Kosuka could be considered to have Jonin-level strength. But their recent missions had not been especially difficult, so there was no need for him to save anyone. After eating, Natsuki continued practicing the C-rank Fox Mind technique. Another week passed, and he finally learned it. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Bixlo Template Ability 6, Figure Eyes. Figure Eyes, simply put, allowed him to cast genjutsu through his eyes. With his current strength, ordinary genin and chunin could be controlled by him as he wished. But jonin were harder to say. Even if he controlled them, they would quickly break free. However, in battle, even a moment of control could play a considerable role. At that moment, an Umbu ninja appeared in front of him. Is there a new mission? Natsuki paused slightly and took the initiative to ask. Although their squad had just completed a mission, and their permitted one-day rest had only passed halfway, war was that unpredictable. Many times, they would receive a new mission not long after resting. Being able to rest for half a day was already quite good. Tsunade-sama wants you to go to her tent. The Umbu ninja answered. I'll go now. Natsuki nodded, then greeted Nono before heading to Tsunade's tent. Tsunade had her own tent. As for the main tent, it was not used for sleeping or resting, but for meetings and assigning missions. Tsunade-sensei. After receiving permission, Natsuki walked into the tent. What entered his eyes was Tsunade's completely unrestrained sleeping posture. She was lying on her side on the carpet, her straight legs drawn together, her mature figure forming graceful curves. Especially the way her clothes had shifted. Natsuki blinked, feeling that she already had 80 to 90% of her outline from the original work. Tsunade had always been like this in front of him. It was probably because they were very familiar with each other, and also because he was young. You're here. Tsunade sat up and yawned. As the commander, although she rarely went out to carry out missions, her physical and mental exhaustion was no less than that of the other ninja. After all, she had to oversee the entire situation. Ever since the war with Suna began, I have been trying to obtain Chiyo's poison. Tsunade spoke. But until now, she has never personally made a move. Is there some kind of scheme? Hearing this, Natsuki asked. We just obtained a piece of intelligence related to her. Tsunade nodded and said, Chiyo is making a new poison. She plans to poison us. How will she poison us? Natsuki asked again. Chiyo's poison was usually used on puppets, but the range affected by puppets was very narrow. Even if she controlled 10 puppets to fight, she could only poison a small number of ninja. I don't know. Tsunade shook her head and said, my guess is through logistics. The most likely targets are the water source or food supplies. Logistics included ninja tools, medicine, food, and water sources. The first two would be difficult for Suna to reach. The latter two were undoubtedly the easiest. Of course, saying they were easy did not mean they were actually easy. Konoha would definitely strictly control water sources and food supplies. However, if Chiyo's poison was colorless, odorless, and a new type of poison, then Tsunade might not notice it in the early stages either. Fortunately, we have another gain. Tsunade stood up and opened a map. Natsuki subconsciously looked at the map. Within Suna's range of activity on the map, there was a red dot. The location of the red dot was very far back, closer to the land of wind. This red dot is one of Suna's logistics points. Tsunade explained, according to the intelligence we received, this is also where Chiyo is making the poison. Are we going directly over to assassinate Chiyo? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and asked. What nonsense are you saying? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him and said, this place is very close to their main camp. Unless you can kill Chiyo instantly, you'll fall into a siege. Killing Chiyo instantly was naturally impossible. At this time, probably only Uchiha Madara could do it. Natsuki coughed lightly and asked, then are we sneaking in to steal the poison Chiyo made? That is my plan. Tsunade nodded and said. I can try. Natsuki immediately said. Since Tsunade had already called him over, there was a high chance that she wanted him to carry out this mission. But to be fair, he was indeed quite suitable. He had infiltration methods, concealment methods, and combat methods. This mission is extremely dangerous. I will send 3 jonin with you, and they will assist you. Tsunade paused, then said, I will also assign missions to hold back most of Suna's ninja, and buy you time. Natsuki paused slightly. This sounded as if all 5,000 of Konoha's ninja would be participating. However, the target was Chiyo's poison, so it was worth it. As long as they cracked her poison, Suna's defeat would only be a matter of time. After all, judging by the current situation, her poison was their only chance to turn things around. The operation will begin tomorrow night. Tsunade looked at him and said, make your preparations. Yes, sensei. Natsuki nodded and said. The reason I'm sending you is because you have the highest chance of success. Tsunade reached out, touched his head, and said with some emotion. Natsuki had only graduated half a year ago, yet he had already become an indispensable ninja of Konoha. Originally, she had not wanted him to take such a risk, but after thinking it over, there was no jonin more suited to the mission than him. Thinking of their first meeting, when Natsuki had still been an ordinary first-year student, Tsunade felt a little dazed. I understand. Natsuki actually felt it was fine. It was dangerous, but with Tsunade and the others delaying the enemy, and since there was no need for a direct fight, once he obtained the poison, he could just flee. Time quickly reached the next night. When Natsuki entered the main tent, he heard Tsunade assigning missions in an orderly manner. He did not interrupt and stood in place, waiting for orders. After Tsunade finished assigning missions, she looked at him and said, "You depart in 15 minutes. Yes, sensei. Natsuki nodded and said. Tsukumo, the three of you will go with him. Tsunade paused, then emphasized, he is the captain. Understood. Hatake Tsukumo had no objections. But quite a few jonin inside the main tent felt surprised when they heard this order. In terms of fame and strength, Tsukumo was definitely above Natsuki. The only explanation was that Natsuki was the main executor of this mission. The quiet night became lively. Chiyo and the others from Suna completely did not understand why Konoha had suddenly increased its offensive. They could only heighten their vigilance while blocking Konoha's attack. 15 minutes later, Natsuki and the others left Konoha's main camp. The three jonin Tsunade had assigned him were all quite strong. There was no need to say much about Tsukumo. Of the other two jonin, one was from the Hyuga clan, while the other was a rare ninja skilled in sealing jutsu and barriers. There was no need to say much about the Hyuga ninja. He could both fight and carry out sensing and reconnaissance. As for the other jonin, his main task was to break Suna's barriers. They traveled without any real danger and smoothly passed through Suna's area of activity. Further ahead is our target, Tsukumo said in a deep voice, but Suna's main camp is right nearby. Our safe time is at most 1 minute. You stay here and wait for me. Natsuki paused, then said, once I'm discovered, immediately throw out a large number of smoke bombs. Be careful. Tsukumo nodded. Shadow Assassin. Natsuki entered the shadows and swiftly headed toward the rear of Suna's main camp. It was deep night right now, and heavy rain poured down. No one noticed the shadow on the ground at all. Can he really do it? The Hyuga jonin asked. Although Natsuki had already gained quite a reputation, infiltrating Suna's main camp alone still made him doubtful. I believe in him, Tsukumo said in a deep voice. As for the reason, he had always had sharp instincts. Hearing this, the Hyuga jonin did not say anything more. Natsuki quickly arrived before their target for this mission, a huge tent. Although the rain covered many scents, he could still smell a faint medicinal odor. Clearly, this was where Chiyo made poison. Natsuki swept his gaze over the area, and immediately felt that it was troublesome. There was a Suna Umbu ninja standing at each corner of the tent. The only good news was that there was only one squad, meaning 4 Umbu ninja. They probably felt that since this place was in their rear, they did not need too many ninja guarding it. However, 4 Umbu ninja were already more than enough. Ninja who could join the Umbu were at least chunin in strength, and they were not ordinary chunin either. Natsuki touched his chin. He decided to enter the tent from underground. The only problem was whether traps had been set underground. But this was Suna's rear, so they most likely had not set traps. Natsuki could not help sighing. If only he had the Byakugan. That way, he could easily see the situation underground. He released Shadow Assassin, then used Presence Concealment before forming hand seals. Earth Release, Underground Projection Fish Technique. This Earth release ninjutsu had been left behind by Natsuki's parents. When he previously learned Earth release, double suicide decapitation technique, he also learned this along with it, because it was very useful. Its effect was to turn solid ground underground into fluid, allowing the user to move quickly beneath the earth. Natsuki burrowed into the ground and swam toward the tent. Just as he had expected, there were no traps underground, and he smoothly entered the tent. Natsuki emerged in the corner, only showing his head. There was still a medical ninja inside the tent, but it was not Chio. He leaped up without hesitation. The medical ninja subconsciously looked toward him. Figure eyes. Natsuki's eyes trembled, and he immediately controlled her. He walked forward and knocked her unconscious. Natsuki let out a breath of relief. Medical ninja were not combat ninja. They did not have that much resistance to genjutsu, or rather, they could not immediately react and release it. Natsuki immediately began working. He did not know which bottles and jars in the tent contained Chio's poison, so he simply packed everything up and took it all away. After putting them into a summoning storage scroll, Natsuki threw it into his shadow space. Once he finished all this, he used Earth Release, underground projection fish technique again. But not long after he left, the two Suna Umbu ninja at the entrance discovered that something was wrong. Because the inside of the tent was far too quiet. When a medical ninja was conducting experiments, there would be some movement to some extent, and the medicinal smell in the air had also faded significantly. They immediately entered the tent and discovered the unconscious medical ninja. The two looked at each other, then immediately shouted, "Someone broke in." When the nearby Suna ninja heard this, they immediately took action. Especially the sensory ninja, who all began using sensory ninjutsu. Underground, Natsuki's body stiffened as he sensed an invisible chakra fluctuation sweep past him. He immediately knew that he had been exposed. Natsuki did not hesitate and drilled out of the ground, then used the Logia-type smoke fruit. After he transformed into smoke, Tsukumo and the others also followed his earlier instructions and threw out a large number of smoke bombs. For a time, smoke rose everywhere, blocking the Suna ninja's vision. Natsuki, transformed into smoke, moved through the smoke and finally appeared in front of Tsukumo and the others. "How did it go?" Tsukumo asked. Although they were very curious about the ninjutsu that let Natsuki turn into smoke, the urgent matter was still their mission. "Mission complete," Natsuki said decisively. Tsukumo and the others immediately nodded. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. Patreon. com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Nami Template. 30-41 words. You go first. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and projected a bow. Then he took out 2 bottles of poison and sprinkled them onto the Thunder God sword. He had just realized something. The unlock condition for Poison Cloud's dwelling was to poison 30 targets at once, but it did not say he had to use poison magic. Right now, there were more than 30 Suna ninja inside the smoke. "You want to attack them?" Tsukumo said in a deep voice. "There are quite a few sensory ninja in Suna's main camp. Once you attack, our position will be exposed." The fact that Natsuki used archery was no longer a secret. "Our mission is already complete. There's no need to create extra trouble." The Hyuga Jonin agreed. "Our current position is too deep. Even if I don't attack them, we'll be exposed very soon." Natsuki explained, "My idea is to split up. I'll use my archery to create a diversion." Tsukumo hesitated for a moment. "I'm the captain. Listen to me." Natsuki brought up his identity. "Be careful." After hesitating briefly, Tsukumo left with the other 2 jonin. Armament Hockey. Reinforcement Magecraft. After the projected Thunder God sword was strengthened twice, it gave off an intimidating aura. Natsuki looked toward the Suna ninja in the chaos. Their reactions were also very fast. They were already using wind release to disperse the smoke. Natsuki immediately released the bowstring. The Thunder God sword flew out and exploded as soon as it entered the smoke. Countless fragments, carrying the poison on them, scattered toward the Suna ninja. They had never expected the enemy to attack them instead of taking the chance to flee. Screams rang out. "It's Natsuki!" A voice filled with anger rang out. In the smoke, Raza appeared. Because Natsuki had frequently used archery, Suna had also learned about him. "No, something's wrong. There's poison in the smoke." Raza's expression suddenly changed, and he felt his breathing become difficult. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked Gordon Template Ability 2, Poison Cloud's Dwelling." Natsuki looked at the words that appeared before his eyes, and could not help nodding. He then put away the bow, turned around, used Shadow Assassin, and fled outward. Not long after he left, all kinds of ninjutsu landed. The ground instantly became a mess. Raza rushed over, his expression ugly as he looked around. Soon, he knelt on the ground, his breathing becoming more and more difficult. He quickly drank an antidote, and only then did he feel a little better. "Stop chasing." Chiyo finally arrived. In fact, from the moment Natsuki was discovered to the explosion of the Thunder God sword, less than 10 seconds had passed in total. The reason Chiyo was a step late was because she had received news that Tsunade had personally made a move. So she rushed over. But not long after leaving, she heard the violent explosion from Suna's main camp, and immediately realized she had fallen for a diversion. "All medical ninja, treat the wounded." After Chiyo finished speaking, she immediately walked up to Raza. Raza was Suna's future. He absolutely could not die here. What a powerful poison. After checking him, Chiyo could not help saying. Because Natsuki needed to help Tsunade break down Hanzo's poison, and because Curse Antidote required the mixing of 7 deadly poisons, he carried poison with him. However, for Chiyo, although it was troublesome, it was not unsolvable. Half an hour later. Inside Suna's main tent, there was dead silence. Chiyo stood silently before the map. The other Suna Jonin did not dare speak either and stood where they were without saying a word. After Chiyo's treatment, Raza's poison had already been cured. He should have gone to rest, but because tonight's situation was truly serious, he forced himself to come to the main tent as well. At this moment, he stood at the front left of the Suna Jonin, his face pale. Pakura stood at the front right. She also said nothing, quietly waiting. Soon, an Umbu ninja walked in. Everyone looked at him. "Chiyo-sama." The Umbu ninja bowed slightly and said, "The matter has been investigated clearly." Chiyo spoke concisely. At present, it can be confirmed that there were 4 intruders, including Hitaki Tsukumo and Natsuki. The Umbu ninja said in a deep voice, "They dealt with 8 hidden sentries along the way, and also destroyed 2 barriers." "No wonder." Chiyo nodded slightly. With Tsukumo, Natsuki, and the others' strength, it was indeed possible for them to reach Suna's core area. Moreover, they had brought a Hyuga Jonin with the Byakugan, and a Jonin skilled in barriers. In the original work, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi alone could freely enter and leave the heavily guarded Konoha. Natsuki entered the tent using Earth Release, controlled the medical ninja with Genjutsu, and then took away all the poison. The Umbu ninja continued. Earth Release. Chiyo could not help frowning. This Natsuki truly is a genius among geniuses. She had originally thought that Natsuki possessing Jonin-level strength at such a young age was already remarkable, but as it turned out, he did not only know archery. He also knew Earth Release and Genjutsu. He cannot be allowed to remain. Raza's face was ashen as he said, "Once he grows up, he will become a major threat to Suna." He had been careless and had not expected to be poisoned by Natsuki. Because of that, he now wished he could tear him to pieces. There is no need to wait for him to grow up. The current him is already very troublesome. Pakura said calmly. Konoha's goal was clearly the new poison I created. Chiyo interrupted their conversation and slowly spoke. Then what should we do now? Raza quickly asked. First, before Tsunade breaks down my poison, we must act as quickly as possible. I estimate she will need at least a week. Chiyo thought for a moment and said. She had great confidence in her poison. If not for the considerable pressure Tsunade had recently given her, she would even have thought that Tsunade could not break down her poison. Second, I will continue researching a new poison. Chiyo continued. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Although Konoha had succeeded tonight, in terms of losses, it was not that great. Instead, the Thunder God sword Natsuki fired before leaving had exploded and seriously injured quite a few of them. On top of that, it had carried poison. In the short term, it would make them lose combat strength and consume even more of Suna's manpower and resources. At the same time, the atmosphere inside Konoha's main tent was completely different. You did very well and completed the mission perfectly. Tsunade looked at Natsuki and said with satisfaction. This was all Natsuki's credit. Tsukumo said truthfully, we only played the role of support. Everyone was indispensable for completing this mission. Tsunade shook her head and said. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki took out a summoning storage scroll and said, all the poison is inside. I will break it down as soon as possible. Tsunade paused, then said, but breaking it down is not the most urgent matter. Tsukumo and the others paused slightly, all feeling somewhat puzzled. Chiyo must have already guessed our goal. Tsunade chuckled and said, I suspect Suna will act very soon. Tsukumo and the others immediately understood. Suna naturally would not foolishly wait for Tsunade to break down Chiyo's poison. During this period, I will strengthen the management of logistical supplies. Nara Shikisuk immediately said. At first, he had been responsible for building outposts and strongholds, but now that they no longer needed much of that, he had switched to handling logistics. At the same time, he also served as a strategist and gave Tsunade advice. That is one aspect. Tsunade nodded, then said, it would be best if we could turn their plan against them. We pretend to be poisoned. Shikisuk subconsciously asked. That is what I have in mind. Tsunade admitted, but how to implement it still needs to be discussed. If we want to turn their plan against them, we first need to find out where Suna plans to poison us, and who the poisoner is. Shikisuk thought as he spoke. Let's try first. Tsunade knew this matter would be very difficult, and she could not guarantee success. Fortunately, given the current situation, they had temporarily seized the initiative. You worked hard tonight. Tsunade looked at the four of them and said. The four nodded and turned to leave the main tent. Let's carry out a mission together again when there's a chance. Tsukumo said with a smile. Definitely. After saying goodbye to them, Natsuki returned to his own tent. You're finally back. When Nawaki saw him, he jumped up. Nono clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Because of their strength, they had not participated in this mission. But this mission was extremely dangerous, so neither of them had slept the whole night, waiting for Natsuki to return. I'm fine. Natsuki said with a relaxed expression, the mission was completed smoothly. I even took a stroll around Suna's main camp, and they couldn't do anything to me. Nono could not feel happy at all. That sounded no different from dancing on the edge of a blade. The slightest mistake would have meant death. Why is your strength improving so fast? Hearing this, Nawaki clenched his fists and said, damn it, I want to participate in missions like this too. Although a mission like this was dangerous, from another perspective, it was indeed impressive enough to become something to talk about for a lifetime. It's nothing. Just 2 words, hard work. Natsuki blinked and said. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched, and he held back the urge to punch him. In terms of effort and training time, he was no worse than Natsuki. The two of them usually trained together most of the time. But Natsuki's strength improved faster than his anyway, and much faster at that. It was simply unscientific. All right, sleep early. We still have missions tomorrow. Natsuki clapped his hands and said. Nawaki and Nono nodded slightly. Now that Natsuki had returned, they no longer needed to worry. The three took out their sleeping bags and lay down on the carpet. Natsuki closed his eyes, and a line of text appeared. You have awakened the Nami template. When Natsuki saw the new character template, his first reaction was that there were actually female character templates. Because all the templates awakened before had been male characters, he had misunderstood. Thinking carefully, having female character templates was normal. After all, he only inherited the abilities of character templates. Men and women were the same in that regard. Nami was undoubtedly Nami from One Piece. She had a nickname, the Cat Burglar. When she first met Luffy, she was being chased because she had stolen Buggy Pirate's Grand Line map. Natsuki guessed that because he had stolen Chiyo's poison, he had awakened the Nami template. He looked at the Nami template. Name, Nami. Period, Dressrosa Arc World, One Piece. Rank, A rank. Ability 1, Nami's Staff Technique, unlocked. Effect, the staff technique Nami specializes in. It has no problem dealing with ordinary enemies. Ability 2, Navigator, locked. Effect, possess extraordinary drawing talent, allowing you to draw nautical charts and never lose your way at sea. Unlock condition, defeat 3 Tokubetsu Jonin skilled in water release. Ability 3, Cat Burglar, locked. Effect, steal wallets, jewels and even personal belongings without the other party noticing. Unlock condition, kill 3 Tokubetsu Jonin without the targets noticing. Ability 4, Sorcery Climatact, locked. Effect, a climatact improved by Weatheria's technology, able to produce the weather phenomena expected by the user. Unlock condition, create the sorcery climatact according to the blueprint. Ability 5, Weather Arts, locked. Effect, use the sorcery climatact to trigger a series of weather phenomena for battle, allowing attacks such as rainstorms. Unlock condition, defeat 1 Jonin each using wind release, water release, fire release, lightning release, and earth release. When Natsuki looked at the first 3 abilities, he felt that the Nami template was not worthy of A rank. But when he saw Ability 4 and Ability 5, he felt that it was a huge gain. Ability 1, Nami's Staff Technique. In One Piece, Nami did indeed know staff techniques, and she even used a staff that could split into 3 sections. But her staff technique could only be considered passable, and was only used in the early stages. Later on, she became like a mage and the staff became like a magic wand. Ability 2, Navigator. At first glance, it did not seem very useful. After all, this was the ninja world. Although there was an ocean, it only involved the land of water. The other 4 great nations were all on land. And even if Konoha went to war with the land of water or Kiri, they would not need ships or nautical charts. But it was not completely useless. At the very least, he would not get lost at sea. Of course, what Natsuki valued more was the drawing talent brought by this ability. Drawings were also a kind of weapon. In Naruto alone, there were 2 ninja connected to drawing. One was Kurama Yakumo. Her Kekii Genkai could turn paintings into reality. The other was Sai. His specialty, Super Beast imitating drawing, involved drawing animals on scrolls and giving them physical form. Aside from Naruto, similar existences also appeared in other worlds. If Natsuki learned Super Beast imitating drawing, he might be able to trigger a new character template. Fortunately, its unlock condition was not difficult. He only needed to defeat 3 Tokubetsu Jonin skilled in water release. With Natsuki's current strength, defeating Tokubetsu Jonin was no problem at all. Ability 3, Cat Burglar. How should it be put? This ability would be quite useful in other worlds, but in the ninja world, it was rather average. Under normal circumstances, ninja only carried ninja tools when going out on missions. Gold, silver, jewels, or ninjutsu and secret technique scrolls would not be carried on them. It could be used to steal from daimyo, nobles, and wealthy merchants. But as a ninja, when dealing with non-ninja, even without cat burglar, he could easily steal using force or genjutsu. However, it might come in handy someday. There was no downside to having more skills. Its unlock condition was slightly harder than the previous one, but only slightly. Ability 4, Sorcery Climax. This was undoubtedly the core of the Nami template. Because Ability 5, Weather Arts, had to rely on the Sorcery Climax to be used. The Sorcery Climax was a weapon with many abilities. Its appearance was blue, and overall, it was a long, slender staff over 1.70 meters in length. Its unlock condition was to create the Sorcery Climax according to the blueprint. Natsuki glanced at the blueprint. It was very refined, and crafting it would likely be rather difficult. But the key point was still the materials used. It required two key materials, lightning and water chakra crystals. The reason was related to Ability 5, Weather Arts. Weather Arts, as the name implied, was a technique for controlling weather. This was a series of techniques. In One Piece, Nami had used quite a few of them. Among them, Natsuki felt that there were three most important techniques. The first was Mirage Tempo. It used abnormal refraction and reflection of light to hide oneself in the air. The second was Weather Egg, Thundercloud Rod. Its effect was to freely control lightning to attack enemies. For Lightning Release Ninja, this was simply beyond standard. Not only could it increase the power of lightning release, it could also save a large amount of chakra. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke's lightning release, Kirin used a similar principle. This S-rank lightning release, known as the pinnacle of lightning release, needed to borrow natural lightning to be used. The third was Weather Egg, Rain Tempo. It could freely control rainfall, and could even control the surrounding temperature and humidity to create mist. The ability to make rain fall at any time was like field magic for Water Release Ninja. It would allow Water Release Ninja to receive a boost to the power of their water release no matter where they were. If Kiri learned about the Sorcery Climax, they would definitely go completely crazy. Although the Sorcery Climax had many abilities, they were mainly focused on lightning and water. It was understandable that it required lightning and water chakra crystals. The first thing Natsuki thought of was the Thunder God Sword. The Thunder God Sword was forged from lightning release chakra crystal. Aside from that, the lightning blades, Kiba, used by Kurasuke Raiga of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen, were very likely also related to lightning release chakra crystal. Because those blades had the ability to draw lightning. As for water release chakra crystal, Natsuki could not think of anything for the time being. Perhaps Konoha had some. Natsuki had earned quite a bit of merit now. If Konoha really had any, he could exchange for it. How should it be put? The Sorcery Climax most likely would not be useful in the war against Suna. In fact, it was not needed. Because it rained every day in the Land of Rain. After the war against Suna ended and they returned to Konoha, he could find someone to craft the Sorcery Climax. Ability 4 had another advantage. It gave a blueprint. In theory, as long as there were enough lightning and water chakra crystals, it could be mass-produced. At that time, Konoha's lightning release and water release ninja would have quite an advantage in battle. Of course, theory was just theory. Chakra crystals were far too precious. Crafting even one would not be easy. But if he worked hard, making one each for Nawaki and Nono would be good. Because the Sorcery Climax itself was a powerful weapon. Even without knowing water release or lightning release ninjutsu, it could still play a major role. After all, Nami did not know them either. To be continued. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Konoha 6 Styles 2479 words. The next day. After breakfast, Natsuki went to the laboratory where Tsunade was. But contrary to what everyone else expected, she was not trying to crack Chiyo's poison. She was using Chiyo's poison to make an antidote, the curse antidote Natsuki had given her. After such a long time, along with Natsuki's hints, they had already found 6 deadly poisons needed for the curse antidote. If the new poison Chiyo had made was the 7th, then they would be able to successfully produce the curse antidote. In theory, the curse antidote could not only counter Hanzo's poison, but also Chiyo's poison. You brought back a lot of poisons. Tsunade noticed his arrival and said, but there is only one poison I don't recognize. It is most likely the new poison Chiyo made. Is this Chiyo's new poison? Natsuki looked at the vessel on the experiment table and asked. Tsunade nodded and said, I'm trying to add the other 6 deadly poisons. Natsuki reached out and placed his hand over the vessel. He soon received a system notification. This was indeed one of the poisons required for the curse antidote. Last night, because time had been tight and the poisons had been stored together, Natsuki had not touched them one by one. He pretended to examine it for a moment and said, I feel like our luck will be very good. Every time you say that, we confirm one of the poisons needed for the curse antidote. Tsunade laughed and said. Then let's see if it works this time too. Natsuki paused for a moment and asked, how much longer will it take? 1 hour. Tsunade glanced at him and said, if the curse antidote really works, you will become Konoha's greatest contributor. Doesn't that mean Konoha will have to give me whatever I want? Natsuki blinked and asked. That's not exactly wrong. Tsunade nodded slightly and said, as long as it is a reasonable request, Konoha can satisfy it. Does Konoha have a water-release chakra crystal? Natsuki asked smoothly. What do you need a water-release chakra crystal for? Tsunade asked in confusion. I want to make a ninja tool that can enhance the power of water release. Natsuki explained, although the sword of the Thunder God also has a chakra crystal, it is lightning release, which doesn't match the water release I'm good at. The corners of Tsunade's lips rose as she said, then your luck really is good. Konoha does have a water release chakra crystal. Natsuki's eyes immediately lit up. Because the water release chakra crystal is too precious, no shinobi has ever accumulated enough merit to exchange for it. Tsunade changed the subject and said, if the curse antidote can neutralize Chiyo and Hanzo's poisons, then your merit will be enough. Of course, there was one thing she did not say. This water-release chakra crystal had been left behind by Senju Tobarama. Only a small number of people knew of its existence. I understand. Natsuki's gaze fell on the curse antidote. To be honest, he did not have absolute confidence that it could neutralize Chiyo and Hanzo's poisons. But he could only say that the chances were high. After all, it could even neutralize magical poison and curse poison, which sounded very unscientific. Time slowly passed. It succeeded. Tsunade picked up the curse antidote with an expectant expression. But successfully developing the curse antidote was only the beginning. Natsuki, bring over the white rabbit used for experiments. Tsunade instructed him. Natsuki nodded. Soon, the white rabbit was placed on the experiment table. Tsunade fed it Chiyo's poison. After taking one sip, it collapsed to the ground and could not get up. Tsunade then fed it the curse antidote. After the white rabbit drank it, an astonishing change immediately occurred inside its body. Before long, it stood up again and took 2 steps. There were no signs of poisoning at all. Tsunade happily hugged Natsuki and said, we're definitely going to win this war. Natsuki did not even have time to react before his face was pressed against her clothes, making it hard for him to breathe. But it was indeed soft. Chiyo would never imagine that we cracked her poison in less than half a day. Tsunade let go of Natsuki and thought for a moment before saying, with the curse antidote, the success rate of turning their plan against them will rise greatly. Natsuki breathed in fresh air. He raised his head and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade had already fallen into thought. Along with the excitement that had yet to fade, her fair skin rose and fell slightly with her breathing. The best method is for us to make normal defensive preparations. Tsunade came back to her senses and said, but we don't need to make them too strict. We should let the Suna shinobi successfully poison us. Yesterday, Narashikaku had raised a problem. If they wanted to turn the enemy's plan against them, they had to find out where Suna would place the poison and who would do it. But the premise of the problem he raised was that Chiyo's poison had not been cracked. They needed to pretend to be poisoned without actually being poisoned. But today, there was no need to consider that issue anymore. Because with the curse antidote, they could truly be poisoned. That way, Suna's shinobi would not suspect that Konoha was turning their plan against them. This was also why Tsunade said their success rate would increase greatly. Natsuki, go call Shikaku over. Tsunade patted his head and said. Natsuki turned and left. A moment later, he and Shikaku returned to the laboratory. Shikaku, Natsuki, and I have cracked Chiyo's poison. Tsunade got straight to the point. That fast? Shikaku was surprised, then revealed a delighted expression. His intelligence was very high, so in an instant, he came to the same conclusion as Tsunade. Their plan to turn the enemy's scheme against them had a very high chance of success. Once it succeeded, they would be able to deal Suna a heavy blow. It might even directly end this war. The two of them quickly began discussing it. The best places for Chiyo to poison were the water source and the food supplies. Although it rained every day in the land of rain, Konoha could not directly drink rainwater. Their water source came from underground. With Earth Release Shinobi present, drawing water from underground was not difficult. From another perspective, Earth Release Shinobi could also burrow underground to poison the water. Aside from Iwagakure, Suna had the most Earth Release Shinobi. After all, the environment in the Land of Wind was extremely harsh. Most of Suna's shinobi used wind release, followed by earth release. Water release shinobi were almost non-existent. Because using water release in the desert environment of the Land of Wind consumed much more chakra. Tsunade and Shikaku both believed that Suna was most likely to poison the water source. But the other areas still had to be protected as well. What if Suna did the opposite of what they expected? After the discussion ended, Tsunade held a Jonin meeting in the main tent, and began assigning missions. Natsuki's team also received a mission. They were to protect the food supplies and medicine. Aside from that, Natsuki also had a private secret mission from Tsunade. That was to produce as many curse antidotes as possible. To prevent Suna's shinobi from learning about the curse antidote, Tsunade only had him produce the curse antidote. In other words, only the two of them knew about the curse antidote's existence. At the rear of Konoha's main camp, Natsuki, Mariboshi Kosuka, Yakushi Nono, and Nawaki arrived in front of their mission target. It was a huge tent filled with important supplies, namely food and medicine. But at this time, a small laboratory had also been set up inside the tent for Natsuki to produce the curse antidote. Of course, a place this important naturally would not be guarded by only one shinobi team. Aside from one Umbu team hidden in the dark, there were also 3 other shinobi teams. Hizashi-senpai, we'll leave sensing and reconnaissance to your team. Please notify us immediately if there is anything unusual. Natsuki walked up to Hyuga Hizashi and spoke. Of course. Hizashi smiled and said, please leave it to us. These 5 shinobi teams were under Natsuki's command. If this had been before, Hizashi and the others would definitely have doubted whether he had the strength to become the person in charge, but now he had already proven himself. In terms of age, he was the youngest. But in terms of strength, he was the strongest among the 5 shinobi teams present. Natsuki nodded, then entered the tent with Nawaki and the others. Their mission was to stay inside the tent and guard the medicine and food supplies. The other 4 shinobi teams were protecting the outside of the tent. The reason Tsunade had given such an order was naturally to make it convenient for Natsuki to produce the curse antidote. Congratulations, host. Gordon template ability for Curse Antidote has been unlocked. After Natsuki made the first bottle of curse antidote, he unlocked the corresponding ability. He immediately went from beginner level to proficient level, and the speed at which he produced the curse antidote increased greatly. As for the Gordon template, only ability 5, Poison to Medicine, remained locked. This is so boring. Nawaki sighed. After an entire day, he had done nothing but walk around the tent on patrol. As a shinobi, you must be able to endure loneliness. Kosuke reminded him. You can make antidotes with me. Natsuki said with a smile. I would rather fight Chio to the death than make antidotes. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched as he said. This place isn't suitable for practicing water release, but you can train. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and asked, I created a taijutsu technique. Do you want to learn it? Nawaki immediately became excited. No, you teach them. Natsuki said when he saw his reaction. I'm learning it too. Kosuke asked, somewhat surprised. This taijutsu technique is called Soru. It is a high-level body flicker technique. There is no harm in learning it. Natsuki paused for a moment and said, I plan to create 6 taijutsu techniques, and name them the Konoha 6 styles. The Marine 6 styles definitely could not use that name in the shinobi world. It would sound very confusing. Moreover, the Konoha 6 styles sounded closely related to the Konoha Whirlwind series of taijutsu techniques. He could also say that the inspiration for the Konoha 6 styles came from Might Dewey. That is truly remarkable. Kosuke immediately sighed and said, you might become a taijutsu master just like my sensei. Tobarama was publicly recognized as a water release master. He had created a large number of water release ninjutsu, and even Kirigakure had been deeply influenced by him. Kosuke meant that Natsuki could become a taijutsu master. The reason was that there were currently too few taijutsu techniques in the shinobi world. The only one that could be called high-level taijutsu was the 8 gates. Nono had almost finished learning Soru, so teaching Nawaki and Kosuke was not a problem at all. Natsuki continued making the curse antidote. To speed things up, he also created 3 shadow clones to help with the production. Time arrived at the next day. The main tent of Suna's main camp. Chio-sama. An Umbu shinobi reported the results of yesterday's reconnaissance. We can have Earth release shinobi go and poison them. Raza immediately said. If we can think of that, Konoha definitely can too. Pakura reminded him, the defense around the water source will definitely be the strictest. The locations of the food supplies and medicine are too deep inside. Poisoning them will be the most difficult. Raza frowned and said. Many shinobi were very skilled at infiltration. But infiltrating Konoha's main camp was another matter. That meant they would have to break through the barrier, eliminate the sentry posts, and possess extremely strong concealment ninjutsu. Even a genius like Natsuki had been discovered when he infiltrated Suna's main camp. Where could Suna find a genius comparable to Natsuki? Although Natsuki had been discovered, he had completed his mission. Poisoning was different. Being discovered meant the mission had failed. Konoha definitely would not foolishly consume water or food that might have been poisoned. We can learn from Konoha and create a diversion. Chio suddenly had an idea and spoke. Raza, Pakura, and the others subconsciously looked at her. On the surface, we poison their food supplies and medicine. In secret, we poison their water source. Chio explained, if we are discovered, make the surface commotion bigger. It would be best if we can destroy the food supplies and medicine. Chio-sama is wise. Raza immediately said. Raza, you will be in charge of this matter. Chio instructed him. Yes, Chio-sama. Raza promised, I will definitely complete the mission. Pakura hesitated, then ultimately fell silent. She knew Chio had greater hopes for Raza becoming the next Kazekage. In fact, it was not only her. More than half of Suna's shinobi had greater hopes for Raza. Because he had mastered the magnet release Kekkei Genkai. Although Pakura's scorch release was not inferior to magnet release represented orthodoxy in Suna. After all, the third Kazekage had also mastered magnet release. Moreover, Raza's magnet release had been learned from the third Kazekage. Suna had two orthodox lineages. One was magnet release, and the other was puppet technique. Puppet technique had been created by the second Kazekage, Shaman, and its most outstanding successor was Chiyo. In theory, the ones most likely to become the fourth Kazekage were Raza and Chiyo's son, Reki. They both belonged to the Kazekage lineage of shinobi. As a shinobi outside the Kazekage lineage, if Pakura wanted to become the fourth Kazekage, she either needed overwhelming strength or overwhelming merit. In terms of overwhelming strength, it would be very difficult for her to achieve, so she could only find a way to gain merit. But just now, Chiyo had handed a major achievement to Raza. If he could truly succeed in poisoning Konoha, then Suna would most likely be able to repel Konoha and end this war. There was no need to say how great Raza's merit would be. Pakura could not help but sigh inwardly. From the perspective of a Suna shinobi, she hoped Raza would succeed. But from a personal perspective, she hoped he would fail. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Puppet Master Ambush 1922 words. The moon was high overhead. Natsuki yawned. He and Nono were keeping watch. Although Hizashi and the others were outside the tent, they still did not dare let down their guard. After all, Suna's shinobi could appear at any moment. In theory, no one could escape the Byakugan's detection. But in reality, that was not always the case. There were far too many strange ninjutsu, secret techniques, and Kekkei Genkai in the shinobi world. Natsuki knew that the Byakugan's counter was the red eye. The red eye could create chakra images and completely interfere with the Byakugan's judgment. In the original story, the owner of the red eye was named Ranmaru. Because of the red eye, he was rejected by the villagers in his childhood. After meeting Kurisuke Raiga, he became his eyes, helping him with reconnaissance and battle. Natsuki reached out and gently stroked Nono's cheek. She was resting her head on his lap and had already fallen asleep. Natsuki was thinking about when Suna would make their move. He had stolen the poison back the night before last, and now it was already the third night. If they kept waiting, Natsuki would start suspecting that Chiyo planned to switch to a new poison. But even for her, creating another new poison was not a simple matter. Just then, a deafening explosion rang out. Nono, Nawaki, and Kosuka were all awakened. Natsuki instinctively turned his head. The explosion had come from the direction of Konoha's main camp. Enemy attack? Nawaki asked as he tightened his grip on the greatsword Samahata. It sounds like Suna is attacking our main camp. Kosuka frowned and asked, what are they trying to do? A diversion. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and said, this is the same tactic we used the night before last. Then someone will take advantage of the chaos to sneak in. Kosuka reacted and asked, is their target us? It's not clear for now. Natsuki shook his head and said, but we need to prepare for battle. Our mission is to protect the medicine and food supplies inside the tent. Kosuka glanced at Natsuki and suggested, Nawaki and I will protect the medicine. You and Nono protect the food supplies. The tent was very large and food and medicine were different supplies, so they were stored separately. But Natsuki knew that was not what Kosuka meant. He intended to lure out any enemies who might be hiding in the dark. Natsuki stood up and walked to the left with Nono. Kosuka and Nawaki walked to the right. Just as Natsuki and Nono stood firm, the ground suddenly split open, and two puppets burst out from underground. Each of them had 4 arms, and every arm was covered with poison-coated blades. The moment they appeared, they stabbed toward Natsuki and Nono. Natsuki and Nono disappeared from where they stood at the same time. The two puppets' attacks missed. The two puppet masters hiding in the dark were shocked. Neither of them had expected their foolproof sneak attack to fail. At the same time, Kosuke and Nawaki were also attacked. The ground beneath them suddenly rose up and turned into countless earth spikes that stabbed toward them. Kosuke's focus had remained highly concentrated the entire time. In an instant, he did two things. First, he grabbed Nawaki and threw him out of the range of the earth spikes. Second, he leaped up, grabbed the large pot on his back and threw it out. The dense earth spikes all struck Kosuke's pot, producing crisp ringing sounds. Nawaki also reacted. After landing, he grabbed the greatsword Samahata and spun his body. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. The greatsword Samahata slammed into the earth spikes while carrying a stream of water. In an instant, the earth spikes exploded, and a large number of them broke apart. When Nawaki lifted Samahata and prepared to do it again, a figure emerged from the ground behind him. Wind blades tore through the air and flew out like a dense barrage of kunai. Nawaki's expression changed slightly. Water release, water formation wall. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. A wall of water rose up and blocked the wind blades. However, just after Kosuke used water release, water formation wall, he heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind him. He looked back and saw another Suna shinobi appear, controlling 4 earth spears that stabbed toward him. Clearly, he was the earth release shinobi who had attacked them with the earth spikes earlier. And he was also a jonin. Kosuke-senpai! Nawaki shouted instinctively. In the next second, under the earth release jonin's surprised gaze, Kosuke pulled out a ninja blade at extremely high speed. Flashes of blade light appeared, and all 4 earth spears were cut apart. The earth release jonin immediately understood that Kosuke was not an ordinary shinobi. On the other side, after using Sora to dodge the attacks of the two puppets, Natsuki raised his hand and threw out 2 swords of the Thunder God. Broken Phantasm. Before the 2 swords of the Thunder God could hit the 2 puppets, they suddenly exploded. The 2 puppets had only just raised their blades when they were swallowed by the explosion. Firelight mixed with chakra currents surged in every direction. The 2 puppets were immediately torn apart. "You're Kira Natsuki." A surprised voice rang out. Natsuki looked toward the puppet master who spoke. He was a middle-aged man. Suddenly, the sound of intense fighting came from outside the tent. Natsuki thought as expected. He had just detonated 2 swords of the Thunder God, and the commotion was so loud that Hizashi and the others would have heard it as long as they were not deaf. But clearly, they had also encountered enemies. Before Natsuki could speak, a faint stinging sensation came from behind him. The other female puppet master had taken out a new puppet. The puppet ran behind Natsuki, raised both hands, and swung down 2 ninja blades. Armament Haki. An invisible barrier blocked the twin blades. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Natsuki turned around, gripped the projected Kurosawa, and swung it out. The puppet's head immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, the female puppet master moved all 10 fingers. The headless puppet was controlled again, and its arms suddenly trembled before firing a large number of shuriken. Natsuki's body blurred, and he vanished from where he stood. What a fast body flicker technique! Seeing Sora again, the female puppet master's expression could not help but change slightly. She had no time to think and instinctively looked around. The middle-aged puppet master took out 2 new puppets and positioned them defensively on both sides of him. Only after finishing this did he begin looking for Natsuki. The 2 puppet masters both tacitly ignored Nono. First, because Natsuki was putting too much pressure on them. Second, because Nono had retreated into the distance, and was keeping a certain distance from them. If they went over to kill her, they would likely be ambushed by Natsuki and fall into danger instead. "Behind you." The middle-aged puppet master's gaze suddenly sharpened as he shouted. The female puppet master turned her head, and saw a blade light like flowing water. Water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. Natsuki's fairly powerful slash struck the female puppet master. But he immediately realized something was wrong. The female puppet master had turned into a real puppet. She had switched places with her puppet. Natsuki immediately thought of Kankuro. He had used a similar method in the original story. The female puppet master raised her arm. The needle tube on her arm fired countless senbon, covering all the vital points on Natsuki's body. Armament hockey. Natsuki ignored the senbon, suddenly accelerated, and thrust out his index finger. The female puppet master had never expected Natsuki to dare take the senbon head-on. After all, shinobi were famously strong in offense and weak in defense. She froze for a moment, and Natsuki's index finger struck her forehead. The female puppet master opened her mouth. Intense pain spread from between her brows, but it only lasted for an instant. Because a moment later, she lost consciousness and fell backward. How is that possible? The middle-aged puppet master witnessed everything and revealed an expression of disbelief. Natsuki had first taken the senbon head-on, then pierced the female puppet master's head with one finger. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Congratulations, host. Bixlo Template Ability 5, Doll, Heavy Child Formation, has been unlocked. Natsuki glanced at it, then looked toward the middle-aged puppet master. With Ability 5 unlocked, all 6 abilities of the Bixlo template had now been unlocked. He had completed the fusion of another character template. One sword style, IAI, Lion Song. Natsuki took a step forward and turned into a flash of blade light. The middle-aged puppet master's hair stood on end. Fortunately, he had been watching Natsuki the whole time. The instant Natsuki moved, the 2 puppets blocked in front of him. The 2 puppets raised both arms. 4 ninja blades swept out. Wherever they passed, even the air seemed to tear. Not only were they powerful, they were also fast. With a clang, Natsuki blocked all 4 ninja blades with one slash. The 2 puppets pushed forward, forcing his body to retreat. Seeing this, the middle-aged puppet master could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. But in the next second, his vision blurred, and 5 fist-sized dolls suddenly appeared. Doll Heavy Child Formation. The 5 dolls formed a pentagonal formation in the air. Their bodies trembled, and a pentagonal laser shot out at high speed. The middle-aged puppet master's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly tried to dodge. But because it was too sudden, he did not have enough time to react. The pentagonal laser struck his left arm, making him scream. Blood sprayed out. His left arm temporarily lost all feeling. At the same time, the puppet controlled by his left hand also stopped moving. With one puppet gone, most of the pressure on Natsuki disappeared. Water breathing, 4th form, striking tide. Natsuki steadied himself and swung his blade fiercely. Both puppets were sent flying by his slash. The water current struck the 2 puppets and tore them apart. The middle-aged puppet master realized something was wrong. Gritting his teeth, he took out another puppet. He raised his right arm, which could still move, and controlled the puppet to charge toward Natsuki. Natsuki went around the puppet and arrived in front of the middle-aged puppet master. Figure eyes. The middle-aged puppet master met his eyes, and his expression suddenly froze. It was genjutsu. He realized the problem immediately, but with his left arm gone, he could no longer form hand signs and dispel the genjutsu. Natsuki raised Kurosawa. With one clean swing, he cut off his head. He then looked toward Kosuka and Nawaki. Although their opponents were 2 jonin, they had still blocked their fierce attacks. More accurately, Kosuka was fighting 2 opponents by himself, while Nawaki supported him from the side. For the first time, this eternal genin had revealed his true strength. At this moment, he did not have time to change the direction of the greatsword Samahata. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Konoha is poisoned. 1831 words. The sudden disappearance of the fighting sounds nearby made the two Tsunajonin fighting Nawaki and Kosuka instinctively look over. When they saw the corpses of the two puppet masters, their hearts sank, followed by disbelief. How long had it been? Less than a minute, and two Jonin had already died. At the same time, an even more serious problem was placed before them. Natsuki would soon join the battle, and the situation would definitely be reversed. Barring any accidents, they would end up just like the two puppet masters and die on the spot. Now they had two choices. One was to flee. As for the other, the two Tsunajonin exchanged a glance and formed hand signs at the same time. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A wall rose up, blocking in front of them and briefly separating them from Kosuka and Nawaki. Wind release, wind cutter technique. A large amount of wind appeared and instantly turned into high-speed wind blades. But the dense wind blades were not aimed at Kosuka, Nawaki, or Natsuki. They were aimed at the medicine in the distance. The two Tsunajonin made their choice. They gave up on escaping and chose destruction instead. Not good. Seeing this, Nawaki could not help but show an anxious expression. If such a large-scale wave of wind blades landed on the medicine, it would definitely cut all of it apart. At the critical moment, Natsuki blocked the wind blades. Armament hockey. An invisible barrier appeared. The wind blades crashed into it and immediately produced explosive sounds. The barrier began to shake violently. Broken phantasm. Natsuki retreated, then threw out two swords of the Thunder God. The moment the barrier shattered, the swords of the Thunder God exploded, blasting the wind blades apart one by one. After failing to destroy the medicine, the two Tsunajonin became angry out of embarrassment. They formed hand signs again, but this time they attacked Natsuki. Nawaki snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget about us." Water release, water formation wall. Kosuka moved first, causing a wall of water to appear in front of Natsuki. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Nawaki's attack followed closely behind. Violent water release chakra transformed into a water dragon and roared as it flew out. The Suna Earth Release Jonin switched to another ninjutsu in time. Earth Release, Earth-style wall. An earth wall rose and blocked the water dragon. But what he did not notice was that when Kosuka's water wall rose, Natsuki had already disappeared. His shadow quickly approached the Earth Release Jonin. White vine. Natsuki leaped up, and his entire body turned into smoke, wrapping around the Earth Release Jonin. Nawaki's eyes lit up. He gripped the greatsword Samahata, and suddenly swung it out. Samahata, flying chain slash. The handle of the greatsword Samahata turned into a chain, and extended in an instant. The Earth Release Jonin only felt his vision blur, and the greatsword Samahata was already in front of him. He struggled desperately, but he could not break free from the smoke Natsuki had turned into. With a scream, his head was struck by the greatsword Samahata, and blood flowed out. The other Suna Wind Release Jonin wanted to rescue him, but Kosuka rushed toward him like a fierce gust of wind. The flash of his blade lit up in the Wind Release Jonin's vision like moonlight. Wind Release, Shuriken. His reaction was also fast. As soon as he raised his right hand, Shuriken flew toward Kosuka's face. If Kosuka did not retreat, it would lead to both sides being injured. Violet Umbrella. Seeing this, Natsuki, who had released White Vine, immediately seized the opportunity. A liquid barrier blocked the shuriken. Kosuka, who had been about to retreat, immediately twisted his wrist. Konoha-style, Willow. This was a Konoha-style sword technique he had created himself. Simply put, it was a combined technique of genjutsu and swordsmanship. The Wind Release Jonin immediately froze in place and felt unable to move. He instinctively tried to dispel the genjutsu, but Kosuka had already stabbed out with the blade that would decide life and death. The Wind Release Jonin lowered his head, and saw the ninja blade piercing through his heart. He then fell into eternal sleep. Natsuki gave a reminder, then left the tent. When both sides fighting outside the tent saw him, they could not help but pause. For Hyuga Hizashi and the others, it was a pleasant surprise. But for the Suna shinobi, it was bad news. This meant that the 4 Suna Jonin, who had gone to poison and destroy the supplies, had already failed. With the order given, the Suna shinobi turned and ran. The reason they were so decisive, aside from the mission failing, was because Tsunade and the others' reinforcements would arrive soon. "Don't chase them," Natsuki shouted. First, because the Suna shinobi were running very quickly. Second, he was worried there might be shinobi waiting to support them. Third, Hizashi and the others were injured. Fourth, they had already achieved their goal. "No, help treat them," Natsuki immediately instructed. Nono nodded and walked toward the most heavily injured shinobi. Hizashi hurriedly asked, "How are things on your side?" "The supplies are all safe and sound. The 4 Suna Jonin have been killed by us," Natsuki answered. Hizashi's expression immediately turned serious. The 4 of them had actually killed 4 Suna Jonin. He remembered that Nono and Nawaki were both Chunin. In other words, Natsuki and Kosuka had killed 4 Suna Jonin. Hizashi could not help but be amazed. That level of strength was truly astonishing. Just then, the sound of rushing wind rang out. Tsunade and the others appeared in front of them. Natsuki felt an even stronger sense of déjà vu. He had not expected Suna to truly copy the tactic they had used last night without changing a thing. However, the main reason Suna had succeeded was because Konoha was playing along with them. "Save the injured," Tsunade said, then looked at Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others. After confirming they were fine, she nodded slightly. Nawaki asked curiously, "What happened on your side?" "Raza led a team to raid us, but after fighting for a few minutes, we drove them back." Tsunade paused for a moment and said, "Their goal was obvious. They were trying to hold us back. That Suna genius Raza. I heard he can use magnet release." Nawaki glanced at Natsuki and asked, "Who's stronger, him or Natsuki?" "It's hard to say." Tsunade pondered for a moment, somewhat uncertain. "We'll only know after fighting." Natsuki chuckled and said. He was very curious what character template would be triggered by defeating Raza. But defeating him would not be easy. Although Raza felt like the weakest among the 5 Kage, he was still a Kage-level expert. The performance of magnet release was also impressive enough. Fortunately, he was still young, so his strength was probably not that powerful yet. "Go to the main tent for a meeting." After all the injured shinobi received treatment, Tsunade spoke. Natsuki nodded and followed her to the main tent. The other Jonin had not arrived yet. Taking advantage of the time, he reviewed what he had gained from this battle. The first gain was unlocking Bixlow template's doll, heavy particle formation. The second gain was the Nami template's weather arts. Its unlock condition was to defeat 1 Jonin of each of the 5 releases. The 4 Suna shinobi who came today were respectively 1 Earth release user, 2 Wind release users, and 1 Fire release user. The 2 puppet masters Natsuki killed were Wind release and Fire release users. Although neither of them had used Wind release or Fire release. The 2 Suna Jonin killed by Nawaki and Kosuka were Wind release and Earth release users. Among them, Natsuki had played the main role in killing the Earth release shinobi, so the system counted it as well. Now the progress of weather arts had reached 3/5. He only needed to defeat 1 lightning release Jonin, and 1 water release Jonin to unlock it. "The meeting starts now." Tsunade's voice rang out. "Report the situation." Natsuki came back to his senses and looked at her. At this moment, an Umbu shinobi was standing in front of her. Tonight, Suna split into 3 groups and attacked the main camp, the water source, and the medicine and food supply point. The Umbu shinobi answered, all 3 attacks ended in failure. After that, he reported tonight's casualties. Compared with Suna, Konoha's shinobi casualties were less than half of theirs. It could be called a great victory. Continue strengthening the defenses. Meeting dismissed. Tsunade did not say much. After listening to the report, she ended the Jonin meeting. The other Jonin left one after another, and in the end, only Nara Shikaku and Natsuki remained. Tsunade-sama. Shikaku took out a bottle of water and said, "This is water I collected from the water source." Tsunade nodded and opened a storage summoning scroll. She then took the water and tested it on the spot. No poison. Seeing the water had not changed color, Shikaku froze and asked, "Did Suna fail to poison it?" Tsunade also frowned, clearly finding it unexpected. "If I were Suna, I definitely wouldn't let the poison take effect immediately." Natsuki's mind moved and he said, "Because no matter whether tonight's operation failed or succeeded, we would check the water source and other supplies." "You mean Suna has already placed the poison, but it hasn't spread yet?" Tsunade immediately said, "I'm going to the water source to check the situation." She turned and left. Natsuki and Shikaku stood where they were and waited. Time slowly passed. Tsunade returned to the main tent. She looked at Natsuki and said, "You guessed right. The poison has already been placed at the bottom of the water, but they use special materials. It won't take effect until tomorrow. We underestimated Suna." Shikaku sighed and said, "They clearly used 3 attacks as a cover, yet they were still this cautious. If we hadn't cracked Chiyo's poison, this might have caused a disaster." Tsunade nodded and said, "When will the poison take effect?" Shikaku asked again. "Although Chiyo's poison is deadly, after being diluted by the water source, it will probably take effect tomorrow night." Tsunade paused for a moment and said, "Tomorrow's 3 meals will also ensure that most of Konoha's shinobi are poisoned." At the same time, in Suna's main camp. "Raza, you did very well." Chiyo praised him. "It is what I should do." Raza suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately replied, "Just in case, tomorrow night, send someone to infiltrate Konoha's main camp and see whether they really have been poisoned." Chiyo said in a deep voice, "Once most of Konoha's shinobi are poisoned, we will launch an all-out attack." Everyone from Suna answered in unison. To be continued. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Into the Trap. 30-29 words. Time arrived at the next day. After Natsuki got up, he walked out of the tent. Once last night's battle ended, Team 1's mission also came to an end. Of course, to mislead Suna, the necessary defenses were still indispensable. But that was the mission of another shinobi team. Team 1 was rewarded with 1 day of leave. However, the leave was not really leave. Natsuki still had other things to do. Kosuke, Nawaki, and Yakushi Nono stayed behind to train in his Soru. After breakfast, Natsuki entered Tsunade's tent. But at this moment, quite a few shinobi were standing inside her private resting tent. They were all medical nin. The reason was very simple. Before tonight's decisive battle, they needed to put on a show. After Tsunade saw him, she said, "Distribute the curse antidotes to them." Natsuki nodded. He took out a stack of storage summoning scrolls and handed one to each of them. "Do as I just told you." Tsunade said in a deep voice, "Whoever dares disobey orders will not be spared." "Yes, Tsunade-sama." Everyone's expressions tightened, and they hurriedly answered. "I will send Umbu to protect you." Tsunade added. Protection was one aspect and surveillance was another. Although the possibility of spies being mixed among the medical nin was very small, it was not impossible. Since it concerned victory in this war, Tsunade would not allow any accidents. After everyone bowed slightly, they turned and left. In the end, only Natsuki remained. "You've worked hard these past 2 days. When this war ends, you can all rest for a while." With no outsiders present, Tsunade relaxed. "Aren't we going to support Sensei and the others?" Natsuki asked in confusion. Naturally, we will support them. The corners of Tsunade's lips rose as she said, but the curse antidote isn't only meant to counter Hanzo's poison. We have to make it play its greatest role. Tsunade-sensei, you mean using the curse antidote to defeat Hanzo and settle Amigakure once and for all? Natsuki asked thoughtfully. Back then, when I praised you for being able to think from a Hokage's perspective at such a young age, I really wasn't exaggerating. Tsunade smiled and said, it's not just me. Sensei, Orochimaru, and the others are probably thinking the same thing. Natsuki nodded slightly. It was normal for Tsunade and the others to have this idea. After all, between countering Hanzo's poison and killing Hanzo, it went without saying which had greater value. Natsuki thought of another issue. In the original story, Hanzo did not die during the Second Shinobi World War. In the end, he became the key to Akatsuki's transformation. It was precisely because he kidnapped Konan and killed Yahiko that Nagato fell into darkness, causing Akatsuki to rush toward becoming the final villain. If Hanzo died ahead of time, what would happen to Akatsuki? But Natsuki could be certain that Nagato had to fall into darkness. Because Madara and Black Zetsu, who were hiding in the shadows, would make that happen. Natsuki had every reason to suspect that Nagato's parents had been killed by them, and Hanzo being able to kidnap Konan might also have been because they sold her out. If that was the case, whether Hanzo died or not would not change Nagato's outcome. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about it. There was no need to worry too much about the future. Killing Hanzo would benefit him more. And only by becoming stronger would he be more qualified to fight Madara and Black Zetsu in the future. How do you think we can use the curse antidote to defeat Hanzo? Tsunade stretched, then lay directly on the carpet and asked casually. First, we definitely can't let Hanzo know the curse antidote exists. Natsuki looked at Tsunade lying on the carpet and slowly spoke. Tsunade looked like a salted fish as she asked lazily, and second. We have to use it at the most critical moment of the war. As Natsuki spoke, he sat down on the carpet. When he looked over, he could just happen to see her clothes pulled taut at an angle. Natsuki thought of the battle between Hanzo, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru in the original story. If they had the curse antidote at that time, they most likely could have reversed the situation and defeated Hanzo. Very smart. Tsunade looked at the top of the tent and said, at least for now, we still haven't reached the most critical moment. With Sensei's ability, he will definitely be able to judge the situation. Natsuki expressed his trust in Orochimaru. Whether he had fallen into darkness or not, there was no doubt about his ability. He can indeed do that. Tsunade agreed. This was also why she had said earlier that Natsuki and the others would have time to rest. Of course, the premise was that they could win this war against Suna. Go handle your business. Tsunade waved her hand and said, I need to hide for now and pretend to be working on cracking Chiyo's poison. All right, Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki stood up, withdrew his gaze, and left the tent. The sun set in the west. A peaceful day came to an end. The shinobi in Konoha's main camp began eating dinner one after another. While eating, Natsuki heard panic outside the tent. Everyone, stop eating. Soon, an shinobi quickly spread the news throughout Konoha's main camp. That old woman's poison really is terrifying. Nawaki's face had already turned pale, and both hands were pressed against his abdomen. Fortunately, the poison has been diluted. Kosuke was experienced and immediately judged, we can probably hold out for 1 hour. Nono also showed symptoms, but she silently endured it and said nothing. Remember our mission. Natsuki put down his lunch box and said. Kosuke, Nawaki, and the others nodded. Tsunade-sama has ordered all jonin to go to the main tent for a meeting immediately. A moment later, an shinobi walked in, and said in a solemn tone, all poisoned shinobi are to head to the medical tent at once. We're all poisoned. Natsuki struggled to stand and said, we'll go to the medical tent now. The so-called medical tent was the place where medical nin treated the wounded. The four of them supported each other all the way to the medical tent. But by now the medical tent was already packed with people, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. To mislead Suna, Tsunade had not told anyone about the curse antidote except for a small number of people. The poisoned shinobi were not stupid. The only person who could poison them silently like this was Chiyo of Suna. Now that so many shinobi had been poisoned, how would they resist if Suna attacked? It was precisely because everyone was thinking this way that the morale of the shinobi in the medical tent was extremely low. Let's find a place to sit down. Natsuki swept his gaze around and said. Nawaki and the others nodded with gloomy expressions. They were all acting. Among them, Kosuke's acting was the best. No flaw could be seen. Fortunately, the medical tent was crowded now, so no one studied Nawaki and the others acting. All the medical nin had already started working. Before long, Tsukumo, who had gone to the meeting, appeared in front of them. There were also many jonin with him. The heavily poisoned shinobi will be escorted by us to the other main camp. Tsukumo shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, the shinobi inside and outside the medical tent became even more worried. The other main camp was the main camp where Orochimaru and the others were located. Clearly, too many people had been poisoned, and Tsunade had already decided to move them. Tsukumo walked up to him and said in a low voice, I will lead a group around to the rear of Suna's forces and surround them from both sides. This was his true purpose. Escorting the heavily poisoned shinobi was only an excuse. Leave the rest to me. Natsuki nodded and said. Tsukumo did not say more and began organizing the retreat of the heavily poisoned shinobi. At this time, Tsunade led some unpoisoned shinobi to Konoha's main camp to take up the defense. But in secret, she arranged for a group of Earth-release shinobi to bury explosive tags underground. The wind howled. Raza leaped down from the sky and entered Suna's main camp as fast as possible. How is the situation? Chiyo, who had been waiting the entire time, asked impatiently when she saw him. We succeeded. Raza said excitedly, at least half of Konoha's shinobi are poisoned. What about Tsunade? Chiyo felt slightly relieved, suppressed the excitement in her heart, and asked again. She personally led people to guard the entrance of Konoha's main camp, and Hitaki Tsukumo is transferring the wounded. Raza paused for a moment and said expectantly, Chiyo-sama, I suggest launching an all-out attack immediately. We cannot let them escape. You and Pakura will attack Konoha's main camp immediately. Chiyo no longer hesitated and gave the order. As early as daytime, most of Suna's shinobi had quietly moved closer to Konoha's main camp. From their current distance, if they moved at full speed, they could reach Konoha's main camp very quickly. Yes, Chiyo-sama. Raza turned and left. After leaving the tent, he immediately formed hand signs with both hands. Magnet release, sand cushion. The ground trembled, and a large amount of sand formed a cloud shape in front of him. He stepped onto it and turned into a streak of yellow light as he flew into the sky. As soon as he arrived at the location of Suna's main force, he immediately descended to the ground. Pakura, prepare for a direct assault. Raza got straight to the point. Pakura's heart shook, and she knew Chiyo's poisoning plan had already succeeded. She nodded and immediately passed down the order. A moment later, more than 4,000 Suna shinobi rushed toward Konoha's main camp at their fastest speed. With such a huge commotion, they were naturally discovered very quickly by the Hyuga clan's shinobi. Tsunade-sama. Hyuga Hizashi immediately reported, Suna's shinobi will arrive in 3 minutes. Zo, notify the medical nin to start detoxifying everyone. Tsunade ordered. An Umbu shinobi named Zo nodded and disappeared from where he stood. It's a pity Chiyo didn't come. Hizashi said with a regretful expression. It's normal that Chiyo didn't come. She needs to guard Suna's main camp. Narashikaku spoke, and under normal circumstances, more than 4,000 Suna shinobi could easily take down us while we're poisoned. It's better that she didn't come. If Suna came out in full force, they would have 1,000 more people than us. Tsunade looked into the distance and explained, even if we have the advantage because of the curse antidote, defeating them would still come at a significant cost. Hizashi immediately said, I did not think it through. It's nothing. Tsunade smiled and said, Raza and Pakura's value is not lower than Chiyo's. Both of them were Suna's future, and both possessed Kekkei Genkai. In addition, Chiyo's son Reki was still imprisoned in Konoha, so the outstanding members of Suna's younger generation might be wiped out in one sweep. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out. These were the traps set near Konoha's main camp being triggered. Prepare to defend. Tsunade shouted loudly. Although there were many traps near Konoha's main camp, they could not stop Suna's main force at all. In less than 10 seconds, all the traps were destroyed. Raza, Pakura, and the others entered the sight of everyone from Konoha. Under the night sky, the seemingly endless mass of Suna shinobi made many people from Konoha's expressions change sharply, and their faces turned heavy. After all, even now, they still did not know the truth behind this battle. From their perspective, most of Konoha's shinobi had been poisoned, while Suna had launched an all-out attack. They were completely at a disadvantage. Raza shouted loudly. The sky was immediately filled with colorful ninjutsu. Invisible wind blades, scorching flames, and ninja tools like a rainstorm poured down. It had originally been night, but now everything was completely lit up, with chakra currents everywhere. Konoha's shinobi also completed their defenses in time. In an instant, they released all kinds of defensive ninjutsu. But their numbers were ultimately too few. Even reaching 1,000 was difficult. The collision of ninjutsu produced an ear-piercing sound. Countless chaotic chakra currents raged through the air like a violent storm. Most of Konoha's shinobi revealed expressions of despair. Because the defensive ninjutsu they used was already on the verge of collapse. The ninjutsu used by Suna's shinobi mixed together, like ocean waves about to swallow them up. Everyone, retreat. Tsunade gritted her teeth and shouted, pretending to be extremely helpless. After hearing this, Konoha's shinobi retreated while continuing to use ninjutsu. Humph, where can you retreat to? Seeing this, Raza's face was filled with pride. After just the first round of confrontation, Suna had gained an absolute advantage. At present, the number of combat-ready shinobi Konoha could organize was only around 1,000. 4,000 against 1,000. There was absolutely no possibility of Suna losing. Most of Konoha's shinobi were in the medical tent. Although Hatake Sakuma was already moving them, there had been too little time. Being able to take away several hundred was already good. This meant Tsunade did not have much room to retreat. She could not abandon the Konoha shinobi in the medical tent. The only thing she could do was fight to the death and stall for time, allowing Sakumo to transfer as many people as possible. But he did not know that at this time, the people inside Konoha's medical tent had already swept away their earlier lifelessness, and become extremely excited. Because with the help of the medical nin, they had already been detoxified. Everyone, prepare for battle. Natsuki said loudly, once the explosive tag trap goes off, immediately go support them. Since turning the enemy's plan against them had already succeeded, naturally they would not stop at luring Raza and Pakura in. The explosive tag trap was a gift for Suna's shinobi. Tsunade had used all the explosive tags they brought this time, and even Natsuki had contributed quite a few. In only a short while, Tsunade led everyone back to the middle of Konoha's main camp. By now, they were already not far from the medical tent. Raza waved his hand. Everyone from Suna rushed excitedly into Konoha's main camp. Just then, many Suna Jonen's expressions changed drastically, because they smelled a familiar scent. In the next second, the large number of explosive tags buried underground all exploded. Firelight shot into the sky, like a pillar of smoke rising straight into the clouds. An incomparably huge firework exploded from the ground, and flames danced wildly in every direction like fire dragons. The Suna shinobi at the center of the explosion died tragically on the spot. Blood splashed out, then was instantly evaporated by the omnipresent heat. The Suna shinobi slightly farther away were swallowed by the aftermath of the explosion and screamed. Seeing this hellish scene, Raza's eyes nearly split open. Pakura was so frightened that she took a step back. At this moment, even if she were slow, she understood that this was a trap. Leave quickly. Pakura reacted and hurriedly shouted. Raza gritted his teeth and said, "We have to save them." At this time, more than 1,000 Suna shinobi were within the explosion range of the explosive tags. If he abandoned them and turned to run, not only would his conscience not allow it, but the position of Kazekage would also move farther away from him. The only plan now was to save a portion of them first, then retreat. Magnet release, gold dust waves. Raza raised both hands. The ground suddenly trembled, and countless grains of gold dust surged out like waves toward the flames. Wherever they passed, the flames were quickly extinguished. Magnet release really is powerful. Shikaku could not help but praise. No matter how powerful it is, he still fell into our trap. Hizashi said excitedly. Tsunade glanced at Natsuki and the others rushing over from not far away, then immediately shouted. After the explosive tags went off, the difference in numbers between the two sides was reversed. Instead, Konoha now held the numerical advantage. Aside from that, Suna also had a large number of shinobi injured by the explosive tag trap. Although they had not died, their strength would definitely be affected. The two sides clashed at close range. Konoha's shinobi collided with Suna's shinobi. Shadow Assassin. Natsuki disappeared from where he stood. Such a chaotic battlefield was the perfect opportunity for him to unlock character template abilities. He quickly arrived behind a Suna Tokubetsu Jonin. The Suna Tokubetsu Jonin, who was fighting a Konoha shinobi, did not notice that a shadow had appeared behind him at all. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Natsuki released Shadow Assassin, leaped up, and spun in the air. Water flowed around him, rotating like a water wheel. Kurosawa in his hand spun, and the current carried the blade light as it easily cut off the Suna Tokubetsu Jonin's head. The Konoha shinobi could not help but freeze. Fortunately, he recognized Natsuki, nodded at him, and then threw himself back into the battle. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and continued sneaking up on the next Suna Tokubetsu Jonin. Congratulations, host. Nami Template Ability 3, Cat Burglar, has been unlocked. After he silently killed 3 Suna Tokubetsu Jonin, a system notification appeared in front of his eyes in time. Natsuki glanced at it, then looked around to search for his next target. He planned to unlock Nami Template Ability 5, Weather Arts. Because it was already 2/3 complete. He only needed to defeat 1 Lightning Release Jonin, and 1 Water Release Jonin to unlock it. To be continued. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Against Raza 3181 words. Because of Suna's environment, they had the fewest shinobi skilled in water release, but that did not mean they had none. At this time, they were all following Raza to put out the fire and rescue people. Natsuki spotted them at once. As for Pakura, she was leading a group of elite Jonin to stop Tsunade, Hyuga Hizashi, and the others. Just as Natsuki locked onto a water release Jonin, the nearby Suna shinobi noticed him. 2 Suna shinobi formed hand signs with both hands and spat out a large number of wind blades. Under their shocked gazes, Natsuki threw out 2 Kurosawa. The instant Kurosawa collided with the wind blades, they immediately exploded. All the wind blades were swept into the explosion and shattered into fragments. "You're Natsuki." The 2 Suna shinobi cried out at the same time. "It seems I'm already quite famous." Natsuki chuckled softly, then used Sora to appear in front of the Suna shinobi on the left. His pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically, but it was already too late to form hand signs. Because Natsuki was too fast. At the moment of life and death, he instinctively drew the ninja blade at his waist and swung it out. Armament hockey. Natsuki caught his ninja blade with his left hand, while the index finger of his right hand stabbed toward his forehead. An invisible blade pierced through his head. Blood splattered everywhere. He fell with an expression of disbelief. What kind of ninjutsu is that? The Suna shinobi on the right could not help but widen his eyes. Shinobi seeing armament hockey for the first time would all find it difficult to understand. Because in a shinobi's common sense, only earth-release defensive ninjutsu could strengthen the body's defense. Other nature transformations usually defended from the front, such as water release. The most classic defensive ninjutsu was water release, water formation wall. Its effect was to create a wall of water in front of the user or around them. Earth release defensive ninjutsu were somewhat different. It had earth release, earth-style wall, which was similar to water release, water formation wall, and it also had earth release, earth spear and earth release, hardening technique, which were similar to armament hockey. Their effect was to strengthen the user's own body and increase defense. But their features were very obvious. The skin would turn black or take on an earthy color. That was different from armament hockey. Naturally, Natsuki did not explain it to him. With a flash, he arrived in front of him. The Suna shinobi hurriedly formed hand signs with both hands, and a huge wind blade stabbed out like a ninja blade. With a clang, Natsuki repeated the same method. He reinforced his left hand with armament hockey and grabbed the wind blade. At the same time, his right hand gripped the projected Kurosawa. One sword style, lion strike. A slash from top to bottom cut the Suna shinobi in half. Blood sprayed out, and his corpse fell to the ground. After dealing with the two Suna shinobi, Natsuki immediately used Shadow Assassin. His body turned into a shadow, and headed toward the water-release jonin he had locked onto. This was actually very risky. After all, this water-release jonin was in the team led by Raza. However, he was skilled and bold. On top of that, it would be easy for Tsunade and the others to support him. After Natsuki arrived behind him, he released Shadow Assassin. He leaped up, and the index finger of his right hand stabbed toward the man's back. Although taijutsu users were not highly valued in the shinobi world, high-level taijutsu was indeed more useful than ninjutsu in close combat. However, the high-level taijutsu in the shinobi world was far too advanced, such as the 8 Gates and 80 Gods vacuum attack. Most shinobi did not have Natsuki's conditions. As expected of a jonin, the Suna water-release jonin immediately sensed something was wrong. He immediately used the body flicker technique. Cracks appeared in the ground beneath his feet, and he vanished from where he stood at extremely high speed. Natsuki had already been mentally prepared for him to dodge. In an instant, he chased after him. His Sora was faster than the water-release jonin's body flicker technique. In the next second, his index finger struck him. A scream rang out. The water-release jonin felt as if his back had been pierced through. But he did not die immediately. He turned around and formed hand signs at the fastest speed, and a stream of water slammed toward Natsuki. Double circular slash. Natsuki put strength into both arms, and the two Kurosawa crossed, smashing the water stream apart, and cutting off the water-release jonin's head. But the water-release jonin's earlier scream had already been heard by the nearby Suna shinobi. Raza and the others instinctively looked toward Natsuki. Their first reaction was, when had he appeared? He was simply too daring. One had to know that this team was made up entirely of Suna jonin, gathered together to put out the fire and rescue people. But to kill the water-release jonin, Natsuki had essentially charged in alone. It's Natsuki. A Suna shinobi recognized him. After all, ever since Suna and Konoha began fighting, Natsuki had been especially active. In particular, his extremely long-range archery had given them endless headaches. Kill him. Raza's expression sank as he spoke. But he did not personally take action. First, there were enough Suna Jonin here. Second, he needed to put out the fire and rescue people. Because his magnet release had many uses, it was even more suitable than water release for putting out fires and saving people. In particular, his magnet release, Sand Cushion, could be used for aerial transport and carry the injured Suna shinobi away. In an instant, Natsuki felt a suffocating pressure. A large number of ninjutsu swept toward him like a violent storm. Natsuki immediately opened a storage summoning scroll. Ever since he unlocked True Projection Magecraft, the ninja tools he projected could exist for a long time. Although Shadow Space had a limited weight capacity, storing a few storage summoning scrolls was not a problem. He threw out a pile of swords and blades. Broken Phantasm. All the swords and blades suddenly trembled, then instantly shattered and exploded. Countless fragments scattered in every direction along with the chakra currents. They quickly collided with the oncoming ninjutsu, then exploded again. The ground suddenly cracked and sank downward. In the blink of an eye, a huge crater appeared at the center of the explosion. However, this explosion was ultimately caused by a collision. It was not like the earlier explosive tag detonation, which had caused Suna massive casualties. Fall back. The Suna Jonin witnessed the sudden explosion and cried out one after another. Natsuki locked onto his next target again, a lightning release Jonin. Before the explosion had completely dispersed, he immediately formed hand signs with both hands. Water release, hiding in mist technique. Thick mist quickly spread. But Suna had the most wind release shinobi. The moment the thick mist appeared, many wind release shinobi immediately formed hand signs. The mist lasted for less than a second before it was blown away completely. But for Natsuki, that was already enough. He turned into smoke and arrived behind the lightning release Jonin. After the mist was blown away, he returned to his body and took out two Kurosawa. Starburst Stream. The two Kurosawa slashed out horizontally. Don't even think about it. The first to react was not the lightning release Jonin, but his teammate. He drew the ninja blade on his back and slashed toward Natsuki. Natsuki turned his right wrist, and Kurosawa struck out in a spinning slash. His arms went numb, and his entire body retreated. Starburst Stream had a total of 16 consecutive strikes, and that spinning slash just now was the third strike. It was precisely because of this that he could force back the lightning release Jonin's teammate with one slash. After all, Starburst Stream was an A-rank sword technique. The lightning release Jonin was both shocked and furious. But lightning release had always been known for speed. In addition, his teammate had helped block one strike for him, giving him time to react. He opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling bolt of lightning. The lightning flashed like electricity and headed toward Natsuki's head. Natsuki's expression did not change. He crossed the two Kurosawa and slashed out, directly splitting the lightning in two. After that, he immediately used the next strike, a crossed upward slash. The two Kurosawa moved from top to bottom, intending to cut the lightning release Jonin's head in half. At the critical moment, another Suna Jonin stabbed toward Natsuki with a ninja blade. If Natsuki did not defend, he would die together with the lightning release Jonin. Natsuki's expression did not change. His left hand instantly reversed its grip on the sword, and cut downward in a thrusting slash. With a clang, the ninja blade was blocked. At the same time, the lightning release Jonin let out a scream. Although one Kurosawa had been missing from the attack, the other Kurosawa still wounded him. A bloody mark appeared across his chest. If not for his quick reaction and slight dodge, that bloody mark would have appeared on his neck. But he still did not survive. In the span of a breath, Starburst Stream was fully completed. Aside from the two Suna Jonin who reacted especially quickly and came to rescue him, the other Suna Jonin all froze for an instant. After all, this scene was too brutal. Natsuki had not only charged into their team alone, but had also killed two Jonin in an extremely short time. If word of this spread, who would believe it? But what followed was anger born from humiliation. Natsuki had killed 2 of their teammates right in front of them. As Jonin, how could they endure it? The wind-release shinobi were the first to act. Dense winds turned into the sharpest blades and blew toward Natsuki. Fortunately, Natsuki also had teammates. Natsuki, move. Kosuka's voice rang out. Natsuki used white blow without hesitation, using smoke to fly into the air. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. A shuriken suddenly trembled in midair, then turned into countless shuriken. This was what made Kosuka legendary. He had not only learned water release from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, but had also learned the shuriken shadow clone technique from the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Countless shuriken fell like rain. In an instant, the wind blades were knocked away one after another. Natsuki, I'm here. Nawaki formed hand signs with both hands, and a huge water dragon flew out. Taking advantage of the wind blades being blocked by the shuriken, the water dragon turned and rushed into Suna's shinobi. But the water dragon did not cause any effective damage. Asuna Jonin raised both hands, and a wind blade flew out. This wind blade was different from the previous wind blades. It spun rapidly, swallowing the water dragon like a vortex. The water dragon was torn apart, and water splashed everywhere. But even with Kosuka and Nawaki joining in, the danger Natsuki faced did not decrease. The ground split open, and 2 puppets attacked him. A cracking sound rang out. A hole opened in the chest of one puppet, revealing a huge needle tube. Countless senbon shot out at high speed. The other puppet swung its chains, and 2 chains wrapped toward Natsuki. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. Natsuki's body swayed, and Kurosawa, in his hand, swung out fiercely. 2 clangs rang out. The 2 chains were knocked aside. Before the senbon could reach him, Natsuki's body turned directly into smoke. The senbon sank into the smoke and caused no damage. They passed through one after another and fell to the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Seeing this, many Suna shinobi were shocked. But they were all experts who had experienced blood and fire. In an instant, they launched another attack. Dazzling lightning spread out. The lightning landed and moved toward the smoke Natsuki had turned into. Natsuki immediately restored his body. Doll, X formation. 5 dolls appeared and formed a high-intensity defensive barrier. The lightning was immediately blocked. Natsuki put strength into both arms, and threw out for swords of the Thunder God. When one of the Suna Jonin saw this, he hurriedly warned, "Watch out, those swords can explode." The Suna shinobi moved away from the swords of the Thunder God one after another. The 4 swords of the Thunder God exploded, but they had no effect. Natsuki could not help but shake his head. A shinobi battle was a battle of intelligence. That saying truly carried weight. He had used Broken Phantasm too many times, so Suna's shinobi had long since learned about it. Natsuki disappeared from where he stood. The Suna shinobi instinctively looked around. In the next second, Natsuki appeared above their heads. Poison clouds dwelling. He stretched out both hands. The liquid poison immediately evaporated, turning into a large amount of poison cloud that quickly scattered. The nearest Suna shinobi had never expected him to use poison, and touched the poison cloud at once. In the next second he screamed. Smoke rose from his clothes and skin. It was scorched black smoke caused by corrosion. It's poison. The Suna shinobi hurriedly retreated and immediately took ordinary antidotes. But clearly, ordinary antidotes could not neutralize the poison from the Gordon template. Quite a few people were corroded because of it. But that was all. They soon discovered that the poison cloud only had a corrosive effect, and its power was at most equivalent to a B-rank ninjutsu. Asuna Jonin quickly arrived in front of him. Natsuki gripped Kurosawa without hesitation. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Kurosawa swung out, and a stream of water struck the Suna Jonin. But unexpectedly, it had no effect at all. Only a crisp sound rang out. Natsuki immediately reacted. This was a puppet master. The real him was hiding inside the puppet. Just then, the puppet master raised both arms. Dense blades extended out and spun as they attacked Natsuki from the left and right. The other Suna shinobi did not stay idle either. They formed hand signs one after another. Water release, water formation wall. Kosuka and Nawaki formed hand signs at the same time. 2 water walls blocked in front of Natsuki. But this could only block the attacks from one side. At that moment, a figure appeared. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Nono tightened her small face and stomped down. A tremendous force tore through the ground, and web-like cracks spread rapidly. Countless pieces of rubble scattered in every direction. However, this level of attack was not difficult for the Suna shinobi to deal with. After all, the one using monstrous strength was not Tsunade but Nono. Fortunately, she still blocked quite a few attacks for Natsuki. Armament Hockey. Facing the puppet master's blades, Natsuki did not dodge or evade. He leaped up directly. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. He unleashed several rotating slashes in an instant. The nearby rainwater was drawn in, and turned into a water dragon descending from the sky. With a crack, the puppet broke apart. The puppet master inside opened his mouth, then lost his breath. Because Kurosawa had left several bone-deep bloody wounds on his body. Without even looking at him, Natsuki immediately raised his hand. Violet umbrella. A liquid barrier unfolded in front of Nono. As a medical nin, she should not have gone deep into the front line, but when she saw Natsuki fall into danger, she chose to act. Just as Natsuki was about to send her away, his brow suddenly rose. Because the battle cries in the distance suddenly became intense. The Suna shinobi instinctively looked over, and their hearts could not help but tremble. Because several hundred Konoha shinobi had appeared behind Suna's forces. Suna, already at a disadvantage, now had no chance of victory. Most importantly, those several hundred Konoha shinobi had blocked their path of retreat. Raza also noticed Konoha's sudden reinforcements. After thinking carefully, he understood. This was the group of shinobi Hitaki Tsukumo had taken away. Raza's heart sank. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to give up putting out the fire and rescuing people. Because if they continued rescuing them, all of Suna's shinobi would die here. The most urgent priority now was to retreat. You retreat. I'll kill him. Raza's body flashed, and he arrived in front of Natsuki. Natsuki's performance just now had even surprised him. He was no ordinary jonin. Although Suna had more jonin, killing him would definitely come at a considerable price. Now that Suna was deep in a disadvantageous situation, every jonin was extremely valuable. Raza did not want to sacrifice more jonin because of Natsuki. Yes, Raza-sama. When the Suna jonin heard this, they immediately organized the other shinobi and began retreating. As for Natsuki, he was dead for sure. They knew Raza's strength very well, especially since he had mastered the powerful Kekkai Genkai, magnet release. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and met Raza's gaze. Congratulations, host. Nami Template Ability 5, Weather Arts, has been unlocked. The system notification sounded. Unfortunately, the sorcery Climact had not been crafted yet, or Weather Arts could have been used right now. But he did not have the time to think too much about it. Because he had encountered the strongest enemy since becoming a shinobi. Raza, the future 4th Kazekage of Suna, and the father of the 5th Kazekage, Gaara. In the original story, his death had been rather abrupt. He was assassinated by Orochimaru. But that did not mean his strength was weak. After all, he possessed magnet release. The previous person to possess magnet release was the 3rd Kazekage, who had been known as the strongest Kazekage. Moreover, the original story mentioned that Raza used magnet release many times to suppress the one-tail Shikaku. He was an unquestionable Kage-level expert. But the current him was still young, after all, so his strength was somewhat weaker than his original story self. Even so, for Natsuki, he was still an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. Kirigaya Kazuto Template Ability 5, The Eclipse, required defeating a battlefield commander to unlock. Chiyo had not come, so Raza and Pakura were undoubtedly the battlefield commanders and could satisfy the condition. Aside from that, defeating Raza would most likely trigger a new character template. After all, he was strong and famous. Natsuki had already gained a rough understanding of the system's pattern for triggering character templates. Someone like Raza had a 99% chance of triggering a character template. To be continued. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Captured Alive 3204 Words Magnet Release, Gold Dust Spear. Raza wasted no words and directly raised his hand. The ground trembled and gold dust immediately surged out from deep below, spinning as it formed a long spear. A golden drill formed at the spearhead, and it roared out like a giant dragon. Soon as magnet release was divided into two types. One was magnet release, iron sand, which allowed the user to freely control objects containing iron, as well as the iron within sand and soil. The third Kazekage's magnet release was magnet release, iron sand. The other was magnet release, gold dust, which changed from controlling iron to controlling gold. Raza's magnet release was magnet release, gold dust. If the one who had come were the third Kazekage, Natsuki definitely would not be able to win. Because in theory, many of the blades and swords he projected also contained iron. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki stood where he was and swung his blade. The rapidly moving blade light struck the spear like a cannonball. The blade light exploded. The golden drill on the spear was immediately blown apart, and a large amount of gold dust scattered across the ground. But Raza only moved his fingers, and the gold dust on the ground flew up again, condensing back into a golden drill. A piercing sound tore through the air. Instead of retreating, the spear advanced, and its speed increased even more. Nawaki instinctively wanted to step forward and help, but Kosuke stopped him. He understood very clearly what this battle meant to Natsuki. Raza was very famous in Suna, and he had learned magnet release from the third Kazekage. If Natsuki could defeat him, his fame would naturally soar. Although some shinobi did not care about fame, fame was still very useful. For example, when competing for the position of Hokage. Of course, there was another reason. Kosuke understood Natsuki's strength. This level of attack was nothing to him. If Natsuki were truly in danger, even before they acted, Tsunade and the others would step in to save him. After all, a life only came once. As long as he stayed alive, fame would naturally follow. Armament Hockey. One sword style, Iai, Lion Song. Natsuki gripped Kurosawa. Armament Hockey wrapped around Kurosawa's blade. His entire body suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Kurosawa tore through the air and cut toward the spear in the most direct way. The spear was sliced open and split into two. Raza's gaze sharpened slightly. He felt a sharp edge rushing toward him, as if it would cut him in half in the next second. It had to be said that Natsuki's swordsmanship was indeed very strong. Aside from Hitaki Tsukumo, Raza had never seen anyone with stronger swordsmanship than him. At most, Hanzo could be added to that list. His swordsmanship was also extremely troublesome. As Raza thought this, he waved his hand casually. A huge cube blocked in front of him. Natsuki appeared and Kurosawa sank deeply into the cube. But the cube condensed from gold dust was far too sturdy, making it very difficult for him to pierce through. At that moment, Raza pressed his palm against the cube. Under the force, the cube slammed toward Natsuki. Kurosawa bent for an instant. He immediately let go and used Soru. The cube missed, brushing past the corner of Natsuki's clothes as it flew into the distance. But it did not fly for long before it scattered across the ground and sank underground. Raza formed hand signs with both hands. Dense gold dust surged out from underground again, rushing in every direction like waves. As soon as Natsuki landed, the gold dust grabbed toward him like tentacles. He projected a new Kurosawa and charged forward. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. A large amount of water flowed around him. As he dodged in the narrow space, he rapidly swung his blade. In the blink of an eye, several tentacle-like strands of gold dust were shattered by him. Seeing this, Raza's gaze sharpened, and he directly raised both hands. More gold dust appeared, combining together to form a massive wave. The enormous wave blotted out the sky and pressed down on Natsuki. White blow. Natsuki flew into the sky at once. Seeing this, Raza immediately controlled the gold dust to change shape, forming a giant hand that grabbed toward him. Water breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. Natsuki spun his body. Water appeared out of thin air, swirling around him. As he swung his blade, the water formed a whirlpool and smashed into the giant hand. The giant hand trembled fiercely, then broke apart. Using the recoil, Natsuki flew even higher. Raza snorted coldly and formed hand signs with both hands. Gold dust formed a cloud-like sand cushion in front of him. He jumped onto it and also flew into the air. The two of them rising into the sky attracted the attention of many people. After all, in the shinobi world, shinobi who could fly were extremely rare. Tsunade instinctively glanced over and discovered that it was Natsuki and Raza. Thinking of Raza's strength, she could not help but feel worried. On the other side, Pakura frowned slightly. She felt that there was no need for Raza to get entangled with Natsuki. It would be better to retreat directly. She knew very well what Raza was thinking. First, he believed he was stronger and could kill Natsuki. Second, Suna's defeat was already set, and he was undoubtedly the main culprit. If he could kill Natsuki, he could make up for his failure. Raza stared at Natsuki and raised both hands. Magnet release, gold dust world method. Under his control, gold dust flew toward Natsuki. As it approached, the gold dust suddenly spread and produced sharp spikes like bamboo shoots. Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust. Natsuki leaped forward. While avoiding the golden spikes, he dropped down at extremely high speed. With Kurosawa in front, his entire body seemed to become a blade, stabbing toward Raza during his high-speed movement. Raza frowned slightly. He controlled the sand cushion to descend, then formed hand signs with both hands. The ground trembled, and like a volcanic eruption, it spewed out a large amount of gold dust. The gold dust surged out, rushing to bombard Natsuki. Natsuki slashed out, only forcing back part of the gold dust for the moment. More gold dust came from every direction, intending to swallow him up. Doll, heavy child formation. Natsuki summoned 5 dolls. After the dolls took formation, a powerful laser appeared. A path was immediately blasted through the gold dust. Natsuki disappeared in midair. All the gold dust collided together, but it hit nothing. Raza could not help but let out a breath. At the same time, he felt surprised. What ninjutsu had Natsuki used just now? He could actually walk in the air. And his speed was not slow either. But he had no time to think further. Natsuki's attack had already arrived in front of him. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. The blade swung down from above, and water fell from the sky like a waterfall. Raza's field of vision was filled with a large amount of water. Magnet release, gold dust cube. The golden cube appeared again. At the same time, Raza willed it, accelerated, and pulled away. The water crashed into the golden cube, and sent it falling into the ground. But Raza had already dodged, so Natsuki's water-breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin did not cause any effective damage. However, he was not in a hurry. Suna's defeat was now like a collapsing mountain. The longer this dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for Raza. Doll Victory Formation. After Natsuki landed, the 5 dolls charged toward Raza. They formed a V shape in the air, like a sharp blade suddenly leaving its sheath. Seeing this, Raza raised his hand and waved. The ground surged, and a wave of gold dust flew out, swallowing the 5 dolls. Natsuki was not surprised. He took a deep breath, gripped Kurosawa, and rushed forward. Raza recognized this as the one-sword style, Iai, lion song that Natsuki had used earlier. Although it was powerful, it could not break through his defense. Moreover, repeating the same sword technique meant that Natsuki's strongest momentum had passed, and he was beginning to fall into a disadvantage. However, Raza still did not let down his guard. Because he knew Natsuki still had Broken Phantasm, which he had yet to use. In particular, the way he had previously taken out a pile of swords and blades from a storage summoning scroll to detonate them had been extremely powerful. With a wave of both hands, Raza created a golden cube to block in front of him. The golden cube trembled and Natsuki appeared. Just like before, Kurosawa embedded itself inside it, and could no longer advance. Raza chuckled softly and waved his hand. The ground beneath Natsuki's feet immediately trembled as gold dust broke through the earth. Armament Hockey. Reinforcement Magecraft. Natsuki raised his right hand, and his index finger pierced through the golden cube before heading toward Raza. Raza was shocked. An unprecedented sense of danger rose in his heart. He instinctively retreated, but it was already too late. Because he had too much faith in the defensive power of Magnet Release, Gold Dust Cube. Most importantly, he was attacking Natsuki, and could not change his move in time. Raza gritted his teeth, and simply increased his chakra output. Blood sprayed. An invisible chakra current pierced through his body. Fortunately, it did not hit his forehead or heart. Raza endured the pain and controlled even more gold dust to surge toward Natsuki. In an instant, Natsuki was wrapped in gold dust. But in the next second, he used Soru and vanished. Seeing this, Raza was so angry that he nearly spat blood. He had no time to pursue and retreated while clutching his wound. Raza-sama is actually injured. Although the other Suna shinobi were organizing a retreat, they had not withdrawn very far. There was no way around it. Tsunade was in front, and Hitaki Sakuma was behind them. Breaking through would not be easy. Because of this, many people were watching the battle between Raza and Natsuki. Now that they saw Raza injured, every one of them showed shocked expressions. As expected, this Raza isn't Natsuki's match, Nawaki said with an excited expression. Kosuke understood Raza's situation better than he did. It was not that Raza was weak, but that Natsuki's self-created taijutsu had played its role. A single finger had actually pierced through such a thick gold dust cube. Who could have expected that? Before this, such powerful taijutsu had never existed in the shinobi world. Kosuke felt that what he had said earlier, that Natsuki would become a taijutsu master, would soon come true. Well done. A smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Pakura, on the other hand, looked stunned. She had fought Natsuki before. His archery was indeed very powerful. But in his battle with Raza, he had not used archery. Only now did Pakura realize that when they attacked the outpost back then, even if they had countered Natsuki's archery, it would still have been very difficult to win. Raza, hurry and retreat. Pakura took the chance to shout. She had not reminded him earlier because Raza and Natsuki had been evenly matched, and Raza had even held a slight advantage. But now that he was injured, it was uncertain who would win if he continued fighting. Moreover, without her and Raza, it would be difficult for Suna to retreat. When Raza heard this, his expression immediately turned extremely ugly. In Suna, he was a genius admired by everyone, and his strength truly lived up to the title of genius. Many people even believed he would be the next Kazekage. Young and proud, he had suffered a loss at the hands of a Konoha shinobi younger than himself. Most importantly, he felt that the loss had only happened because he had been careless, and had not expected Natsuki to have a method like Shurgon. Although Natsuki had used it earlier, Raza had been busy putting out the fire and rescuing people, so he had not noticed it. And even if he had noticed, he might not have been able to defend against it. After all, Natsuki had not only used Shurgon, but also armament hockey and reinforcement magecraft. Under the double reinforcement, the power of Shurgon had more than doubled. Unwillingness appeared on Raza's face. Although he knew Pakura was right, he could not bring himself to retreat after being injured. Raza's gaze sharpened, and he decided to use his full strength for one final attack. Even if he could not kill Natsuki, he had to heavily injure him. Thinking this, Raza immediately formed hand signs with both hands. Magnet release, gold dust waves. Raza clapped his hands together. The entire ground began to tremble violently. Fall back. Natsuki shouted in a grave tone. Clearly, Raza was no longer holding back, and was preparing to kill him. With a rumble, the ground cracked open with Raza at the center, and countless streams of gold dust surged out. They covered the entire sky like a rainstorm. Countless grains of gold dust filled Natsuki's vision. For most shinobi, such a large-scale attack left nowhere to escape. But Natsuki was not among most shinobi. Natsuki shot up from the ground and quickly rushed into the sky. Don't even think about it. Raza had seen Jeppo before, so he knew there was a high chance Natsuki would use it. He formed hand signs with both hands again. Magnet release, gold dust grand burial. Terrifying chakra was poured into the ground, and the earth trembled like an earthquake. The originally ordinary ground completely turned into gold dust, shining brilliantly. But behind this rich-looking magnet release ninjutsu was killing intent. In the original story, Gaara used Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral. Its effect was to crush all matter within the area covered by sand. Magnet release, gold dust grand burial was the predecessor of Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral, but it was denser and heavier than ordinary sand. Because it used gold dust. The entire ground turned into gold dust and flew toward the sky. Like ocean waves, it was both vast and fast. Raza's entire face was tense. Clearly, this was his all-out attack. Natsuki looked down and saw an extremely spectacular scene. Flowing gold dust was everywhere, and its momentum was so great that it seemed about to cover the entire sky. Seeing this, Tsunade instinctively wanted to step forward and rescue him, but Pakura held her back. Nawaki immediately became anxious. Kosuke was calmer than him and instantly threw out a shuriken. Shuriken shadow clone technique. But the dense shuriken that struck the gold dust were all knocked away. Natsuki immediately opened a storage summoning scroll. A large number of swords and blades were thrown out by him. In a certain sense, he countered Raza. Because Raza was a shinobi biased toward wide-area attacks. Against Natsuki, that was not as lethal. However, making the scene bigger would leave a deeper impression on Konoha and Suna's shinobi, which would help increase his fame. Broken Phantasm. Natsuki snapped his fingers. All the swords and blades suddenly exploded. Chakra currents surged into the sky, turning into a violent white light. Seeing this, Raza also shouted fiercely. The gold dust trembled and released a deafening sound. Two explosions burst open in midair, and countless fragments and gold dust scattered in every direction. The Suna and Konoha shinobi who were fighting could not help but freeze. They all retreated at the same time. Raza could not help but gasp for breath. With a casual wave, he stepped onto a sand cushion. The sand cushion retreated at extremely high speed. Raza clutched his wound and looked toward the sky. At this moment, the sky was still extremely chaotic, and the exact situation could not be seen. He did not know whether Natsuki was dead or not. But he believed he was already dead, because he believed in the power of his magnet release, gold dust grand burial. Unfortunately, Suna had still lost this war. They had suffered too many losses. Out of 4,000 shinobi, if 1,000 could remain after the retreat ended, that would already be a victory. With so many shinobi dead or captured, it would be very difficult for Suna to continue fighting Konoha. The only option was to seek peace. Just as Raza was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill run through him. A shadow on the ground leaped up and transformed into Natsuki. How is that possible? Seeing Natsuki completely unharmed, Raza's heart shook violently. Actually, it was very simple. Although magnet release, gold dust grand burial was powerful, its range was also very large. Once the range was large, the power would not be so concentrated. Although this level of power was enough to crush most shinobi to pieces, Natsuki was different. He had armament hockey, reinforcement magecraft, doll, X-formation, and violet umbrella. Moreover, Raza's magnet release leaned toward physical attacks. Natsuki had blocked it without even using the Logia-type smoke fruit. After blocking it, he used the explosion to obstruct Raza's vision and activated Shadow Assassin. The instant Raza lost focus, he jumped out. Starburst Stream. Natsuki held to Kurosawa and instantly swung his blades. Raza's reaction speed was very fast. He instinctively controlled the gold dust to block in front of him. But Starburst Stream was not one strike, it was 16 strikes. His gold dust only blocked the first 3 strikes. The remaining 13 all landed on his body. In an instant, Raza felt intense pain spread through his entire body. Blood sprayed wildly, and he fainted directly. Natsuki grabbed Raza and immediately retreated. Because the other Suna shinobi had released a dense wave of ninjutsu toward him. Save him! Tsunade flashed forward, directly abandoning Pakura, and blocking in front of Natsuki. She punched out, shattering many of the ninjutsu into pieces. Kosuka and the others also formed hand signs one after another, blocking the remaining ninjutsu. Tsunade-sensei, I did not fail you. Natsuki smiled and set Raza down. Tsunade was immediately speechless. She truly had not expected Natsuki to capture Raza alive. After all, Raza was older and had the magnet release Kekei Genkai. She had to admit, Natsuki had given her a huge surprise. Hizashi, take Raza away. After Tsunade finished speaking, she looked toward the retreating Pakura, and said happily, if the two of us take down Pakura, we can end this war. Pakura sensed her gaze, and her face could not help but turn pale. She felt that Suna might truly end here. With Raza captured, it was impossible for her alone to lead the rest of Suna's shinobi out. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Pakura captured 3301 words. Tsunade had always acted decisively. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed toward Pakura with the body flicker technique. Chakra enhanced strength. She clenched her fist and swung it. Seeing this, Natsuki thought to himself that Tsunade's taijutsu really was limited. The only thing she had that stood out was her chakra enhanced strength. Moreover, she still had not learned the creation rebirth, so she could not rely on recovery the way she did in the original work. However, if she learned the Rokushiki and armament hockey, she would definitely be able to improve even further. When the time came, fighting Hanzo would be much easier. Perhaps it might even trigger a new character template for Natsuki. After all, there were quite a lot of teacher-type characters, and many of them were very powerful. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Kurogaya Kazuto Template Ability 5, the Eclipse. Natsuki came back to his senses and could not help nodding. Raza was Suna's commander. After defeating him, he had unlocked the enhanced version of Starburst Stream, the Eclipse. The Eclipse was also one of the dual-wielding sword skills, but it had 27 consecutive strikes. Starburst Stream only had 16 consecutive strikes. With this, the Kirigaya Kazuto template had been fully unlocked. Pakura immediately moved her hands. A large number of kunai were thrown out by her. Tsunade did not dodge. Just as she was about to punch them away, a liquid barrier appeared in front of her. It was Violet Umbrella, cast by Natsuki. The kunai crashed into it and were instantly corroded. Tsunade glanced at it, then stepped forward. As the ground cracked beneath her feet, she leaped into the air. She avoided the Violet Umbrella, descended from above, and punched toward Pakura. Pakura retreated and dodged Tsunade's punch. But the wind pressure from the fist made her body tremble, causing her discomfort. Fortunately, she was not fighting alone. Asuna Jonin nearby stretched out both hands. A puppet charged toward Tsunade. Tsunade paid no attention to the puppet. Instead of retreating, she advanced, twisted her body, and kicked at Pakura. Natsuki flashed in front of the puppet. One sword style, III, Lion Song. Armament Hockey. Reinforcement Magecraft. Under Natsuki's full burst of power, his body suddenly vanished from where he stood. Kurosawa was strengthened twice over, and he swung it out in one slash. The entire puppet was instantly split in two, the cut surface extremely smooth. The Suna Jonin was dumbfounded. The materials used for puppets were no different from ninja tools. Because of that, this was the first time he had encountered someone who could cut his puppet in half with a single slash. But Natsuki did not press the advantage. Because Kosuka stood in front of him, and took over the battle against the Suna Jonin in his place. Seeing this, Natsuki immediately turned toward Pakura. A scorching aura spread through the air. The moment he turned his head, he saw Pakura spit out a sea of fire toward Tsunade. Water release, water formation wall. Natsuki formed hand seals with both hands. A wall of water blocked Tsunade's front. At the same time, he leaped up, stepped on the water wall, and swung his sword fiercely in midair. Water breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. With one slash, a whirlpool like a long dragon appeared. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Pakura sensed danger and immediately formed hand seals. Several fireballs flew out. The moment they touched the water current, they instantly evaporated it. Moreover, the fireballs did not lose momentum and slammed toward Natsuki. Natsuki's gaze sharpened. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder could be considered Pakura's killing move. Its effect was to evaporate all the water inside the target's body in an instant. Natsuki did not dare take it head-on and immediately dodged. Tsunade had fought Pakura for a long time earlier, and also understood how terrifying Scorch release, extremely steaming murder was. Like Natsuki, she dodged to the left. Pakura had gained the upper hand, but she did not continue attacking. Instead, she turned and ran. She knew very clearly that she could not defeat Natsuki and Tsunade. Therefore, the moment she found an opportunity, she wanted to escape. But Tsunade and Natsuki naturally would not let her get her wish. Water breathing, seventh form, drop ripple thrust. Natsuki suddenly moved. Water spread around him. In an instant, he arrived behind Pakura. Pakura heard the sound of air being torn apart, and instinctively took out a kunai, turning around to block. But in her haste, the tremendous force sent her flying backward. At the same time, Tsunade clenched her fist and punched toward her. In midair, Pakura's expression changed abruptly, but she reacted quickly. She clapped her hands together, and a gust of wind surrounded her, causing her speed to increase sharply. She barely avoided Tsunade's punch. But while she was using wind release, Natsuki used Soru and arrived in front of her. Armament Hockey. Leaf Whirlwind. Natsuki kicked out. Pakura crossed her arms in front of her. Pakura's face turned pale. The places where her arms met Natsuki's right leg showed signs of bone fracture. Enduring the pain, she kicked at Natsuki. While Natsuki dodged backward, she gritted her teeth and formed hand seals. Scorch release, extremely steaming murder. Several fireballs aimed at Natsuki and Tsunade. Broken Phantasm. Natsuki flicked both hands, and several kunai flew out. The moment they touched the fireballs, they exploded violently. The air instantly distorted, and flames scattered everywhere. Tsunade bent her legs and suddenly exerted force, her whole body rushing toward Pakura like a flash of lightning. Pakura felt despair rising in her heart, but she still had not given up. She opened her mouth and spat out a fierce gale. Tsunade punched out. The fierce gale shattered like glass. White Vine. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Natsuki turned into smoke and wrapped around Pakura's graceful body. Because Pakura was focused on dealing with Tsunade, she failed to react in time. Tsunade had seen White Vine before. Seeing that Natsuki had bound Pakura, she used the body flicker technique and stepped forward. She clenched her fist and knocked Pakura unconscious with one punch. With this, both of Suna's commanders had been captured alive by Konoha. Natsuki released White Vine and restored his body. Without any delay, he immediately threw himself back into battle. With Pakura and Raza captured, this battlefield would not last much longer. Natsuki still had one ability he needed to unlock. That was Gordon Template's Poison to Medicine. And now was also a very suitable time to fulfill its unlock condition. Natsuki moved across the battlefield. Whenever he saw ninjutsu attacking Konoha Jonin, he threw out a violet umbrella to help defend them. Tsunade froze. What was going on? She had originally intended to have Natsuki take Pakura away, but before she could even speak, Natsuki had already disappeared. Tsunade swept her gaze around and found that he was saving people. She was slightly stunned, then could not help sighing that he really was an outstanding inheritor of the will of fire. Shikisuk, immediately notify Tsukumo to encircle them. Tsunade said in a deep voice, also spread the word. Pakura and Raza have already been captured. Tell the remaining Suna shinobi to give up resisting. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Nara Shikisuk quickly replied. Pakura and Raza have already been captured. Give up resisting and you may be spared. Soon, many shinobi began shouting. The voices rose one after another. The Suna shinobi who were still fighting immediately revealed expressions of disbelief. But Pakura and Raza were indeed gone. After hesitating for a moment, many Suna shinobi gave up resisting one after another. Only a small number of people were still fighting. But their struggle was destined to be useless. Before long, they had all been suppressed. Nawaki shouted excitedly. With him taking the lead, the other Konoha shinobi also began shouting in excitement. Tsunade smiled and did not stop them. This was indeed something worth celebrating. After several months of battle, they had finally won the war against Suna. Although Chiyo and the others still remained, their numbers were no longer something to fear. Lock up all the Suna shinobi and keep them under centralized guard. After they finished celebrating, Tsunade began issuing orders. The injured Konoha shinobi are to remain where they are and wait for rescue. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Gordon Template Ability 5, Poison to Medicine. Natsuki could not help letting out a breath of relief. It seemed that his frantic use of Violet Umbrella, at the last moment to save people had been the right move. Very good. Another character template had been successfully and completely fused. The greatest value of the Gordon template was none other than Poison to Medicine and Curse Antidote. When he fought Aim later, he would no longer need to be overly cautious of Hanzo and the salamander's poison. And without poison, Hanzo's strength would be greatly reduced. Of course, his swordsmanship and water release were also very powerful. Otherwise, relying on poison alone, it would have been impossible for him to suppress Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Even if they had only been the younger version of the legendary Sannin. In terms of strength, Natsuki felt that he was most likely Kage level. He had to admit that for a small ninja village, and one outside the 5 great shinobi villages at that, Aim producing a powerhouse like Hanzo was extremely rare. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Sasaki Kojiro Template Ability 5, Tsubame Geishi. Natsuki could not help letting out a soft sound of surprise. This was an unexpected joy. He had not expected to unlock Tsubame Geishi as well. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Its unlock condition was to fight a defensive battle at a gate. Today's battle had taken place right in front of Konoha's main camp. Moreover, Suna had been attacking while they were defending, perfectly matching the requirement. Natsuki stood where he was and received the information on Tsubame Geishi. Although it was a sword technique, it also combined space-time ninjutsu. It could swing 3 slashes in an instant, directly aiming for the target's head. Most shinobi would find it very difficult to react to. Natsuki nodded slightly, then thought of unlimited blade works from the heroic spirit Amiya template. Its unlock condition was to stop a war. Logically speaking, this war between Konoha and Suna should count as well. He had captured Raza, and then captured Pakura together with Tsunade. Without question, he was the absolute core behind Konoha's victory. It would not be wrong to say that he had stopped this war. The only explanation was that Konoha's war had not yet ended. After all, Suna had not asked for peace yet, and AIM was still fighting Konoha. Just then, a line of text appeared and interrupted Natsuki's thoughts. You have awakened the Misaka Mikoto template. Natsuki could not help freezing for a moment. He had not expected to awaken 2 female character templates in a row. But awakening the Misaka Mikoto template was not unreasonable. Because, like Raza, she also used magnetism. However, she did not only use magnetism. She could also use electromagnetic waves and high-voltage electric currents. Misaka Mikoto came from a certain magical index, and a certain scientific railgun. She was the 3rd-ranked level 5 Esper among the 7 Espers of Academy City, Academy City's strongest Electromaster, codenamed Railgun. Natsuki had watched the anime a long time ago in his previous life. But he had already forgotten many of the plot lines. He only remembered a somewhat Shinibu line. My lightning dancing at your fingertips is the unchanging faith of my life. Natsuki came back to his senses and looked at his newly obtained character template. Name, Misaka Mikoto. Period, level 5. World, a certain magical index, a certain scientific railgun. Rank, S rank. Ability 1, Railgun, unlocked. Effect, uses the principle of electromagnetic induction to launch a coin or another object, possessing extremely high accuracy and destructive power. Ability 2, Lightning Spear, locked. Effect, a blue-white spear of light formed from powerful electric current, able to travel in a straight trajectory at the speed of light. Unlock condition, defeat 5 lightning release Jonin. Ability 3, Iron Sand Sword, locked. Effect, manipulates electromagnetic force to gather all the iron sand in the surrounding soil and form an iron sand sword that can freely change shape. Unlock condition, develop 5 magnet release ninjutsu. Ability 4, electromagnetic wave perception, locked. Effect, determines a target's location by sensing subtle changes in reflected waves from the surroundings. It can also detect any movement the target makes. Unlock condition, detect 5 enemy infiltrations. Ability 5, hacking ability, locked. Effect, there are no program previews that cannot be interpreted and no firewalls that cannot be broken through. It can also disable electronic devices. Unlock condition, promote the birth of the Internet. Ability 6, Lightning Giant, locked. Effect, creates a giant out of dust and iron sand. It can regenerate, fight, generate electricity, and store energy. Unlock condition, learn 5 lightning release ninjutsu. Ability 7, True Lightning Strike, locked. Effect, gathers thunderclouds to produce cloud-to-ground lightning attacks. The maximum output voltage can reach 1 billion volts. Unlock condition, develop lightning release, Chidori. After Natsuki finished reading, his first reaction was that there were many abilities, but still not enough. because magnetism, electromagnetic waves, and high-voltage electric currents could be used to develop quite a few abilities. Natsuki thought of an anti-hero under Marvel, Magneto. He also used magnetism. Among his methods, there were many usages Natsuki felt he could borrow. However, those abilities were matters for later. His urgent priority was still to unlock the abilities of the Misaka Mikoto template first. After all, these unlock conditions were very clear. Strictly speaking, they might even save more time than developing new abilities himself. Of course, when he had time, he could also develop new abilities. Ability 1, Railgun. There was no need to say much about this. It was Misaka Mikoto's signature move. When Natsuki first saw Railgun in his previous life, he had thought it was incredibly cool. Now he finally had the chance to use it himself. What Misaka Mikoto used was a coin, or rather, an arcade token. But in reality, it did not make much difference what was used. As a shinobi, he could use ninja tools, such as shuriken or kunai. Especially shuriken. Strictly speaking, they were hollow coins. Of course, Natsuki had projection magecraft, so he could also use coins. Moreover, Railgun could also strengthen his archery. Because Misaka Mikoto's railgun kept accelerating before it hit the target. This meant that the farther the target was, the faster the attack would be, and the greater its destructive power would become. Natsuki could hardly imagine how terrifying the power would be if projection magecraft, broken phantasm, armament hockey, and railgun were combined. Ability 2, Lightning Spear. Natsuki's first impression was that this was a lightning release ninjutsu. The only difference was that Lightning Spear used electric current, while Lightning Release Ninjutsu used chakra to perform lightning nature transformation. In essence, they were the same thing. Its unlock condition also showed that it was a Lightning Release Ninjutsu. He needed to defeat 5 Lightning Release Jonin. Ability 3, Iron Sand Sword. Its effect description made Natsuki think of the third Kazekage's magnet release, Iron Sand. Both controlled iron sand. In theory, Natsuki could use this ability, Iron Sand Sword, to pass it off as magnet release, Iron Sand. Judging from its effect, although it was called Iron Sand Sword, it actually was not limited to that, because it could freely change form. For example, it would be possible for Natsuki to turn it into countless Senbon. Coincidentally, the third Kazekage's magnet release, Iron Sand Drizzle, had a similar effect. Aside from being used for attack, it could also be used for defense. He only needed to change its form into a wall, or a large shield. In fact, its unlock condition had already made things very clear. It wanted Natsuki to develop 5 magnet release ninjutsu. Was this not just asking him to copy and paste the third Kazekage's magnet release ninjutsu? As for electromagnetic force, he had already grasped it when he unlocked Railgun. Ability 4, Electromagnetic Wave Perception. This ability made Natsuki feel pleasantly surprised. Because it could make up for one of his shortcomings. At present, his sensory ninjutsu was still not complete enough. The sensory ninjutsu he used most often was clairvoyance. Although clairvoyance had a wide range, it had one weakness. If there was an obstruction, he could not see clearly. Electromagnetic wave perception came at just the right time. It could ignore obstructions and sense the target's location and movements. Combined with clairvoyance, he really would become an archer. With abilities like Broken Phantasm and Railgun added on top, even he no longer knew whether he was stronger at long range or in close combat. Its unlock condition was relatively troublesome. He needed to detect 5 enemy infiltrations. He could only wait until he joined the war between Konoha and AIM. Ability 5, Hacking Ability. This ability could only be considered average in the ninja world. The ninja world's technology was indeed strange. It had movies, computers, and all sorts of equipment. But during battle, these things were almost never used. Natsuki remembered that in the original work, Kakashi and the others had used radio communication before. It was just that it happened very rarely. And its unlock condition was also difficult. He had to promote the birth of the internet. Although the ninja world now had computers, it did not have the internet. The internet, or something like a network, would not appear until Boruto. Natsuki could spend money to hire people to promote the birth of the internet, but he did not know when it would actually be born. Fortunately, this ability was just SOSO. He could even choose not to unlock it. In short, he could unlock it when he had time. Ability 6, Lightning Giant. It could fight and also be used to generate electricity. When fighting, it was somewhat like Susanoo. Misaka Mikoto would also use it to increase the power of her attacks. For a lightning release shinobi, it could be considered a very good mobile power bank. Although Natsuki was not a lightning release shinobi, he was about to become one. Because its unlock condition was to learn 5 lightning release ninjutsu. Fortunately, it did not specify the difficulty of learning them. Ability 7, True Lightning Strike. This was equivalent to a group attack version of Ability 2, Lightning Spear. 1 billion volts made Natsuki think of Pikachu from Pokemon, but that one was 100,000 volts. There was no need to say much about its power. Natsuki felt that it could compete with Lightning Release, Kirin for the title of strongest Lightning Release ninjutsu. Its unlock condition was to develop Lightning Release, Chidori. Natsuki felt that this requirement was quite ridiculous. Developing the Rasengan was not enough. Now it also wanted him to develop Chidori. Chidori was developed by Kakashi in the original work, and later became a lightning release ninjutsu frequently used by Sasuke. Together with Naruto's Rasengan, it formed a contrast. Forget it. In any case, he had to learn lightning release ninjutsu, so developing Chidori could be done along the way. Of course, developing Chidori was not simple. Otherwise, it would not be the unlock condition for Ability 7. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 Power Stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Triumphant Return 3090 words soon as main camp. Chio was waiting for news inside the main tent. Although she was confident that her poison would take effect, she could not truly relax before receiving confirmation. After an unknown amount of time, hurried footsteps rang out. Chio subconsciously raised her head. The one who entered the main tent was a masked Umbu shinobi. Chio-sama. The Umbu shinobi stopped and bowed slightly. The moment he spoke, Chio's expression changed, and she realized something was wrong. As an Umbu shinobi, he should not be showing such emotional changes. After all, they had received training. No matter what happened, they were supposed to remain calm. What happened? Chio suppressed the terrible thought in her heart and asked. Suna suffered a crushing defeat. Razasama and Pakurasama were captured. The Umbu shinobi took a deep breath and said. Are you saying that is true? Chio subconsciously took half a step back and asked. It is true. The Umbu shinobi was silent for 2 seconds, then said, 8 Umbu squads went but only 3 people returned. How could this happen? Chio asked in disbelief, were most of Konoha's shinobi not poisoned? They were poisoned. The Umbu shinobi replied, but they developed an antidote. Before we attacked, they had already cured the poison and set up a trap. Chio froze on the spot. She wondered if she had heard wrong. An antidote had actually been developed for her poison. The problem was, how long had it been? She had given Tsunade 1 week, and thought she was already giving her a lot of credit. But in the end, Tsunade had not even used half that time before cracking her poison. How was that possible? Under this double blow, Chio only felt dizzy. In a sense, she was the chief culprit behind Suna's crushing defeat this time. Because whether it was her or the other Suna shinobi, they had all trusted her poison too much. Tell me the details. Chio closed her eyes and said. The Umbu shinobi recounted the entire battle tonight from beginning to end. After Chiyo finished listening, she subconsciously pressed a hand to her forehead. From the moment the explosive tag trap caused Suna to lose over 1,000 people, this surprise attack had already been declared a failure. Although the result had already been decided, the process had greatly exceeded her expectations. Raza had actually been defeated by Natsuki. One thing Chiyo could not understand now had an answer. She had thought that even if Suna had lost 1,000 people at the start, they still had at least 3,000 people left. Even if they could not win, they should not have been completely wiped out. Especially with Raza and Pakura's strength, they should have at least been able to escape. Magnet Release even had the ability to fly. If he really wanted to escape, who could stop him? In Chiyo's view, the only people in Konoha who could be called strong were Tsunade, Tsukumo, and Natsuki. Although Tsunade was powerful, she mainly relied on taijutsu. Against Raza and Pakura, she would not be enough. The same was true for Tsukumo, who specialized in swordsmanship. As for Natsuki, the impression he had left on Chiyo was that of a jonin with ultra-long-range attack methods. Raza's magnet release was strong in both offense and defense, so there was no need to worry about his archery. But Chiyo had not expected Natsuki to defeat Raza without using archery, and even assist Tsunade in capturing Pakura alive. It was no exaggeration to say that Natsuki was the most crucial shinobi behind Suna's total defeat this time. Chiyo could not help letting out a long sigh. Among Suna's younger generation, 3 promising figures had appeared at once: Reki, Raza, and Pakura. Together with the third Kazekage, who was called the strongest Kazekage, many shinobi believed Suna would be able to achieve something in the future. Now they had fallen before they could truly begin. All 3 of Suna's futures had been captured by Konoha. Pass down the order. Everyone is to take only necessary supplies and set out immediately for the other Suna main camp. Chiyo calmed herself and said. What she was worried about was Konoha pressing the advantage. If the remaining 1,000 or so shinobi could not be preserved, Suna's losses would be far too severe. Yes, Chiyo-sama. The Umbu shinobi turned and left. Chiyo stood in place in a daze for a few minutes before finally walking out of the main tent. Suna's main camp had already become lively. Under her orders, the shinobi quickly assembled. Although Chiyo did not say it clearly, most of the shinobi had already guessed what had happened. After all, if Raza, Pakura, and the others had not suffered a crushing defeat, there would be no need for them to go to the other Suna main camp and rendezvous with Ebizo and the others. Once the remaining shinobi finished gathering, Chiyo led them away in silence. By the time dawn broke, they finally arrived at the other Suna main camp. Ebizo had already received the news in advance and brought many jonin to the entrance to greet them. When he saw Chiyo, he looked as though he wanted to say something, but in the end he said nothing. At this point, saying anything was already useless. Ebizo prepared to withdraw from the land of rain. Chiyo got straight to the point. Ebizo could not help freezing. Suna no longer has enough strength to deal with both AIM and Konoha. Chiyo said very calmly, now we can only withdraw from the land of rain, and let AIM deal with Konoha. Ebizo was immediately speechless. What Chiyo said was undoubtedly reasonable. If they did not retreat, they would face attacks from both AIM and Konoha. Although AIM and Konoha would not cooperate, they would still be happy to eliminate Suna first. It was just, were they really going to give up on this war? Once this war ended, Chiyo would become the target of everyone's criticism. He had actually hoped they could continue fighting so she could make up for her mistakes. But if they kept fighting, Suna would most likely suffer even greater losses. Ebizo met Chiyo's calm yet faintly sorrowful eyes. After a moment of silence, he nodded. At the same time, in AIM. That puppet old woman actually lost this badly. Hanzo looked at the intelligence in front of him, and could not help showing a surprised expression. His previous poison war with Chiyo had more or less ended in a draw. By the end, both sides had been greatly troubled. Hanzo called Chiyo the puppet old woman, while Chiyo called him the old man with a breathing tube. In a sense, there was even a bit of mutual respect between worthy opponents. Natsuki, huh? Hanzo chuckled and said, Orochimaru already counts as one of the outstanding figures among the younger generation. I did not expect his student to be even better. The current him was in his prime, powerful and extremely confident. He even felt that he stood at the peak of the shinobi world. Because of that, he mostly felt appreciation for talented young shinobi with decent strength. In the original work, the reason he spared the young Mifune, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru was precisely because he valued talent. But when it came to Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, he could no longer tolerate them. Of course, Konoha's Nabekage, Danzo Shimura, played an important role in that. It was his sowing of discord that caused Hanzo to make a move against Yahiko and the others. It seems I will soon be able to meet this genius of Konoha. Hanzo casually put down the intelligence in his hand. He estimated that Chiyo and the others would withdraw from the Land of Rain before long. After all, they had lost nearly half of their shinobi. If they kept fighting, Suna would be emptied out, and they might even struggle to maintain their title as one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Hanzo actually hoped to see that happen. He felt that AIM should stand alongside the 5 great shinobi villages. However, he knew very well that Chiyo, that puppet old woman, would not be so irrational. A moment later, a knock sounded at the door. Hanzo said casually. Hanzo-sama. An AIM shinobi walked in and said, we just received intelligence. Chiyo and Ebizo have already regrouped, and they are withdrawing. As expected. Hanzo nodded, then said, after they retreat, transfer everyone to deal with Konoha. Yes, Hanzo-sama. The AIM shinobi immediately replied. IWA has retreated, and Suna has retreated as well. Next, it is Konoha's turn. Hanzo stood up and looked at the rainy scenery outside the window. Full of bold ambition, he said, from now on, the Land of Rain will no longer be touched by the 5 great shinobi villages. Meanwhile, in Konoha's main camp. Orochimaru. Jiraiya walked into the main tent and asked with a loud laugh, guess what good news I received? Is it news from Tsunade's side? Orochimaru guessed. Minato Namikaze, who was organizing documents to the side, subconsciously raised his head and looked at Jiraiya. That's right. Jiraiya said happily, Suna was wiped out, and Raza and Pakura were captured. Orochimaru could not help freezing. Minato also felt it was absurd. How could Suna be weak to that extent? It sounded unreal. One had to know that Suna during this period was not weak. Doesn't it sound exaggerated? Jiraiya said with understanding, when I first heard it, my expression was about the same as yours. What was the exact process? Orochimaru came back to his senses and asked. Jiraiya took out a scroll and handed it to him. Orochimaru immediately opened the scroll and began reading. When he saw that Tsunade and Natsuki had cracked Chiyo's poison, he understood why Konoha had won. When he then saw that Natsuki had defeated Raza, he was momentarily dazed. Had this student of his improved so quickly? After Orochimaru finished reading, he casually passed the scroll to Minato. The curiosity on Minato's face was already obvious. Minato said thank you, then opened the scroll. I also received news that Chiyo has already led her people to rendezvous with Ebizo. Jiraiya added, judging from their movements, they are preparing to withdraw from the Land of Rain. In that case, the pressure on Konoha will be reduced quite a bit. Orochimaru nodded slightly and said. Before this, Konoha had been fighting 2 opponents at once, warring against both Suna and AIM. At the same time, they also had to guard against Kyumo, Kiri, and IWA. Now that Suna had withdrawn, Konoha could focus its strength on dealing with AIM. Does that mean Natsuki and the others will soon join up with us? Minato suddenly thought of something and asked. Not necessarily. Jiraiya shook his head and said, they will definitely return to Konoha first, because they captured too many Suna shinobi. Minato paused, then said firmly, "Sensei, I want to apply for more combat missions." Jiraiya looked at him and raised an eyebrow. He could guess what Minato was thinking. After all, Minato had always regarded Natsuki as his greatest rival. Jiraiya chuckled and agreed. Minato and Natsuki reminded him of the competition between him and Orochimaru back then. How should he put it? At present, Minato was definitely far inferior to Natsuki. Only after he learned the Flying Thunder God technique would he be able to compete. 10 o'clock in the morning. Natsuki woke from his sleep and stretched lazily. It was rare for him to sleep in. Strictly speaking, it could not really be called sleeping in. Because yesterday, their fierce battle with Suna had lasted until very late before ending. In terms of actual sleep time, it was less than usual. But since he had gained a great deal, Natsuki had no complaints. After last night's battle ended, he had not only unlocked several abilities, he had also awakened the new Misaka Mikoto template. The Misaka Mikoto template was his second S-rank character template. According to the system's standards, S-rank was more or less comparable to Kage level. Of course, S-rank was the highest rank, which also meant there were still differences between S-rank templates. There were quite a few templates stronger than the Misaka Mikoto template. It could only be said that the rank was just a reference. Natsuki looked toward Nono and Nawaki. Their sleeping bags had not been opened yet, meaning they had not woken up. That was normal. After all, their stamina could not compare to Natsuki's. Natsuki crawled out of his sleeping bag and left the tent. Many people in Konoha's main camp had already woken up and were busy handling post-war matters. In particular, last night's earth-shaking explosion from the explosive tags had destroyed nearly half of Konoha's main camp. But Natsuki felt there was no need to repair it. They would most likely be returning to Konoha soon. They only needed to confirm Suna's next movements. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki went to Tsunade's tent. But when he arrived, he found two Umbu shinobi waiting outside the tent. "What is it?" Natsuki walked forward and asked. "There is important intelligence, but Tsunade-sama has not woken up yet, so we do not dare disturb her." When one of the Umbu shinobi saw that it was Natsuki, he did not hide anything and spoke directly. After last night's battle, Natsuki's fame could be said to have soared. Although he had been famous before, other people did not have a deep impression of his strength, and only regarded him as a genius. Now it was different. Natsuki, who had defeated Raza, could no longer be called a genius. He should be called a powerhouse who had cashed in on his talent. Quite a few people believed that his strength was already no less than that of his teacher, Orochimaru. "Then give it to me." Natsuki could roughly guess what the intelligence was. After the two Umbu shinobi exchanged glances, they handed him a scroll. Strictly speaking, giving it to Natsuki was against protocol, but with his status, giving it to him was not much different from giving it to Tsunade. This was one of the benefits brought by rising status and fame. Natsuki took the scroll and glanced at it. As expected, it was related to Suna. At dawn, Chiyo and Ebizo had already taken the remaining Suna shinobi onto the road out of the land of rain. "Tsunade-sensei." Natsuki called out. Tsunade sat up, her eyes still sleepy, and said. Natsuki walked in. Tsunade had not slept in a sleeping bag, but she also had not changed clothes. She had slept in the Jonin vest from last night. After all, the war had not completely ended yet, so she still could not relax. "Tsunade-sensei." Natsuki said directly, "Suna has withdrawn from the land of rain." They still retreated after all. Tsunade's spirit lifted, and she became much more awake. The land of rain battlefield now only has aim and us, Konoha. Natsuki said with a smile, "I believe it will not be too long before the Second Shinobi World War ends. Go notify the Umbu right now, and have them relay my order. We will set out for Konoha tomorrow." Tsunade paused, then said, "Also, have them send another squad to inform Orochimaru." After they left, all matters in the Land of Rain would have to be handed over to Orochimaru. That included the possibility of Suna returning. Although that possibility was not high, with Orochimaru and the others watching, even if they did return, Konoha would be able to respond in time. Understood. Natsuki turned and left the tent. He soon found the Umbu shinobi and relayed Tsunade's order. As the order spread, laughter and cheers filled Konoha's main camp. Returning after a victory and returning after a defeat were two entirely different things. Not only would they gain fame, they would also receive rewards from Konoha. 5 days later in the morning. Under the brilliant sunlight, a dense crowd of shinobi walked in orderly fashion toward Konoha's village entrance. Under normal circumstances, the journey from the Land of Rain to Konoha would only take 2 or 3 days. The reason it had taken so long this time was, first, because there were wounded, and second, because there were a large number of captured Suna shinobi. During these 5 days, news of Suna's withdrawal from the Land of Rain had already spread throughout the shinobi world. At the same time, Tsunade and Natsuki had gained considerable fame in the shinobi world. "We're back." The moment Nawaki saw Konoha's gate, he shouted excitedly. Tsunade, who was walking at the very front, glanced at him. Compared to Nawaki, Natsuki and Nono were much calmer. Tsunade shook her head. It was hard to say whether Nawaki's carefree personality was good or bad. In the middle section of the group were the Suna shinobi. They were silent and said nothing, like walking corpses. Raza and Pakura, in particular, felt even worse inside and wished they could end their own lives. But they also knew that if they died, it would worsen Suna's losses. What they could do now was wait for negotiations between Suna and Konoha. After Suna paid a sufficiently heavy price, they would be able to return. Moreover, they were still young, and were the shinobi closest to becoming the next Kazekage. Naturally, they were unwilling to die here. Suddenly, deafening cheers rang out. At Konoha's gate, a large number of villagers and shinobi had gathered. When they saw Tsunade and the others, they immediately began cheering. The Second Shinobi World War had dragged on intermittently for a long time, but this victory was Konoha's greatest since joining the war. Whether they were villagers or shinobi, they all felt honored by it. "Hello, everyone." Nawaki greeted the cheering crowd with a bright smile. It was not just him. Many Konoha shinobi were waving and calling out to familiar faces. Kushina jumped up and down in the crowd, waving. Natsuki soon saw her and smiled at her. Before long, Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and the other higher-ups walked out from the crowd. Aside from Danzo, everyone had smiles on their faces that they could not hide. After all, this victory was truly too great. To be continued. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, End of an Era 3127 words. Tsunade, you all did very well this time. Far beyond our expectations. Hiruzen walked forward and said with a smile. This was not polite flattery. He truly had not expected Tsunade and the others to capture Raza and Pakura alive. He had originally thought that forcing Suna to retreat would already be extremely good. No one had expected Tsunade and the others to achieve this much. That's right. Hamura had a smile on his face as he said, when I first received the news, I thought it was fake. Suna sent us a letter the day before yesterday, hoping to cease hostilities and negotiate. Koharu opened her mouth to remind them, in the battle against Suna, Konoha has already achieved final victory. Raza, Pakura, and Reki have all been captured by us. Hamura said with an expectant tone, this time, we must make them pay a large enough price. We will discuss the specific negotiation terms later. Hiruzen ordered Tsunade, first have the Suna shinobi taken to Konoha Maximum Security Prison. We have already prepared rooms in advance. Konoha Maximum Security Prison was a prison set up by Konoha to hold serious criminals. Under normal circumstances, shinobi from other villages would not be imprisoned in Konoha Maximum Security Prison, but sent to the Umbu for interrogation. But this time, far too many Suna shinobi had been captured, and the Umbu did not have that many cells. With no other choice, they could only send them to Konoha Maximum Security Prison. Tsunade thought for a moment and said, "I'll trouble you to make the trip." Tsukumo nodded and agreed. He immediately led a group of people to escort the Suna shinobi toward Konoha Maximum Security Prison. "I will have Umbu and Root shinobi watch over them," Hiruzen added. "It would be best to have shinobi from the Uzumaki clan assist, and use sealing jutsu on the important prisoners to prevent them from escaping," Tsunade reminded him. "That suggestion is good. I will arrange it later." Hiruzen changed the subject and said, "Now, hurry and have the injured go to Konoha Hospital. We cannot delay their treatment. The seriously injured have all drunk red healing potions. Their conditions will not worsen in the short term." After Tsunade finished speaking, she immediately instructed Hisashi Hyuga to handle it. Hiruzen walked in front of the remaining Konoha shinobi. Facing everyone's gazes, a smile appeared on his face. "Everyone, you have worked hard." Hiruzen shouted loudly, "You have not failed the will of fire, and you have made outstanding contributions to the village." The shinobi immediately responded with cheers. "This unprecedented great victory is all thanks to your efforts. Konoha will reward you according to your merits." Hiruzen paused for a moment, then said, "Go home and rest first. The specific rewards will be settled within 2 weeks." The number of Konoha shinobi who had participated in the war against Suna this time was as high as 5,000. It would be very difficult to distribute all the rewards in a short time. In addition, rewards and pensions also had to be distributed to the Konoha shinobi who had died in battle. Being able to settle everything within 2 weeks was already very efficient. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," the shinobi shouted in unison. After that, they walked toward their relatives and friends in the crowd. Before long, more than half of the massive crowd had dispersed. Seeing that the discussion was over, Kushina ran forward. "I heard you shouting Natsuki's name from far away." Tsunade teased, "Did you not see anyone else?" Kushina's face instantly turned bright red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Hiruzen could not help smiling when he saw this scene. "You can go back first." Tsunade waved her hand and said, "Leave the rest to us. You 3 made great contributions in this war. You can think about what rewards you want." Hiruzen looked at Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono, then said, "Come find me once you have decided." "Natsuki told me before that he wants the water release chakra crystal," Tsunade reminded him. "The water release chakra crystal?" Hiruzen was slightly startled, then said, "That was left behind by Sensei. Since you have already agreed, I naturally have no objections." Natsuki could not help feeling a little surprised when he heard this. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt it was very reasonable. Chakra crystals required shinobi with enormous chakra reserves to create. When it came to water release, Tobirama could be considered the best. In the entire shinobi world, only Kisame could rival him. Kisame was one of Kiri's second-generation 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He specialized in water release and possessed astonishing chakra reserves, earning him the title of the tailless-tailed beast. How should he put it? Natsuki felt that just based on his appearance, he did not look human. He looked more like some kind of fishman. "Let's go to the Hokage's office and discuss the details." Although Hiruzen already knew the rough course of events, there were still many details Tsunade needed to explain. In particular, how the curse antidote should be used against Hanzo needed to be discussed even more. "Are you planning to go straight home next?" After Hiruzen and the others left, Kushina asked. Although she really wanted to stay with Natsuki, she also knew her limits. She knew that they had spent 5 days on the road, and were already very tired. Nawaki and Nono subconsciously looked at Natsuki. During this period, Natsuki had always been their team captain, and they had become used to following his orders. "It is almost lunchtime. How about we go to Midosama's place first?" Natsuki thought for a moment and asked. A smile immediately bloomed on Kushina's face, and she quickly nodded. Nono replied softly. Nawaki had even less reason to object. After all, Mito lived in the Senju clan compound. Let's go. Kushina waved her small hand and said very happily. Natsuki smiled and followed behind her. After taking 2 steps, Kushina suddenly turned around. As she walked backward, she said, "Hurry up and tell me the details of this war." "I'll tell you." Nawaki's eyes lit up and he asked, "Which part do you want to hear?" "I want to hear it from the person involved." Kushina stared at Natsuki with her bright, watery eyes and asked, "I heard you defeated Raza." Nawaki reacted. He immediately shook his head in frustration. It really was painful not being allowed to talk about such a great chance to show off. "You know Raza?" Natsuki asked curiously. "I did not know him before." Kushina explained, "I only found out after you became famous." Natsuki nodded, then told her about the battle between him and Raza. "In such a short time, you actually created 3 such powerful taijutsu techniques yourself?" Kushina asked in surprise. Natsuki had previously mentioned that he wanted to create his own taijutsu. At that time, Nawaki had expressed doubt, but she and Nono had both chosen to believe him. However, believing was one thing. Creating 3 techniques so quickly was truly beyond her expectations. Most importantly, all 3 taijutsu techniques had extraordinary power, and had played a major role in the battle against Raza. Shirgan injuring Raza, in particular, could be called the turning point of their battle. For the next period of time, we probably will not go to the land of rain for now. I will teach you starting tomorrow. Natsuki said with a smile. He had already taught Soru to Nono and Nawaki. Now that he had time, he could teach Kushina and Tsunade. Of course, he also had plenty of things to do himself. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, Natsuki's growth speed is truly astonishing. After listening to Tsunade's report, Hiruzen could not help sighing. Being able to win this time, Natsuki deserves the greatest credit. Hamura nodded and said, "He helped crack Chiyo's poison and defeated Raza." When Danzo heard this, the muscles on his face could not help twitching. The better Natsuki performed, the more heartache he felt. A talent like this clearly should have belonged to Root. But he also could not blame the Root shinobi, who had conducted the test at Konoha Orphanage back then. Even he could not understand why Natsuki had no talent for ninjutsu, but had talent for creating his own ninjutsu. The most important thing is that the curse antidote can not only cure Chiyo's poison, but also Hanzo's poison. Tsunade said in a deep voice, "We can use the curse antidote to catch Hanzo off guard. We can give the curse antidote to Root, and have Root send people to assassinate Hanzo." Danzo immediately said, "That is not appropriate." Hiruzen refused, although Hanzo is confident, he is also very cautious. He has many guards with him, and never appears alone. Danzo's expression stiffened, but he did not dare say anything else. "Tsunade, are you sure the curse antidote can counter Hanzo's poison?" Koharu interrupted and asked. "I have already tested it." Tsunade replied. Previously, when she had taken Natsuki to escort logistical supplies to the Land of Rain, she had tried to crack Hanzo's poison. Although she had not succeeded, she had preserved a certain amount of the poison. "Very good." Hiruzen let out a breath and said, "With the curse antidote, our chances of winning against AIM will increase greatly." "Tsunade, when do you plan to use it?" Koharu asked again. Tsunade repeated the contents of her previous conversation with Natsuki. "The most crucial battle." Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then said very decisively, "Then I will leave it to you 3 to resolve." The current Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru already had considerable fame. If they defeated AIM and Hanzo as well, ending the Second Shinobi World War, their fame would likely be enough to compete for the position of the next Hokage. Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo could all hear the implication in Hiruzen's words. The two Hokage advisors did not actually care who became Hokage. As long as they could preserve their positions, it was fine. Danzo cared very much about who became Hokage, but right now, he did not dare oppose Hiruzen and could only remain silent. There is one more thing. Hiruzen continued, the negotiations with Suna are scheduled for next month. I think you are the most suitable person to represent Konoha in the negotiations. Do not come to me for that. Tsunade rejected him without hesitation, something troublesome like that does not suit me. It suits Shikasuke. Raza, Pakura, and Reki were all captured by you. Hiruzen smiled helplessly and reminded her. I already captured them, and you still want me to negotiate. Then did I not capture them for nothing? Tsunade curled her lips and asked. Hiruzen was immediately speechless. However, he confirmed once again that Tsunade had no interest in becoming Hokage. Because matters like negotiation could increase her prestige, and if they succeeded, it would also count as an achievement. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Oh right, I will take the water-release chakra crystal with me. Tsunade waved her hand, then turned and left the Hokage's office. The Senju clan compound. Natsuki saw Uzumaki Mito. At first glance, he noticed that she was in a state of complete exhaustion. Because despite possessing the strength of 100 seal, she actually looked old. Aside from storing chakra, the strength of 100 seal could also use fine chakra control to maintain a youthful appearance. The only reason Mito had aged was that she could no longer perform, or had chosen to stop performing, that extremely delicate chakra control. After Natsuki greeted her, he went to the kitchen to cook. It seems I came back at just the right time. Tsunade walked into the living room and smelled a faint fragrance. She looked toward the dining table and found that 3 dishes had already been set out. Sis, we were just waiting for you. Nawaki waved and said, hurry over. Grandma Mito. Tsunade walked forward and sat beside Mito. You worked hard during this time. Now that you are back, get some proper rest. Mito smiled and said. It was not especially hard. Tsunade shook her head, then said, since we defeated Suna, any hardship was worth it. Grandma Mito. Nawaki suddenly said excitedly, after we eat, I will tell you about my performance this time. I really was not inferior to great-grandfather. Natsuki's performance is more like it. Tsunade raised her hand and flicked Nawaki on the forehead as she said this. At that moment, Natsuki, Nono, and Kushina walked out of the kitchen. Each of the 3 carried a plate. The dishes are all ready. We can start eating. Natsuki said with a smile. Thank you for the meal. Nawaki and the others clapped their hands together and said happily. After the meal, Natsuki and Nono returned to Konoha Orphanage. But before leaving, he received the water-release chakra crystal from Tsunade. The next morning. After thinking it over, Natsuki decided to find Granny Cat, and ask her to make the sorcery climate act for him. Granny Cat had provided ninja tools to the Uchiha clan for many years, so there was naturally nothing to question about her ninja tool manufacturing skill. Most importantly, her reputation and character were very good. Besides, with Natsuki's current status and position, Granny Cat would not dare covet his blueprint. Although Granny Cat was mysterious in the end, she was not a powerful fighter. She was only a ninja tool and intelligence merchant. After Natsuki and Nono finished breakfast, they arrived at the empty district where the Ninja Cat clan was located. Because he was the contractor of the Ninja Cat Shirayuki, he was able to meet Granny Cat very smoothly. Natsuki, when we meet again, you have already become a super genius famous throughout the shinobi world. Granny Cat said with a chuckle. Granny Cat, you flatter me. I would like to ask you to help me forge a ninja tool. Natsuki got straight to the point. What kind of ninja tool? Granny Cat paused, then asked, a sword. Aside from providing ninja tools, she also provided intelligence. During this period, Natsuki had made quite a name for himself in the Land of Rain, so she naturally knew about it. And what he was most famous for were his archery and swordsmanship. Natsuki took out the blueprint for the sorcery climate act and handed it to her. Granny Cat subconsciously glanced at it, and her expression shifted slightly. This was the first time she had seen such a unique ninja tool. Granny Cat quickly took the blueprint and examined it carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. Ninja tools in the shinobi world were actually not complicated. In essence, they were standardized ninja tools. Kunai, shuriken, senbon, and the like all followed unified standards. But the sorcery climate act was different. It had multiple functions and was much more complex. I will give it a try. Granny Cat said in a deep voice, it is the most complicated ninja tool I have ever seen. I do not have absolute confidence. Then I will trouble you, Granny Cat. Natsuki then took out the water release and lightning release chakra crystals and said, please provide the remaining materials. I can pay for them. No problem. Granny Cat nodded and said, aside from the water release and lightning release chakra crystals, I can find all the other materials. About how long will it take? Natsuki handed the 2 chakra crystals to her. The lightning release chakra crystal had been taken from the sword of the thunder god. And without the lightning release chakra crystal, the sword of the thunder god had turned into an ordinary sword. Fortunately, he had projection magecraft, so losing the original sword of the thunder god did not matter much. If he found a second lightning release chakra crystal in the future, he could install it again. That is hard to say. Granny Cat pondered for a moment, then said, at least 3 months. When the time comes, I will notify Shirayuki. Natsuki nodded slightly. He did not know whether it would be ready in time for Konoha's war against AIM. After finishing the matter, Natsuki and Nono hurried to the Senju clan compound. But after entering the courtyard, he noticed something was wrong. Nawaki and Kushina were both absent. You are here. Tsunade said with a silent expression, come with me. Natsuki suppressed the doubts in his heart, and followed her into the living room with Nono. After reaching the living room, Tsunade did not stop and instead walked upstairs. Natsuki's heart trembled, and he vaguely had a guess. So sudden? No, perhaps it was not sudden. Mito had most likely been holding on all this time, just to wait for Tsunade and Nawaki to return and see them one last time. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, she could rest in peace. After going upstairs, Natsuki saw an unexpected figure, Hiruzen. His guess was confirmed once again. After all, under normal circumstances, Hiruzen would not appear here. Unless it was to replace the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Hokage-sama. Natsuki and Nono quickly greeted him. You may go in. Hiruzen nodded and said. Natsuki and Nono entered the room. Inside the room, Mito was lying on the bed. Nawaki and Kushina were crouched by the bedside, their eyes red and filled with tears. Mito called out. Her voice carried a deep sense of weakness. Mito-sama. Natsuki immediately walked forward. Nawaki and Kushina rarely have friends. I hope you can take care of them more in the future. Mito grabbed Natsuki's hand and said, especially Nawaki. His personality is rather impulsive. Natsuki nodded solemnly and said. Thank you. After Mito finished speaking, she looked at Tsunade. Nawaki, Natsuki, and Nono, you go out first. Tsunade patted Nawaki's head and said. Grandma Mito, see you later. Nawaki wiped his eyes hard and said. Natsuki held Kushina's hand and squeezed it before leaving the room. You wait in the living room. Hiruzen gave an instruction, then walked into the room. Mito looked at Kushina. Hiruzen nodded. Kushina bit her lip and felt lost. She subconsciously clenched her fist and thought of Natsuki. Her heart calmed slightly. No matter what, she was not alone. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. Patreon. com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. 932-33 words. Natsuki sat on the sofa and began thinking. In the original work, there was very little mention of Kushina's situation after she became the Ninetales Jinchuriki. But in the official manga Minato's story, it had been mentioned that in the early period after she became the Ninetales Jinchuriki, she would occasionally lose control and go berserk. The reason was that she was young, and her skill in sealing jutsu was not as good as Mito's. After she grew up, the Ninetales would no longer go berserk. Instead, it would be beaten up by her. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Tailed beasts were masses of chakra. Because they had unlimited chakra, along with enormous bodies, most shinobi were helpless against them. For example, someone like Tsukumo, who specialized in swordsmanship, would have a hard time causing any effective damage against a tailed beast. In the shinobi world, there were not many shinobi who could clearly suppress tailed beasts. For example, the third Raikage and fourth Raikage, as well as the third Kazekage and fourth Kazekage. The former relied on lightning release chakra mode combined with nintaijutsu. Their extreme offensive power could break through a tailed beast's defense. The latter relied on magnet release. Magnet release had a wide range and weight, allowing it to pin a tailed beast down so it could not move. If Natsuki wanted to deal with tailed beasts, he had to start with the Misaka Mikoto template. The heroic Spirit Amiya template's unlimited blade works would also work, but he could not unlock it in a short time. The Misaka Mikoto template could be attempted now. Natsuki planned to learn lightning release ninjutsu and develop magnet release ninjutsu at the same time, striving to unlock the abilities before going to the Land of Rain. But aside from suppressing tailed beasts, there was another way to deal with them, and that was reconciliation. When a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast reconciled, the Jinchuriki would become a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki could fully bring out the tailed beast's power, and could even transform into a tailed beast and fight consciously. An imperfect Jinchuriki could also transform into a tailed beast, but the Jinchuriki would lose consciousness, or be unable to control the tailed beast. At that point, the tailed beast would attack friend and foe alike, striking anyone it saw. This was commonly called going berserk. In the original work, among all the Ninetales Jinchuriki throughout history, only Naruto reconciled with the Ninetales. The main reason was Naruto's personality. Even with the Ninetales, he was willing to become friends with it. Natsuki felt that based on Kushina's personality, she could be friends with the Ninetales. The reason it most likely did not happen in the original work was because she was influenced by Mito. After all, Mito's strength was too overwhelming. The Ninetales could not resist her, let alone go berserk. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps sounded. Nawaki immediately stood up. Nawaki, you can go in. The one who came downstairs was Hiruzen. When he met Nawaki's gaze, he spoke. Nawaki hurriedly ran upstairs. No, you go in as well. Natsuki, stay here. I have something to tell you. Hiruzen spoke again. Nono was slightly startled, then stood up and went upstairs. Natsuki, have you heard of tailed beasts? After Hiruzen sat down on the sofa, he asked. Natsuki immediately understood. Hiruzen was going to tell him everything. Thinking carefully, with his current strength and status, he was indeed qualified to know about the existence of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Someone like Nono had enough status, but not enough strength, which was why she had not been allowed to stay. I have heard a little. Natsuki told the truth. It is said that there are 9 tailed beasts in the shinobi world, and each tailed beast has the power to destroy heaven and earth. No one knows when the 9 tailed beasts appeared in the shinobi world. Their origin may be related to the legendary Sage of 6 Paths. Hiruzen nodded, and began talking about the story of the 9 tailed beasts. It was more or less the same as what Natsuki knew. Originally, the 9 tailed beasts had nothing to do with shinobi, because they were too powerful and no shinobi dared provoke them. It was not until Hashirama and Madara joined forces that the nine-tailed beasts were captured. After the chaotic era was pacified, Hashirama distributed the nine-tailed beasts to the major ninja villages, leaving only the strongest nine-tails in Konoha. In order to better make use of the tailed beast's power, Jinchuriki were created. Mito-sama was Konoha's first nine-tails Jinchuriki. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Natsuki took a deep breath and asked, then Kushina is the second nine-tails Jinchuriki. That is correct. Hiruzen looked him over and nodded slightly. Natsuki was even calmer than he had imagined. But as a powerful genius, he should have behavior that differed from ordinary people. The reason Natsuki did not pretend to be shocked was that he was worried Hiruzen might see through him. That would only backfire. Since that was the case, it was better to act calmer. Because this was the shinobi world. The earlier someone matured, the more they seemed like a genius. For example, Itachi. A Jinchuriki is a ninja village's trump card. The fewer people who know, the better. Hiruzen continued, in the future, unless necessary, Kushina will not leave the village, nor will she have too much contact with outsiders. That will be very hard for Kushina to accept. Natsuki said with half-genuine concern. There is nothing we can do about that. I believe she has already prepared herself mentally. Hiruzen paused, then said, as her friends, you will need to pay more attention to her emotions from now on. This was the true reason he was telling Natsuki everything. He wanted Natsuki to stabilize Kushina, and also serve as a link to maintain Kushina's bond with Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. Natsuki said seriously. Kushina has just become the nine-tails Jinchuriki, so there may be some instability. During this period, she will remain here. Hiruzen patted Natsuki on the shoulder and said, come keep her company whenever you have time. Understood. Natsuki usually came here to train anyway, so to him, there was no real difference. You may go upstairs. Hiruzen stood up and walked outside. He still had things to do. He had to set up barriers around the area to prevent the nine-tails from going berserk and affecting other places. Natsuki went upstairs and entered Mito's room. As soon as he went in, he heard crying. Natsuki sighed inwardly. Mito lay on the bed, no longer breathing. Nawaki and Kushina were crying hard. Nono and Tsunade were not crying, but their eyes were already red. The former was not as close to Mito as Nawaki and the others. The latter, as an adult, had some control over her emotions. In truth, Mito dying peacefully of old age was already quite good. In the shinobi world, where war was constant, shinobi usually did not live long. Living past 50 could already be considered a long life. For most, forget 50, even reaching 30 was difficult. 3 days passed. Hiruzen held a funeral for Mito. But because her identity was special, her funeral was not public. Natsuki was one of the few shinobi able to attend the funeral. Early in the morning, he changed into black mourning clothes and headed to the Senju clan compound with Nono. Under normal circumstances, after a shinobi died, they would be buried at the Konoha Memorial Stone. The Konoha Memorial Stone was a stone monument filled with the names of fallen shinobi. Around it were neatly arranged graves. But there were also those who were not buried at the Konoha Memorial Stone. For example, Hashirama. His body was too special. After his death, his cells remained active. In order to prevent anyone from targeting his corpse, his body was buried in the Senju clan compound and placed under various protections. Mito's wish before she died was to be buried together with Hashirama, so she was also buried in the Senju clan compound. Natsuki soon saw Kushina. She had changed into a black dress. Rarely, she was not wearing her over-the-knee socks, and her slender, fair legs were especially striking. After Kushina saw Natsuki, she froze slightly, then ran straight over and hugged him. Natsuki silently reached out and stroked her hair. It was only when Hiruzen, Tsunade, and the others arrived that Kushina felt embarrassed and let go of him. The funeral was relatively simple, and there were few people. Natsuki glanced around and noticed 3 shinobi from the Uzumaki clan. In the original work, when Mito died, they definitely had not been there. This could be considered one of the butterfly effects he had caused. Natsuki also saw Hashirama's grave not far away. But the moment he thought of how his cells were everywhere in the original work, a sentence surfaced in his mind. What exactly did you protect? However, Hiruzen could not truly be blamed. After all, it was mostly theft from within, especially by Danzo and Orochimaru. Madara's Hashirama cells mainly came from the piece of flesh he had bitten off during his previous battle with Hashirama. After they offered flowers, the funeral was considered over. Natsuki had originally planned to teach Kushina the Rokushiki, but now it could only be put on hold for the time being. She had just become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. It would be best to wait until the observation period ended. On the other hand, after Mito's death, Nawaki became even more diligent. That very afternoon, he continued training in Soru. Natsuki glanced at him and hesitated, not knowing whether he should persuade him to rest. Do not worry. He will be fine. Tsunade noticed his expression and said, he wants to fulfill his promise and become a shinobi like great-grandfather. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki nodded, then took the opportunity to ask, do you want to learn the Konoha Rokushiki? Konoha Rokushiki. You mean the taijutsu you taught Nawaki? Tsunade reacted and asked in surprise, there are 6. I plan to create 6 techniques myself, but right now, I have only created 3. Natsuki answered. I really do not know how to evaluate that behavior of yours. Tsunade was immediately speechless. Who decided in advance that they were going to create 6 techniques when creating their own ninjutsu? Was that something one could decide ahead of time? I never thought there would come a day when I would learn taijutsu created by my own student. Tsunade shook her head and said, these taijutsu techniques of yours are all very useful. I have no reason to refuse. In the battle against Raza, Natsuki had used Soru, Jeppo, and Shurgon. All 3 taijutsu techniques had very good effects. Especially Jeppo. In Tsunade's view, it was undoubtedly the most valuable one. Perhaps Konoha could even rely on Jeppo to establish an aerial unit in the future. But that was not very realistic. Although Tsunade had not learned it yet, she also knew that the more powerful a taijutsu technique was, the harder it tended to be to learn. In fact, that was exactly the case. In One Piece, those who could learn the Rokushiki were not ordinary marines. Even so, there were not many who could learn all 6 techniques. Tsunade-sensei, teaching you comes with a condition. Natsuki smiled and said, I hope to gain the right to freely learn lightning release ninjutsu. Why do you suddenly want to learn lightning release ninjutsu? Tsunade asked in confusion. What I am good at now is swordsmanship and archery. Natsuki explained, after thinking it over, I believe lightning release can strengthen the power of my swordsmanship and archery. In theory, it can. Tsunade nodded when she heard this. Kyumo was most famous for lightning release. More accurately, it was nin taijutsu that combined lightning release and taijutsu. The 3rd Raikage and 4th Raikage were both renowned throughout the shinobi world for their nin taijutsu. Its core was lightning release chakra mode. To put it simply, it involved covering the entire body in lightning-natured chakra to stimulate and activate the body and nerve cells. After learning lightning release chakra mode, speed, attack, and defense would all improve. But the greatest improvement was speed. Their speed was so fast that it could be compared to the flying thunder god technique. Because of this, the 3rd Raikage and 4th Raikage were both among the strongest of the 5 Kage in their respective generations. Using lightning release to strengthen archery had never appeared in the shinobi world. But using lightning release to strengthen swordsmanship had appeared in the original work. That was the Uchiha-style swordsmanship used by Sasuke. He had used lightning release to strengthen his swordsmanship. Thinking about it carefully, it was also very simple. If lightning release was attached to a blade, its power would naturally increase. The same applied to using wind release to strengthen swordsmanship. Shursui had even used fire release to strengthen swordsmanship, such as Uchiha style, sword halo flame dance. Of course, Natsuki had the Misaka Mikoto template, so he did not need to go through so much trouble. He was learning lightning release ninjutsu only to unlock the Misaka Mikoto template's abilities. You have always had your own ideas, so I will not try to advise you. Tsunade smiled and said, as for learning lightning release ninjutsu, you do not need my help. Just go directly to sensei. With Natsuki's current identity, strength, and status, forget learning lightning release ninjutsu. Even if he wanted to learn forbidden jutsu, Hiruzen would agree. In theory, he was already a Hokage candidate. And a very core Hokage candidate at that. Tsunade suddenly thought of Nawaki. She realized that if Nawaki wanted to become Hokage, his greatest competitor would be Natsuki. The fourth Hokage was something the two of them definitely could not make in time for because of their age. It would most likely be Orochimaru. Because she had no interest in becoming Hokage, and the same was true for Jiraiya, who was more interested in the Child of Prophecy. Aside from them, there was Tsukumo. His strength was sufficient, but Orochimaru was currently more famous. He was also a shinobi of the Hokage's faction, and had many supporters. But for the fifth Hokage, Natsuki and Nawaki would be the strongest contenders. At most, Minato could be added to the list. Putting aside emotional factors, she would choose Natsuki. Not only was he powerful, his personality was also calm and more mature. Nawaki's personality was rash, and not suited to being Hokage. Minato's personality was not bad, but his strength was inferior to Natsuki's. However, once he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he might be able to overtake him. It was just that Tsunade could not set aside emotional factors. After all, Nawaki was her own younger brother. Tsunade shook her head and stopped thinking about it. The fourth Hokage had not even been decided yet. There was no need to think about the distant fifth Hokage now. Natsuki then taught Tsunade Soru. She learned it much faster than Nawaki and Nono. After all, she herself was an adult, had greater physical strength, and was rich in taijutsu experience. After Natsuki taught her, he went to the Hokage building. He smoothly obtained the right to freely learn lightning release ninjutsu. In the ninjutsu storage room, after making his selection, he chose his first lightning release ninjutsu, called Lightning Release, Earth Flow. Its effect was to release lightning along the ground. Natsuki chose it purely because it was simple. But he had no way to learn lightning release immediately. Because he was not born with lightning release chakra nature, and could only learn and transform it later in life. In other words, he first had to train in lightning release chakra nature transformation. After returning to the Senju clan compound, Natsuki specifically found a remote place to train. After all, training in lightning release caused quite a bit of commotion, and was also very noisy. Lightning release mainly had 3 traits. One was speed, one was paralysis, and one was piercing power. If it was used purely for swordsmanship, piercing power was the most useful. In the original work, Sasuke developed Chidori blade based on lightning release, Chidori. To put it simply, it involved channeling lightning release chakra into the blade, increasing piercing power while also adding a paralysis effect. Natsuki formed hand seals and created a shadow clone. His main body trained in lightning release chakra nature transformation. His shadow clone tried to develop magnet release ninjutsu. After Natsuki unlocked Railgun, he could already manipulate electromagnetic force. He could also use electromagnetic force to disguise it as lightning release, but the system definitely would not recognize it. Following his original plan, Natsuki prepared to copy the third Kazekage's magnet release, starting with the simplest thing, manipulating iron sand. As the main body, he casually opened a scroll. This was Hiruzen's training notes for lightning release. It recorded the 3 stages of training for lightning release chakra nature transformation. In essence, it was similar to wind release and water release, progressing from shallow to deep. Half a month quickly passed, and September arrived. Nawaki and Kushina had both come out of the grief caused by Mito's death, and became lively again. September 1st. As soon as Natsuki arrived at the Senju clan compound, he saw Tsunade and Nawaki standing at the entrance. Nono had not come with him. She had gone to Konoha Hospital. After all, she was a medical nin. At Konoha Hospital, she could improve her medical ninjutsu much faster. When she had free time, she would come over and train taijutsu together with them. Nawaki smiled and said, "Come on, come with us to meet Suna's shinobi delegation." Natsuki paused slightly, then remembered. Kohara had previously said that Suna would come to Konoha next month for negotiations. They called it negotiations, but in truth, it was a request for peace. "Tsunade-sensei, are you in charge of the negotiations with Suna?" Natsuki asked as they walked. "Shikasuke is in charge of the negotiations." Tsunade shook her head helplessly and said, "I am in charge of receiving them." She had originally wanted to avoid even receiving them, but Hiruzen said that in the current Konoha, she was the most suitable. If Hiruzen went to receive them, it would make Suna seem too important. But if a shinobi with lower status than Tsunade received them, it would make Konoha seem lacking in etiquette. After all, the person in charge of Suna's shinobi delegation was Chiyo. The three of them soon arrived at Konoha's village entrance. Nara, Shikasuke and the others had already arrived. When they saw Tsunade, they all came forward to greet her. Tsunade nodded and looked into the distance. At this moment, Suna's shinobi delegation had not yet arrived. But only a few minutes later, Chiyo and the others appeared in their field of vision. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Challenging Tsukumo. 2994 words. Suna's shinobi delegation soon arrived at Konoha's village entrance. "Chiyo, welcome." Tsunade walked forward and said with a smile, "I did not expect that we would meet again in Konoha. I hope next time we meet, it will be in Suna." Chiyo said expressionlessly. "Perhaps that day will come." Tsunade answered without backing down. They were both talking about meeting in Suna, but what she meant was something else, fighting her way into Suna. Chiyo felt a sharp pain in her heart, but she did not say anything else. Tsunade raised her hand. With complicated emotions, Chiyo walked into Konoha. "Everyone must be tired from the journey. Konoha has already prepared accommodations for you." Nara Shikasuke reminded them, "Please rest well tonight. Our negotiations will begin tomorrow morning at 9. "Thank you." Chiyo nodded and said, "Follow me." Tsunade walked at the front and led the way for Suna's shinobi delegation. Natsuki and Nawaki followed Shikasuke on her left side. "Tsunade, I have a question for you." Chiyo suddenly thought of something and asked, "How long did it take you to crack my poison?" The other Suna shinobi also subconsciously looked at Tsunade. The reason they had lost this war was that Chiyo's poison had been neutralized. The corners of Tsunade's mouth lifted as she said it. Chiyo's expression immediately stiffened. The poison she had been so proud of had actually been cracked in one day. Tsunade glanced at her. Chiyo's poison had been cracked by the curse antidote. The curse antidote came from Natsuki. It had originally been prepared to counter Hanzo's poison, but by coincidence, it had also countered Chiyo's poison. Naturally, Tsunade would not explain that to her. Letting her imagine things on her own would make her fear Konoha even more. If there was another shinobi world war in the future, and Suna fought Konoha again, they definitely would not dare rely on her poison anymore. "When can we see Reki, Raza, and the others?" Chiyo was experienced after all and quickly steadied herself. "If you want to see them, you can go now." Tsunade paused, then said, "But not all of you can go. 3 people at most." This was Konoha. Even if the entire Suna delegation went, they would not be able to cause much trouble, but to avoid unnecessary problems, she still limited the number of people. After we settle in, we will trouble you to take us there. Chiyo nodded and said. Shikasuke, arrange it. Tsunade said casually. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Shikasuke immediately replied. As Natsuki listened to their conversation, he thought of a question. Were they really going to hand Reki, Pakura, and Raza back to Suna just like that? Although Suna would pay a huge price this time, and might not be able to invade Konoha again for many years, Natsuki suddenly had an idea. That was to cooperate with Pakura and support her in becoming the fourth Kazekage. He had his reasons for choosing Pakura. First, in the original work, she was directly sold out to Kiri by Raza and Suna. Second, she was not part of the Kazekage faction. Third, her strength was weaker than Raza's. If she became the fourth Kazekage, Raza definitely would not accept it. At that point, Suna would easily split into two factions. Why did he feel so much like a villain? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and thought that maybe this might actually trigger some villain character template. As for whether the method was despicable, that did not matter much in a chaotic era. The one to blame was this chaotic era. A moment later, the group arrived at the accommodations prepared for Suna's shinobi delegation. Chiyo, if you need anything, you can contact Shikasuke. He will handle it. Tsunade stopped and said, I need to go to the Hokage's office. See you next time. After saying that, she left with Nawaki and Natsuki. Sis, aren't you going to the Hokage's office? Nawaki looked around and found that they were not going the right way. That was just an excuse for Chiyo. Tsunade said casually, Shikasuke is in charge of the negotiations. There is nothing for me to discuss with Sensei. Then what are we doing next? Nawaki asked expectantly, how about we go out and do a mission? You have only been back for less than half a month, and you already cannot sit still. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and said, then you will train taijutsu with me today. Nawaki froze, not understanding. Had they not always been training taijutsu together? Sparring. Tsunade added. Nawaki's eyes suddenly widened. Spar with you? Was that really sparring? Wasn't that just getting beaten one-sidedly? But under Tsunade's gaze, he did not dare argue and could only agree through tears. Natsuki could not help smiling. After arriving at the Senju clan compound, Tsunade took Nawaki to the nearby open space. She always did what she said. If she said she would spar with him, then she would spar with him. Besides, sparring more had no downside, and would help him learn taijutsu. Natsuki walked into Mito's residence. Of course, it had now become Kushina's residence. He entered the courtyard and saw Kushina sitting on the steps, propping up her small face with both hands, looking completely bored. Kushina immediately stood up and ran in front of him, saying, You're finally back. I was so bored by myself. Ever since becoming the Ninetales Jinchuriki, her range of activity had been limited to this courtyard for the time being. At most, she could move around inside the Senju clan compound. But once she left the courtyard, Shinobi would follow her. On top of that, there was not much to do in the Senju clan compound, so she rarely went out. Why are you sitting directly on the steps? Natsuki reached out and patted her short skirt twice. The dust on her skirt was brushed away. Kushina had not expected him to do that. She felt her hips tremble, and a blush appeared on her face. How are you feeling today? Natsuki withdrew his hand and asked. He was referring to the Ninetales. After discovering that its Jinchuriki had changed, the Ninetales had become restless, and had tried several times to break through the seal. No problems. Kushina shook her head and said. What do you think of the Ninetales? Natsuki thought briefly and asked. It feels very fierce and very evil. Kushina tilted her head and said. Have you seen it? Natsuki thought of the Ninetales' treatment in the original work, and could not help smiling. It certainly was fierce, but miserable was also truly miserable. It had always been treated as a tool. I saw it once. Kushina replied, but as soon as it saw me, it bared its claws and said it would eat me. I was startled, so I ran. At the end, she lowered her head in embarrassment. It is normal to be scared. Natsuki paused, then asked, have you ever thought about communicating with it? Mito-sama told me not to communicate with it. She said it would manipulate my emotions and make me go berserk. Kushina raised her eyes to look at him and replied. Natsuki suggested, I actually think you can try communicating with it when you have nothing else to do. Kushina asked blankly. Have you heard of a perfect Jinchuriki? Natsuki brought up a reason and explained to her what a perfect Jinchuriki was. It can actually be like that. Kushina asked in confusion, why did Mito-sama never tell me? I guess it was because Mito-sama did not need it. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, besides, the Ninetales is the strongest tailed beast. Even without becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, she was strong enough. Most importantly, after Mito became the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Hashirama had still been alive for some time. With the god of shinobi present, whether there was a perfect Jinchuriki or not made little difference. It was only after the Third Shinobi World War that Konoha's situation took a sharp turn downward. This might have been one of the reasons Konoha helped Naruto become a perfect Jinchuriki in the original work. Getting stronger is always the right choice. Natsuki added. The Ninetales Jinchuriki was indeed very powerful. At this stage, it could be called an invincible existence. But in the later stages, even as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, it would be hard to keep going without becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. Since you say so, I will talk to it next time. Kushina nodded and said. There is no need to rush. There is still plenty of time. Take it slowly. Natsuki touched her head and said. Kushina looked around and asked, why are you the only one here today? Tsunade-sensei and Nawaki went to train taijutsu. Nono went to Konoha Hospital. Natsuki paused, then asked, does Hokage-sama allow you to train now? He did not say. Kushina said gloomily, I can only watch you all train every day. It feels so boring. You can learn taijutsu. As long as you do not use chakra, it will not affect the Ninetales. Natsuki thought of Naruto in the original work. In the early stage, because of the Ninetales' interference, learning ninjutsu had been very difficult for him. But taijutsu was not ninjutsu. In theory, it could be used without chakra. It was just that its power would be weaker. Kushina's eyes lit up. I will teach you Soru. Natsuki smiled and said. If he taught Kushina taijutsu, he definitely could not hide it from Hiruzen. If it was not allowed, he would appear soon. If it was allowed, then Natsuki could keep teaching her. Kushina nodded. Natsuki's gaze moved downward to her legs wrapped in dark red over the knee socks. What is it? Kushina noticed his gaze and asked, do I need to change shoes? She had seen Nawaki and Nono train in Soru, so she knew it was a kind of body flicker technique that worked through the legs. It might be better to take off the over-the-knee socks. Natsuki pondered for a moment and said. Then I will take them off. Kushina sat down on the steps again. Natsuki did not even have time to stop her. Soon, Kushina had taken off the over-the-knee socks and stood up again. She stuffed the socks into her shoulder bag, patted the dust off her short skirt again, and then looked at Natsuki. I will explain it to you first, then demonstrate it with you. After that, you will start training. Natsuki coughed lightly and began explaining. Time reached afternoon. Kushina took a deep breath. Her jade-like legs immediately trembled as she stepped on the ground in an instant. But she did not succeed. She was still standing in the same place. The chance of succeeding on the first try is very small. Seeing this, Natsuki comforted her. Kushina nodded. She was not discouraged and continued training. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and also began training his lightning release, earth flow. The sun set in the west. Tsunade and Nawaki, who had finished training, walked into the courtyard. Natsuki subconsciously raised his head and saw Nawaki looking half dead. His face was full of exhaustion, and there were quite a few fist marks all over his body. Clearly, Tsunade had not held back. Tsunade-sama. Kushina stopped training and greeted her, Nawaki. Tsunade nodded and did not say anything about her learning Soru. Her thoughts were the same as Natsuki's. If Hiruzen did not agree, he would naturally come to stop it. Natsuki, when are we eating? Nawaki said weakly, I feel like I can eat 10 more bowls than usual. I will go cook now. Natsuki said with a smile. Not long after, Nono also returned from Konoha Hospital. During this period, they trained together, so they also happened to eat here together. The main reason was Tsunade and Nawaki's request. They both wanted to freeload meals. The group soon gathered around the dining table. Tsunade picked up her chopsticks and suddenly asked, Do you want to become a jonin? Nawaki was even more shocked than Natsuki. Natsuki is already able to become a jonin at such a young age. Natsuki's strength has already surpassed many jonin. Kushina said in support, I think it is only natural for him to become a jonin. But strength is only one aspect of becoming a jonin. Nawaki looked at Tsunade and asked, Sis, didn't you say before that they also need abilities in intelligence, analysis, command, leading a team, and so on? Did Natsuki not show those abilities during the war against Suna? Tsunade asked back. Nawaki was immediately stunned. But after thinking about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with that. During the war against Suna, Natsuki had been their team captain. He had been involved in intelligence, analysis, command, leading the team, and other such abilities. Then wouldn't Natsuki become Konoha's youngest jonin? Nawaki came back to his senses and said unwillingly, Damn it. I wanted that achievement too. Natsuki blinked. To him, whether he was a jonin or not was actually not important. After all, his current strength and identity were already clear. Naruto could become Hokage as a genin, and he could do the same. After Natsuki becomes a jonin, will he still be on a team with us? Nono asked with some concern. Of course he has to stay on our team. When Nawaki heard this, he immediately spoke. Tsunade smiled and said, Konoha has no rule saying that after becoming a jonin, you must leave your original team and lead a new one. That is pretty good. Nawaki relaxed, then said with a smile, Natsuki, the youngest jonin. If you do not want it, it will be mine. In the original work, the youngest jonin was 12 years old, a record set by Kakashi. Naturally, that record had not appeared yet. What does the jonin assessment test? Natsuki asked curiously. It is just a formality. They have you spar with an umbu jonin. Tsunade explained, the real assessment comes from sensei. If he thinks you are qualified to become a jonin, then that is enough. Natsuki nodded. That was not unexpected. Jonin were very important to every ninja village. In Konoha, without the Hokage, or rather Konoha's higher-ups, giving approval, it was impossible to become a jonin. Can I designate a jonin? Natsuki's thoughts moved, and he thought of Tsukumo. His Sasaki Kojiro template still had one ability that had not been unlocked. Ability 4, Mind's Eye, defeat a shinobi whose swordsmanship is stronger than his own. Natsuki was not sure whether his current swordsmanship had already surpassed Tsukumo's. But if even Tsukumo did not meet the condition, then it would be very difficult to find a second one in the shinobi world. In short, fight him first. If he dragged it out any longer, he might really become the strongest swordsman in the shinobi world. Although there is no precedent, Sensei most likely will not refuse. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked, Who do you want to designate? Natsuki explained. You want to witness his swordsmanship. That does fit your personality. If Tsukumo agrees, then naturally there will be no problem. Tsunade nodded and said, "Then come with me to the Hokage's office tomorrow." Natsuki was still very much looking forward to fighting Tsukumo. After all, the effect of mind's eye was very strong. "Can we go watch when the time comes?" Nawaki quickly asked. "I can take you," Tsunade said without concern. Although under normal circumstances, the Jonin assessment had no audience, there were always exceptions. Another new day arrived. After Natsuki ate breakfast, he came to the Hokage's office with Tsunade. "What brings the two of you here together?" Hiruzen put down the pipe in his hand and asked. "Didn't you previously ask me to tell Natsuki about the Jonin assessment?" Tsunade said directly, he has agreed, but he hopes to designate Tsukumo as his opponent. As expected of a young man. When Hiruzen heard this, he laughed. When others participated in the Jonin assessment, they all hoped to encounter a weaker opponent, but Natsuki had chosen a strong opponent instead. It could only be called youthful spirit. With Tsukumo's personality, he should agree, but you will need to wait for some time. Hiruzen explained, Tsukumo requested leave because his child is close to the due date. His child? Natsuki could not help freezing. He carefully recalled that Kakashi's birthday was September 15th. In other words, there were still 13 days. That is fine. I am not in a hurry. Natsuki nodded and said. I will send Umbu to inform Tsukumo later. Hiruzen thought for a moment and said, if he does not agree, then I will personally conduct the assessment. Good grief. Was the 1-second triple staff strike coming? But Natsuki was indeed very curious about what character template would be triggered if he defeated Hiruzen. Of course, with his current strength, it would be very difficult to defeat him. He was confident in defeating Tsukumo because Tsukumo only used swordsmanship. On top of that, he had various sword-related abilities, especially the abilities of the Sasaki Kojiro template, which restrained him somewhat. Hiruzen was different. He could absolutely be called the most well-rounded shinobi in the current shinobi world. He knew everything and was proficient in everything. Natsuki was actually somewhat similar to him. Because of his various character templates, he was also an all-round shinobi. Precisely because of that, when his strength was inferior to Hiruzen's, he would be restrained by him. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Natsuki immediately replied. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Cooperating with Pakura, 3,269 words. After they finished discussing the matter, Natsuki left the Hokage's office with Tsunade. After leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade said she was going to Konoha Hospital for surgery, and told him to return to the Senju clan compound on his own. Natsuki watched her leave. After a brief moment of thought, he headed toward Konoha Maximum Security Prison. Based on the current situation, cooperating with Pakura was not something that could easily succeed. After all, the third Kazekage was still alive, and the conflict between her and Raza had not intensified yet. The best time to cooperate with her would actually be before Raza, and soon as higher-ups planned to sacrifice her. When a person was betrayed and isolated, they would grab onto any lifeline offered to them. But that would be during the Third Shinobi World War, which was still a long time away from now. Natsuki's plan was to first express a preliminary willingness to cooperate with her. Power had always been tempting. If she was truly set on the Kazekage position, then sooner or later, she would have to cooperate with him. Because it would be very difficult for her to become the fourth Kazekage on her own. Natsuki had even thought about going to kill the third Kazekage and framing Raza or Reki for it. In the original work, the third Kazekage was killed by Sasori. It was also because of his disappearance that the Third Shinobi World War broke out. However, for the current Natsuki, killing the third Kazekage would still be very difficult. Especially in Suna. If he truly wanted to kill him, he would still need to find a suitable opportunity. As Natsuki thought about this, he soon arrived at Konoha Maximum Security Prison. He walked forward and was just about to speak when the two shinobi guarding the entrance, or rather, the prison guards, recognized him. Natsuki-sama. The two prison guards called out very enthusiastically. Natsuki was slightly startled. These two prison guards looked a bit like his admirers. But that was normal. The shinobi world respected strength, and his status was high enough as well. I want to see the Suna shinobi imprisoned here. Natsuki got straight to the point. He did not say he wanted to see Pakura because directly naming a target would easily arouse suspicion. The two prison guards did not even ask for the reason, and let him into Konoha Maximum Security Prison. Natsuki could not help sighing at how fame and strength also brought a rise in status. The current him, like Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, could now move around Konoha by name alone. Natsuki entered Konoha Maximum Security Prison. Because it was a place used to hold prisoners, the layout was very simple, with one room next to another. Each room had only one bed. There were no walls, only iron bars. Natsuki's arrival drew the attention of many prisoners. In particular, when the Suna shinobi imprisoned here saw him, they all showed looks of hatred. After all, their crushing defeat was directly related to Natsuki. Natsuki did not care about their gazes. That was how chaotic times were. If you did not kill them, they would kill you. Since he had been born in Konoha, he was destined to be enemies with shinobi from other villages. Raza, Reki, Pakura, and the others were not ordinary Suna shinobi, so they were imprisoned separately. Under the guidance of a prison guard, Natsuki went up to the second floor. The rooms on the second floor were not next to each other, and were spaced quite far apart. This was to prevent them from communicating with each other. Natsuki soon saw Pakura. She sat on the bed, leaning against the wall. Her expression was calm as she stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. When she heard footsteps, she turned her head. When she saw Natsuki, her gaze sharpened. Naturally, Pakura had a deep impression of him. Not only had he defeated Raza alone, he had also captured her alive together with Tsunade. If not for him, Suna would not have been completely wiped out. "What are you here for?" Pakura asked coldly. "To discuss cooperation," Natsuki said with a smile. "What cooperation could there be between us?" Pakura was stunned and could not understand. "Do you not want to become the fourth Kazekage?" Natsuki looked at her and asked. Pakura reacted, then snorted coldly and asked, "But how can a Konoha shinobi like you help me? With my status and strength, can I not help you?" Natsuki asked back calmly. Pakura could not help frowning. The procedures and qualifications for competing for the Kazekage position and the Hokage position were more or less the same. Judging from Natsuki's current performance, barring any accidents, he would either become the fourth Hokage or the fifth Hokage. Even if an accident happened and he failed to become Hokage, he would most likely become a Hokage advisor or Hokage assistant. With a position of such great authority, even while staying in Konoha, he could have a major influence on Suna. "Then you came too early. After you become Hokage, we can talk about cooperation again." Pakura shook her head and said. "By then, Raza will already have become the fourth Kazekage. Would there still be any need to talk?" Natsuki explained, "The current you has value, and the future me has value. That is why we can talk about cooperation." Pakura fell into thought after hearing this. Natsuki's meaning was simple. He wanted them to cooperate first. Before Raza became the fourth Kazekage, he would have enough ability to help her. It had to be said that Natsuki was very confident. After all, there were many geniuses in the shinobi world, but most of them died halfway. Natsuki was certain that he would have the ability to help her in the future. However, the probability of him surviving was indeed high. After all, he could already defeat Raza at such a young age. In a few more years, he would probably possess Kage-level strength and could become Hokage at any time. But what about her? Without Natsuki's help, could she become the fourth Kazekage? The answer was no. Pakura understood Suna's situation very well. When it came to the probability of becoming the fourth Kazekage, she was even lower than Reki. What do you want? Pakura narrowed her eyes and asked. There was no such thing as free help. Especially someone like Natsuki, a super genius. What he wanted would definitely be considerable. Although Pakura wanted to become the fourth Kazekage, she could not betray Suna. If Suna was gone, or if it was controlled by Konoha, then what meaning would there be in becoming the fourth Kazekage? Since it is cooperation, then we help each other. Natsuki said casually, for example, during the next Shinobi World War. The next one. Pakura was slightly startled. Kumo and Kiri did not participate in this Shinobi World War. Natsuki said with certainty, I believe the next Shinobi World War is unavoidable. Pakura could not help falling silent. This kind of thing was indeed very likely to happen. It was just that Suna had already suffered terrible losses in this Shinobi World War. Would they still participate in the next one? Pakura thought of the third Kazekage again. She had her answer. The third Kazekage was very ambitious. On top of that, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If Suna could win in the next Shinobi World War, they could make up for the losses from this one. I came this time only to reach a preliminary understanding with you. Natsuki continued, as for the specific terms of cooperation, we can discuss them later. If you are not satisfied, then we do not have to cooperate. Pakura thought for a long time and finally agreed. This matter had no downside for her. Of course, the premise of cooperation was that she could become the fourth Kazekage and would not betray Suna. Happy cooperation. Natsuki smiled and did not say anything else. He had achieved his goal, and it had gone relatively smoothly. After all, he had not proposed any cooperation terms, and had handed the initiative to Pakura. On top of that, she did indeed have thoughts about becoming the fourth Kazekage, so she did not refuse. Of course, it was also possible that Pakura had only pretended to agree. But it just so happened that Natsuki did not trust her either. After all, Suna had not abandoned her yet. There was no need to say which side she would choose between Konoha and Suna. Why did you not look for Raza or Reki? When he was about to leave, Pakura suddenly asked. You are more pleasing to the eye. Natsuki waved his hand and said. He could not possibly say that he had chosen her because she would be abandoned by Suna in the future. If he did, Pakura would think he was a fool. Pakura could not help freezing, completely unable to understand his thoughts. After leaving Konoha Maximum Security Prison, Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound and continued his training. A month quickly passed. October 1st. After Natsuki and Nono finished breakfast, they arrived at the Umbu training ground. The Umbu had an office in the Hokage building. But as an independent organization, they also had their own office building, which was the Umbu base. The Umbu training ground was located inside the Umbu base. Because of the Umbu's special nature, although the Umbu base was not far from the Hokage building, it was very secluded. There were no Konoha residents nearby. When Kushina saw him, she waved from a distance. It was obvious that she was very happy today. Her face was full of smiles. It was not only because she saw Natsuki, but also because she had rarely been able to leave the Senju clan compound. On the 15th of last month, Tsukumo's son, Kakashi, had been born safely. After that, he held a seventh night celebration for him and specially invited Natsuki. At the celebration, he agreed to Natsuki's challenge and would serve as the opponent for his Jonin assessment. In the end, Hiruzen set the date of the Jonin assessment for October 1st. Originally, Kushina was not allowed to come and watch, but Natsuki came up with a reason. That was that with Hiruzen and Tsunade present, even if something happened, they would be able to stop it in time. Tsunade-sensei, Kushina, Nawaki, good morning. Natsuki walked forward and greeted them one by one. Sensei and Tsukumo have not arrived yet, so you will have to wait for a while. Tsunade reminded him. That is fine. Natsuki said without concern, it is not the scheduled time yet anyway. How is it? Are you confident? Nawaki patted his shoulder and asked. Before fighting, I am always confident. Natsuki said casually. The corner of Nawaki's mouth twitched. Was that not obvious? If he had no confidence, why would he designate Tsukumo as his opponent? Tsunade said with a smile. That is true. Nawaki asked again, Sis, who do you think will win? Naturally, I believe in Natsuki. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and teased, he is my taijutsu teacher now, after all. If she were being honest, she felt it was 50-50. Either of them could win. When Nawaki heard this, he immediately sighed. Speaking of taijutsu, he had clearly started learning before Tsunade, but his progress had fallen behind hers. Tsunade had already learned Soru and Shurgan, and she was now learning Jeppo. Nawaki had only just learned Soru, and was now learning Shurgan. Even Kushina was about to catch up to him. This was not actually a problem of talent, but a problem of the body. The Rokushiki placed great importance on physical strength. When one's physical strength was sufficient, learning them became very fast. Some people could even learn them just by imitation, like Luffy. While chatting with them, Natsuki looked at his system. Over the past month or so, he had gained quite a bit. First, he had learned Lightning Release, Earth Flow, bringing the progress for the Misaka Mikoto template's Lightning Giant to 1/5. After that, he had chosen another Lightning Release ninjutsu called Lightning Release, Swift Thunder Arrow. Its effect was to gather lightning release chakra in the right hand, then release several arrow-shaped bolts of white lightning from the palm to attack the target. Second, he had developed a magnet release ninjutsu called Magnet Release, Iron Sand Wall, bringing the progress for the Misaka Mikoto template's Iron Sand Sword to 1/5 as well. Magnet Release, Iron Sand Wall was also one of the magnet release ninjutsu mastered by the third Kazekage. Its effect was to use electromagnetic force to manipulate nearby iron sand and form a wall in front of him. How should he put it? Natsuki's progress was still pretty good. But most likely, he would not make it in time for Konoha's war against AIM. Fortunately, that was not too much of a problem. The most troublesome part about AIM was Hanzo's poison, and he was already unafraid of it. Aside from the Misaka Mikoto template, he had also unlocked one ability, which was Shizo template's Tekai. The unlock condition for Tekai was to use his body to withstand enemy attacks in 5 battles. Because he had to take the attacks head-on, Natsuki naturally would not look for Tokubetsu Jonin or Jonin. He made up a reason, saying he wanted to go out and gather inspiration for creating taijutsu, then accepted 5 C-rank missions. After fighting some wandering genin, he successfully unlocked Tekai. Although Tekai had high defensive power, it had one problem. He could not move while using it. Natsuki was also considering whether he could modify Tekai so that it could be used while moving. But for him, that would take quite a bit of time. He could try it when he had free time. 9 o'clock in the morning. Hiruzen and Tsukumo appeared on time at the Umbu training ground. Sorry to keep you waiting. Tsukumo spoke. We only just arrived. Tsunade shook her head and said. Since everyone is here, let us begin today's Jonin assessment. Hiruzen said with a smile, I am looking forward to today's Jonin assessment. Regardless of whether Natsuki won or lost, it would be enough to prove that he was a genius among geniuses, and one of the best shinobi among the younger generation. But winning and losing were still different. If he won, it would mean that Natsuki's strength had already reached the elite Jonin level, making him a true powerhouse. For Konoha, this would undoubtedly be an enormous blessing. The current Konoha had practically reached an unprecedented peak. At the top, there were Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, and the others. In the middle, there were Tsukumo, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Fugaku Uchiha, and others. Below them, there were Natsuki, Minato, Nawaki, and others. Of course, this excluded Hashirama's era. After all, he alone could stand against thousands of troops, not to mention that Tobirama, Mito, and the others were there at the time. Hiruzen also had a small thought of his own. Natsuki was Orochimaru's student. If Tsukumo lost to Natsuki, he would be too embarrassed to compete with Orochimaru for the position of fourth Hokage. Although Hiruzen understood Tsukumo's personality, and knew he had little interest in the Hokage position, it was better to be safe. In the competition for fourth Hokage, he supported his own student more. I am also looking forward to it. Tsukumo smiled and said, I have long wanted to see Natsuki's swordsmanship. Previously, he had not paid much attention to Natsuki. After all, Natsuki was young, and Tsukumo had only regarded him as a genius. But after Konoha's war against Suna ended, he had already begun treating Natsuki as an opponent of equal strength. The two walked into the field. Tsukumo reached out and gripped the short sword on his back. Natsuki took out Kurosawa, and placed it at his waist. Hiruzen looked at the two of them and spoke. Clear and serene. Natsuki first activated the ability from the Sasaki Kojiro template, entering a state where his mind was as still as water. Against Tsukumo, he could not afford even the slightest carelessness. After activating Clear and Serene, he could discard unnecessary emotions, preventing emotional fluctuations from affecting his swordsmanship. Tsukumo sensed a slight change in him, but did not think too deeply about it. Holding his short sword, he moved. His body suddenly vanished, and a silver flash of blade light appeared in Natsuki's vision. Although Natsuki already knew that the defining trait of Hatake swordsmanship was speed, actually facing it still surprised him. Fortunately, he had the extraordinary reaction speed from the Kuragaya Kazuto template, and the clairvoyance from the heroic spirit Amiya template. He accurately locked onto Tsukumo's short sword. In an instant, he drew his sword from its sheath. That silver flash of blade light suddenly stopped. A hint of admiration appeared in Tsukumo's eyes. Many jonin could not block his sudden opening strike. Tsukumo slightly turned his wrist. His short sword slid downward, scraping sparks against Kurosawa, as it cut down, and thrust straight toward Natsuki's abdomen. One sword style, lion strike. Natsuki did not bother with the short sword stabbing toward his abdomen. Instead, he gripped Kurosawa with both hands and slashed down with force. Tsukumo could not help frowning. This heavy slash looked as if it was going to cut him in half. He did not hesitate to withdraw his short sword. His body avoided the strike, and after stepping forward to the left, he turned and thrust again. Using his height advantage, he stabbed toward Natsuki's head. Natsuki thought to himself that Tsukumo was indeed an assassin-type swordsman. Normally, shinobi who used swords mostly relied on movements such as slashing, chopping, and sweeping. But Tsukumo was different. He used thrusting attacks more often. He was practically using his sword like a dagger. However, what he used was a short sword, so calling it a longer dagger was not wrong. Natsuki felt the sharpness coming straight at him. Because of Clear and Serene, he was extremely calm right now. He instantly made his response. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. Natsuki turned Kurosawa. Water surged out, and he slashed horizontally. The tremendous force made Tsukumo retreat. Tsukumo was not affected in the slightest. He pressed his short sword down, spun into the air, and his short sword brought up a whistling wind as he slashed horizontally. Natsuki immediately retreated. That is the taijutsu he created himself, right? Seeing this, Hiruzen could not help asking. He had heard Tsunade explain in detail the process of Natsuki's battle with Raza, so he knew about the taijutsu Natsuki had created. A very good taijutsu. Tsunade nodded and said, he also taught it to me, Nawaki, and the others. He truly does not hold back much. When Hiruzen heard this, he smiled. Of course, saying he did not hold anything back was a little exaggerated. But in Hiruzen's view, being willing to teach Tsunade, Nawaki, and the others was enough to prove Natsuki's loyalty to Konoha. Keeping a little for himself was not a problem. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blown leaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. Promised victory 3053 words the slash missed. Tsukumo quickly steadied himself and looked around. The instant Natsuki's sorrow ended, he closed in and thrust out with his blade. It was decisive and fast, aimed straight at Natsuki's heart. Water breathing, second form, water wheel. Seeing this, Natsuki turned his body and rose into the air, avoiding the strike. At the same time, Kurosawa quickly fell from his hand. The blade light carried water as it poured down like a tide. While retreating, Tsukumo raised his blade. After he poured a large amount of chakra into the short sword in his hand, it gave off a dazzling white light. The white light collided with the water current. Natsuki and Tsukumo both trembled and retreated at the same time. But Natsuki was still in midair at that moment. Before he could make another move, Tsukumo seized the opportunity. His body turned into an afterimage, and his short sword stabbed toward Natsuki's thigh like a venomous snake. Water breathing, sixth form, whirlpool. Seeing this, a force appeared around Natsuki's body out of nowhere, and he spun upward again. Tsukumo's blade missed. Natsuki gripped his sword with both hands and slashed down at him. Water flowed around his blade like a water dragon biting toward Tsukumo. Tsukumo remained calm and displayed exquisite footwork, suddenly pulling away and moving to the left. He immediately slashed backhanded toward Natsuki's arm. Natsuki stepped on the air with both feet, generating propulsion, and vanished from where he stood. What kind of taijutsu is that? Seeing this, Tsukumo could not help showing a stunned expression. Although he had been present when Natsuki fought Raza, he had also been fighting at the time, and had no spare attention to focus on the details of their battle. Natsuki landed steadily and answered, "A taijutsu I created myself." Truly impressive. Tsukumo could not help praising him. This was the first time he had seen this kind of taijutsu. It could actually allow short-term flight. It really is incredible. Not far away, Hiruzen, who was watching the battle, sighed. Jeppo is different from the taijutsu of the shinobi world. Tsunade nodded and said, "It does not rely on chakra but on a powerful body." That is true. Hiruzen said in confusion, "I really wonder where Natsuki got the inspiration. Perhaps that is what makes him a genius." Tsunade chuckled and said, "The thoughts of geniuses are always different." Hiruzen commented, "Although ordinary people cannot learn Jeppo, anyone who does learn it will gain an advantage in battle." Natsuki and Tsukumo clashed again. Their styles were actually somewhat similar. Both of their swordsmanship styles emphasized speed. Because of that, in theory, Tsukumo should have been suppressing Natsuki. Because he was faster. But in actual battle, they appeared evenly matched instead. Hiruzen and Tsunade both saw the reason. Natsuki's reaction speed was fast. One had faster sword speed, and the other had faster reaction speed. They were like the sharpest spear meeting the strongest shield, resulting in a deadlock. But in the end, there would always be a winner. However, like Tsunade, Hiruzen did not dare say who would win. Tsukumo retreated and pulled away. He let out a breath and tightened his grip on his short sword. After fighting for so long, he had also understood Natsuki's strength. Next, it was time to show his real skill. Otherwise, they could fight for a long time. Tsukumo narrowed his eyes and suddenly advanced. A brilliant silver light appeared in the air. His offensive was like a violent storm, several degrees faster than before. But Natsuki still reacted. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. He swung his sword, and a sword wave struck the silver light head-on. Seeing this, Tsukumo increased the amount of chakra he poured in. He pushed his speed to the limit and swung with force, directly cutting through the sword wave before flying toward Natsuki like a silver venomous snake. At the critical moment, Natsuki directly let go of Kurosawa in his hand. Broken phantasm. Kurosawa suddenly exploded. Natsuki vanished from where he stood. Tsukumo's pupils contracted. In that instant, he slashed toward the center of the explosion. At the same time, he retreated. Even so, he was still affected by the aftershock of the explosion, and his clothes were scorched black. He was not injured, but there was a faint burning sting. However, he did not have time to think about it before he saw Natsuki reappear and leap up. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. A massive amount of chakra turned into a coiling water dragon. In an instant, Natsuki launched several consecutive rotating slashes. The blade lights stacked together, filling Tsukumo's vision. But even such a terrifying killing move still failed to defeat him. He stomped hard on the ground. The ground cracked and broken stones flew up. Tsukumo's speed reached its peak. The short sword in his hand disappeared, replaced by countless silver lights. Natsuki only felt Kurosawa in his hand tremble countless times in the blink of an eye. Each tremor represented a collision between Kurosawa and Tsukumo's short sword. And the huge water dragon above Natsuki's head was also cut into pieces in an instant. Is Natsuki going to lose? Nawaki widened his eyes. This was the first time he had seen Natsuki's water-breathing, 10th form, constant flux be broken. Tsunade frowned and did not answer. Tsukumo's swordsmanship can indeed be called the best in the shinobi world. Hiruzen praised. In truth, Natsuki's swordsmanship was not bad either. But if his speed was slightly lacking, then the gap would become very large. In the current shinobi world, combat power had not yet inflated to the point of giant bombardments, so speed was still very important. If Tsukumo lived until the later period, he would be restricted everywhere. Because his opponents would possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, would release Sage Mode, the Rinnegan, and so on. At that moment, the situation changed again. After Tsukumo broke water breathing, 10th form, constant flux, his burst of power did not end. His entire body suddenly stopped, then he thrust out his final strike. The dazzling blade light was as blinding as the sun. Within the blade light, Tsukumo's short sword moved at extreme speed. This was clearly his peak strike. Tsubeim Geishi. Kurosawa in Natsuki's hand quickly lengthened. Kurosawa had been projected, so he could freely change its length. The reason he made it longer was that Tsubeim Geishi required a longer sword to perform. The sword used by Sasaki Kojiro was called Bison Osafyu Nagamitsu, and it was 1.5 meters long, longer than most swords. Natsuki swung his sword. In an instant, the entire space seemed to freeze. Tsukumo's originally calm expression immediately turned shocked. Because from his perspective, it felt as though he had only blinked, and 3 blade lights had appeared in front of him. These 3 blade lights blocked all of his positions. Tsukumo felt that no matter where he dodged, he would not be able to avoid these 3 slashes. With no other choice, he could only raise his short sword and meet them. The sound of impact rang out in succession. After 3 sounds, there was a crisp snap. Under Natsuki's control, the 3 blade lights had accurately struck Tsukumo's short sword. In fact, from the very beginning, he had aimed for Tsukumo's short sword. Because this was a spar, not a life-or-death duel. Half of the blade fell to the ground. Tsukumo stared blankly at the broken sword in front of him. But his mind was still fixed on the Tsubeim Geishi Natsuki had just used. That strike was too stunning, leaving him unable to recover for a long time. Nawaki had not quite reacted. Kushina immediately cheered. Nono did not speak, but she subconsciously waved her fist. What kind of swordsmanship was that? Tsunade's face showed confusion. That strike. Why did it feel a little like space-time ninjutsu? Hiruzen found it hard to believe. This was a sword technique that had never appeared in the shinobi world. How is that possible? Tsunade subconsciously denied it, saying, there cannot be swordsmanship like that. It is certainly possible to swing 3 strikes in an instant. Hiruzen steadied himself, took a deep breath, and said, but Natsuki gave the impression that he swung once, and that 1 slash became 3. Tsunade recalled the scene, and found that it was indeed the case. 1 slash became 3, as if 3 Natsukis had swung their swords at the same time. But there was only 1 Natsuki. The most reasonable explanation was that space, or perhaps time, had been layered in that instant. Natsuki slowly withdrew his sword. Tsubaime Geishi was indeed very powerful, but the burden was also heavy. Otherwise, Sasaki Kojiro could directly use Tsubaime Geishi the moment they met and end the battle. Tsubaime Geishi was his noble phantasm, and also his ultimate move. Most heroic spirits would not use their noble phantasms until the final moment, because the consumption was too great. Natsuki now had the illusion that his body was about to fall apart. He took a moment to recover, then looked at Tsukumo. Natsuki spoke, I will pay for it. It is fine. Tsukumo shook his head and said, being able to see that final strike was worth losing 1 sword. Hiruzen walked over and could not help asking, is this sword technique something you created yourself? Natsuki answered, it is called Tsubaime Geishi. It was created to cut down a flying swallow in the air. Are you sure the one you encountered was a flying swallow? Tsunade retorted, whose flying swallow moves that fast? Good question. The corner of Natsuki's mouth twitched, and he was actually left speechless. Tsubaime Geishi is enough to be rated as an S-rank ninjutsu. Hiruzen said emotionally, perhaps your future achievements will even surpass Sensei's. The second Hokage created a large number of forbidden jutsu. I am still far from that. Natsuki said humbly. All right. Do not aim too high too soon. Tsunade tapped his forehead with her finger and warned, creating forbidden jutsu is certainly impressive, but you have to understand that forbidden jutsu are dangerous. She was worried that Natsuki would become too obsessed with creating ninjutsu, affecting his normal life or even injuring himself. I understand. Natsuki nodded and said. After all, he was not really the one creating the ninjutsu. Natsuki, congratulations on passing the Jonin assessment. Hiruzen finally remembered the main matter. Thank you, Hokage-sama. As soon as Natsuki finished speaking, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Sasaki Kojiro template ability for Mind's Eye. Natsuki could not help letting out a breath of relief. He had finally unlocked Mind's Eye. The description of Mind's Eye was a sixth sense used for battle, an innate danger prediction ability. Without question, this was a god-tier ability. Natsuki felt it was like an enhanced version of the Sharingan, or perhaps similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan possessed the ability to see through a target's movements. Mind's Eye was like a passive Mangekyo Sharingan. You have awakened the Artoria Pendragon template. Who did it say? Natsuki could not help feeling stunned. He had actually awakened the Artoria template. Artoria was one of the female protagonists of Fate/Stay Night, and its derivative works. She was the legendary King Arthur and King of Knights, summoned as a saber-class servant in the Holy Grail War. Why had the Artoria template awakened? The only similarity between her and Tsukumo was swordsmanship. At most, there were some similarities between chivalry and the samurai spirit. Or was it related to Natsuki using Tsubaime Geishi? Because during the Fifth Holy Grail War, Artoria and Sasaki Kojiro had fought before. Natsuki quickly looked at the Artoria template. Name, Artoria Pendragon Altar. When he saw the first line, he was slightly startled. This was not the usual Artoria, but the darkened Artoria, after being corrupted by the Holy Grail. Of course, the darkened Artoria was still Artoria Pendragon. There was essentially no difference. Period. Fifth Holy Grail War, Heaven's Feel Route, Saberclass Servant. When Natsuki saw the second line, he thought that was indeed the case. Under normal circumstances, Artoria's master would be Emiya Shiro. But in the Heaven's Feel route, she would become corrupted, and her master would change from Shiro to Matasakura. Natsuki continued reading. World, Fate/Stay Night. Rank, S rank. Ability 1, Magic Resistance, unlocked. Effect, when ninjutsu below B rank directly hits you, its power will be greatly reduced. Ability 2, Invisible Air, locked. Effect, by wrapping the target in multiple layers of wind, the enemy cannot see your ninja tool. Its attack power and accuracy will increase to a certain extent. Unlock condition, learn 5 wind release ninjutsu. Ability 3, Mana Burst, locked. Effect, releases chakra to strengthen your body and ninja tools. Unlock condition, defeat 5 jonin using only swordsmanship. Ability 4, Infinite Mana, locked. Effect, chakra provided by the Black Grail. Unlock condition, create the Black Grail according to the blueprint. Ability 5, Excalibur, locked. Effect, an anti-fortress noble phantasm that releases all the chakra in your body through the sword in your hand. Its power is great enough to destroy a city. Unlock condition, after possessing the Black Grail, rebuild a nation. After Natsuki finished reading, he had only one feeling. He was stunned. They were both S-rank character templates, but he felt that the Artoria template seemed somewhat stronger than the Misaka Mikoto template, and the Heroic Spirit Emiya template. Ability 1, Magic Resistance. This ability was relatively unimpressive. It required enemy ninjutsu to hit him before taking effect, and it was limited to ninjutsu below B rank. To be honest, with Natsuki's current strength, the probability of ninjutsu below B rank hitting him was extremely small. However, it was not useless. If he was ambushed and failed to react in time, it would be very useful. Since it came automatically, he would not be picky. Ability 2, Invisible Air. This was one of Artoria's classic abilities, and its effect was also quite good. Simply put, it mainly acted on ninja tools, allowing them to disappear, or rather, making it so enemies could not see them. If it was applied to a sword, Natsuki would be fighting the enemy with an invisible blade. The enemy would definitely fall into a disadvantage due to being unable to adapt. It would be like an ordinary person suddenly going blind. They would be extremely unused to it, causing their strength to drop significantly. What if it was applied to ranged ninja tools such as kunai, shuriken, senbon, or arrows? Natsuki could only describe it in 3 words, too underhanded. Its unlock condition was to learn 5 wind release ninjutsu. When Natsuki previously obtained the Uzumaki Naruto template, he had already unlocked wind nature. Learning wind release ninjutsu would be much easier for him than learning lightning release ninjutsu. Ability 3, Mana Burst. Its effect was similar to Reinforcement Magecraft and Armament Hockey. Natsuki felt that if this continued, he was going to become a shinobi with both high attack and high defense. But that was a good thing. Its requirement was not difficult either. He only had to defeat 5 jonin using swordsmanship alone. With Natsuki's current swordsmanship, it would not be an exaggeration to call him the best in the shinobi world. When it came to Ability 4 and Ability 5, both the effects and unlock conditions became extremely outrageous. Ability 4, Infinite Mana. As Natsuki's strength improved and the number of character templates increased, his greatest weakness had become insufficient chakra. Because all of his abilities needed chakra to take effect. For example, Unlimited Blade works. Although it was not unlocked yet, for Kakashi's worth of chakra probably would not be enough. Now, things were different. He had directly gained infinite mana, meaning infinite chakra. It was just that the unlock condition was also extraordinary. He needed to create a Black Grail. When Natsuki saw it at first glance, he felt that this was impossible. One had to know that the Holy Grail in Fate/Stay Night had been created over a long period of time by the 3 families of Fuyuki. But after looking at the Black Grail blueprint, he realized that his guess was wrong. Clearly, the Black Grail blueprint had also been localized. The two most important things were the following. One was the special material used to create the Grail. The other was a nearly endless mass of chakra. This so-called Black Grail gave Natsuki the feeling of being equivalent to a tailed beast, allowing him to become an existence similar to a Jinchuriki. But masses of chakra were not limited to tailed beasts. In the shinobi world, there were quite a few existences similar to tailed beasts, such as the Ryumayaku, Morio, and the Zero Tails. The greater the ability, the greater the difficulty. Although Natsuki felt regretful that infinite mana had not been given to him directly, he could accept it. Ability 5, Excalibur. It was Artoria's noble phantasm as a heroic spirit. It was also the legendary Holy Sword, one of the ultimate divine constructs. Clearly, this ability would not give Natsuki the sword itself. But its power was terrifying enough, possessing the might to destroy a city. In the shinobi world, it was probably equivalent to Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei. It was just that its unlock condition was also terrifying. Rebuild a nation. Natsuki's first reaction was that this had to be a joke. Rebuild meant that the nation had already been destroyed. But the problem was, where was there a destroyed nation in the shinobi world? Did he have to go and destroy a nation? Natsuki could not help falling into thought. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and he thought of the Land of Rain. If Hanzo died, then AIM and the Land of Rain would fall into a state of collapse. Perhaps that would satisfy this condition. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Moving to the Senju Compound 3177 words. After the Jonin assessment ended, Natsuki went to the Hokage building and received his Jonin vest. Aside from that, Konoha would also issue a special announcement informing all shinobi that he had become a new Jonin. The impact of becoming a Jonin was significant. It meant that Konoha had gained another shinobi with real authority. Because in theory, a Jonin could command all Chunin and Genin. Natsuki was even more different. He was Orochimaru's student, a shinobi of the Hokage's faction. Any shinobi with the slightest awareness would understand what that meant. Another popular Hokage candidate had been born. If he were not too young, he might even be able to directly become the fourth Hokage. After all, he had already accumulated quite a lot of achievements. After receiving his Jonin vest, Natsuki did not leave the Hokage building right away. He thought carefully. For the time being, there was no way to unlock infinite mana and Excalibur from the Artoria template. The former required a mass of chakra. Either he had to capture a tailed beast, or capture an existence on the level of a tailed beast. Natsuki was more inclined to capture an existence on the level of a tailed beast. The main reason was that all 9 tailed beasts already had owners, and each had a ninja village behind them. The difficulty and risk were relatively high. The latter required rebuilding a nation. In the original work, there were 2 nations that could be considered destroyed. The first was the Land of Whirlpools. But because of Natsuki's interference, the Land of Whirlpools had not been destroyed. The second was Roran. But the current Roran had not been destroyed yet. In the original work, the plot involving Roran was the movie The Lost Tower. Simply put, Naruto and the others carried out a mission to hunt down Mukade, a missing nin from Suna, and arrived at the destroyed Roran. Mukade released the power of the Ryumayaku, causing them to travel back to the Roran of the past. Naruto and the others met the young Minato in the past Roran. Father and son worked together and ultimately defeated Mukade. From the plot, it could be seen that when the young Minato was around, Roran still existed normally. And the current Minato was still a teenager. Natsuki could only treat Roran as a backup option. First, he would see whether the Land of Rain after the war ended met the condition. If it did, then he could start with the Akatsuki organization. After all, Akatsuki concerned the survival of the shinobi world. Leaving behind some measures might prove useful. Besides, Jiraiya was originally going to teach Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan for 3 years. When the time came, Natsuki could also help. Aside from infinite mana and Excalibur, the remaining 2 abilities could be completed sooner. Mana Burst could be unlocked once he went to the battlefield. Invisible Air could be started now by training in Wind Release. Natsuki arrived at the ninjutsu storage room in the Hokage building. He took out the Hokage's authorization and smoothly entered. The Hokage's authorization had been given to him earlier by Hiruzen, so that he could freely learn lightning release ninjutsu. But the ninjutsu storage room did not only contain lightning release ninjutsu. It also contained wind release ninjutsu. Of course, high-level ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu were not kept in the ninjutsu storage room. Natsuki first chose 2 classic C-rank wind release ninjutsu, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and Wind Release, Gale Palm. For the remaining 3 wind release ninjutsu, he chose Wind Release, Shuriken, Wind Release, Net, and Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere. After returning to the Senju clan compound, Natsuki formed hand seals and created 2 shadow clones. He wanted to learn Wind Release ninjutsu, learn Lightning Release ninjutsu, and develop Magnet Release ninjutsu at the same time. With his current strength, he could do it. On top of that, the Wind Release ninjutsu and Lightning Release ninjutsu he was learning were relatively low level. As for the Magnet Release ninjutsu he was developing, he was also starting with the simplest ones. He could still handle 2 shadow clones. The next day arrived. Natsuki had just gotten up not long ago when he heard a knock at the door. He walked to the entrance in confusion. When he opened the door, he found Nara Shikisuke standing outside. "Clan head Shikisuke, what brings you here?" Natsuki asked curiously. He was still at Konoha Orphanage, so Shikisuke had definitely come to find him, not Tsunade. "Natsuki, I saw the announcement that you became a Jonin." Shikisuke took out a summoning storage scroll and said, "This is a congratulatory gift from the Inoshikacho clans. Please accept it." Natsuki could not help feeling a little surprised. They were that quick to act. After thinking for a moment, he did not refuse. Inoshikacho had always been firm supporters of the Hokage's faction in Konoha. It was probably because of the Nara clan's high intelligence that they understood their position very clearly and never overstepped. Inoshikacho had given him a gift not only to congratulate him on becoming a Jonin, but also because he already had a good relationship with the Nara clan, and had traded with them before. "Thank you." Natsuki accepted the summoning storage scroll. Shikisuke smiled and did not stay long before leaving. Natsuki casually opened the summoning storage scroll. There were quite a few things inside, and they were very valuable, especially the medicinal herbs. Natsuki put away the summoning storage scroll. After breakfast, he went to the Senju clan compound with Nono. "The whole village has an announcement about you becoming a Jonin. How does it feel?" Nawaki blinked and asked. "It is not the first time." Natsuki answered calmly. Nawaki suddenly froze, then said angrily, "Damn it." It was indeed not the first time Natsuki had appeared on an announcement. He had only recently appeared on one after defeating Raza. "You still need to work harder." Natsuki smiled and patted his shoulder. "Just you wait." Nawaki's eyes burned with fighting spirit, and his competitive spirit was instantly stirred up. Seeing this, Tsunade could not help smiling. This was not a bad thing. Tsunade suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you considered moving out of Konoha Orphanage?" Natsuki asked subconsciously. Under normal circumstances, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, you should move out of Konoha Orphanage. Tsunade replied, "And now, you have already become a Jonin." Konoha Orphanage was an institution of Konoha that specifically served orphans. The reason people moved out after graduation was to free up rooms for later orphans. In chaotic times, the one thing that was never lacking was orphans. Especially now, when the Second Shinobi World War was still ongoing. Of course, with Natsuki's identity and status, no one would say anything even if he did not move out. Because of that, Tsunade said he could consider it, not that he had to. You can move into the Senju clan compound. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she said with great anticipation. I think that works too. When Nawaki heard this, he said excitedly, there are plenty of empty houses in the Senju clan compound anyway. I have no objections. Tsunade smiled and said. In fact, even if Kushina and Nawaki had not said anything, she would have suggested that he move into the Senju clan compound. Natsuki could not help thinking it over. In truth, he did not care where he lived. But after becoming a jonin, continuing to live in Konoha Orphanage was indeed not in line with the rules. And the greatest benefit of living in the Senju clan compound was that it would make training more convenient. Nono can move over as well. Tsunade added, that way, I can teach her medical ninjutsu more easily in the future. Then all right. Natsuki nodded and said, Nono and I will both move here. I will help you move this afternoon. Nawaki said happily, tonight, we will celebrate properly. Where do you want to live? Kushina asked boldly, why don't you live with me? This place is very big, and it would be no problem for 2 more people to live there. The place where she lived had previously belonged to Mito. A 2-story building with a large courtyard was indeed too empty for her to live in alone. Your current situation is not suitable. Tsunade shook her head and said, let Natsuki and Nono live next door. Although Kushina was a little disappointed when she heard this, she did not say anything else. After all, living next door was also very close. The 3 of us will all be living next to each other. It will be much more convenient from now on. Nawaki said with a smile. To him, having friends and liveliness was the most important thing. They trained in the morning and moved in the afternoon. But before moving, they needed to clean the new home. These are the keys. Nawaki took out 2 keys, and handed them to Natsuki and Nono. Only 2. Kushina looked at the keys and asked. Then I will give you 1. Natsuki took a key, input chakra into it, and used projection magecraft. Soon, a new key appeared. Natsuki, your projection magecraft really is amazing. Seeing this, Nawaki could not help sighing. Kushina accepted the new key with a face full of smiles. The 4 of them walked into the new home. The new home was very large. It had 2 floors, and the furniture and everything else were complete. Has no one lived in this house before? Natsuki looked around and asked. Although there was quite a lot of dust, there were no signs that anyone had lived there. Everything was perfectly intact. If someone had lived there for a long time, there would definitely be some wear and tear. No one has lived here. Nawaki looked around, lowered his voice, and said, do not tell anyone. This house was originally kept for my sister after she got married. Natsuki and the others were stunned. None of them had expected that. Then why did Tsunade-sama give it to Natsuki and Nono? Kushina asked in confusion. Because it did not get used, right? Nawaki paused, then said without concern, anyway, since my sister said so, you can live here freely. Let's start cleaning. Natsuki nodded and said. Nono and I will handle the 2nd floor. Kushina rolled up her sleeves and said. Natsuki and I will handle the 1st floor. Nawaki immediately followed. Once the work was divided, Kushina and Nono went upstairs. Natsuki stood where he was and used the shadow clone technique. Seeing this, Nawaki also used the shadow clone technique. With the help of the shadow clones, the new home was quickly cleaned. The 4 of them then went to Konoha Orphanage. When Director Mayu learned that Natsuki and Nono were moving, she was not surprised. This was something that would happen sooner or later. Especially since their fame was growing more and more, living in Konoha Orphanage was no longer very appropriate. Natsuki and Nono did not have too many belongings. Together with the shadow clones, they only made one round trip and finished moving. Welcome to your new home. Nawaki smiled and clapped. Kushina also clapped. Regarding the move, the two of them were even happier than Natsuki and Nono. Let's go shopping. Kushina waved her small hand and said. We can handle the shopping. Nawaki coughed lightly and said. Kushina immediately pouted. Let's call Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki suggested if she goes, she can bring Kushina along. When Kushina heard this, her expression instantly changed, and a smile appeared on her face. The four of them went out and found Tsunade. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then agreed, but only allowed them to go to the nearest shopping street. Kushina was very happy, skipping along the way, full of youthful energy. Nawaki asked, how is the Land of Rain battlefield right now? At the moment, we have the upper hand because of our numbers. Tsunade replied. Then when are we going over? Nawaki asked again. If not this month, then next month. Tsunade thought briefly and said, when we go over, we will defeat AIM in one move, and this war will be over. Nawaki nodded and said, I hope there will not be another war after this. Tsunade looked as though she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only sighed inwardly. In her view, the next Shinobi World War was unavoidable. Kumo, in particular, would definitely be unable to sit still. Because that was Kumo's style. The whole village was extremely martial, and they were used to taking things by force. Kumo had not participated in this Shinobi World War, most likely because they had suffered heavy losses in the previous Shinobi World War. The previous Shinobi World War was also the first Shinobi World War, and it had broken out because Hashirama passed away. The most famous event was the alliance between Konoha and Kumo. Kinkaku and Ginkaku of Kumo launched a coup and killed both the second Raikage and the second Hokage. Both Konoha and Kumo paid a tremendous price because of that incident. But by the next Shinobi World War, Kumo would have already recovered. The five of them walked around and bought quite a few things. That evening, Natsuki cooked a large meal to celebrate their successful move into the new home. Time passed slowly. Another month vanished. It was November, with only 1 month left until New Year. But because of the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha did not have much of a New Year atmosphere. Natsuki and the others had not done much over the past month. They had simply trained every day. Nawaki, Kushina, and Nono had all learned Shurgan. But none of them could compare to Tsunade. She had learned Shurgan and Jeppo, and was currently learning Tekai. Natsuki had learned to C-rank Wind Release Ninjutsu, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, and Wind Release, Gale Palm. At the same time, he had also developed a second magnet release ninjutsu called Magnet Release, Iron Sand Cuboid. Its effect was to use iron sand to create a cuboid. It was actually similar to the previous magnet release, Iron Sand Wall, except it changed from a wall into a cuboid. Boss, Naya. A snow-white cat suddenly appeared. When Natsuki saw his summon, Shirayuki, he raised an eyebrow and guessed the reason. Granny Cat wants you to come over, Naya. Shirayuki stated the reason for its visit. I will go now. Natsuki nodded and said. He stopped training, greeted Nawaki and the others, then went to the empty district with Shirayuki. This is the ninja tool you wanted. Granny Cat took out the sorcery Climattact and said, I have fulfilled the request. Thank you, Granny Cat. Natsuki accepted the long, slender blue sorcery Climattact. Although the sorcery Climattact was called a ninja tool, in truth, it was more like the scientific ninja tools from the Boruto period. Simply put, it was a ninja tool created through advanced scientific technology and powered by chakra. For example, a chakra capacitor-type scientific ninja tool could release ninjutsu through the ninja tool. It was worth mentioning that even someone who was not a shinobi could use it. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Nami Template Ability 4, Sorcery Climate Act. Natsuki nodded slightly. Together with Weather Arts, which he had previously unlocked, he could now fully bring out the power of the Sorcery Climate Act. How much does it cost? After Natsuki put the Sorcery Climate Act into the shadow space, he asked. Although you provided the key materials, there were still many other materials. Including the crafting fee, it will be 10 million Rio. Granny Cat raised one finger and said. No problem. Natsuki was not short on money now, so he straightforwardly paid 10 million Rio. After that, he said goodbye to Granny Cat, and went to the Forest of Death. Natsuki took out the Sorcery Climate Act. After thinking briefly, he raised the Sorcery Climate Act. Weather Egg, Rain Tempo. After Natsuki input chakra, the Sorcery Climate Act suddenly trembled, and a white egg emerged from its tip. The white egg cracked open, turning into cloud after cloud that flew into the sky. Soon, rain fell as expected. Standing in the rain, Natsuki could sense the surrounding temperature and humidity. He could also control the amount of rainfall by adjusting the chakra he poured in. Weather Egg, Snow Cloud. Natsuki raised the Sorcery Climate Act again. Another white egg appeared, turned into a cloud, and flew into the sky. In less than a moment, the rain became snow. Natsuki thought of ice release. Using ice release on a snowy day would most likely receive a boost as well. Weather Egg, Thunderbreed Tempo. Another white egg appeared, but this time what drifted out was a thundercloud. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the cloud. Natsuki pointed the Sorcery Climate Act at a tree in the distance. A bolt of lightning fell and struck the tree he pointed at. The tree was split open and became charred black. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He felt that he could create lightning release, Kirin ahead of time. Of course, this lightning release, Kirin would not be the same lightning release, Kirin. There was no need to waste time and energy creating it. Natsuki dispersed the thunderclouds in the sky and raised the Sorcery Climate Act again. Black Ball. A small thundercloud wrapped in a transparent bubble, about the size of a fist, emerged from the tip of the Sorcery Climate Act. With a thought from Natsuki, the black ball burst and released a bolt of electricity. It did not have much power, but Black Ball could be upgraded into Thundercloud Rod. A series of black balls emerged from the tip of the Sorcery Climate Act. The Sorcery Climate Act instantly became a long lightning whip. Natsuki swung it fiercely. Wherever it passed, dense arcs of electricity attacked the surroundings. After Natsuki finished testing the Sorcery Climate Act, he put it away. How should he put it? To him, the Sorcery Climate Act was a decent tool for boosting the battlefield. But if it was used by someone else, it could greatly increase that person's strength. However, the prerequisite was mastering a certain degree of meteorological knowledge. Because he had unlocked Weather Arts, he had automatically mastered the relevant meteorological knowledge. Natsuki felt that he could use it himself for a while first. Once his strength improved again, he could give it to Nono to use. That way, while he or Nawaki was fighting, she could use the Sorcery Climate Act to make it rain for them. Natsuki would not need to divide his attention. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 Power Stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. Returning to the land of rain 3010 words. The Hokage's office was unusually lively today. Aside from Hiruzen, Danzo, Hamura, Koharu, and Tsunade were also there. I just received intelligence sent back by Orochimaru. Hiruzen said, he believes AIM is already at the end of its rope. We can consider sending more shinobi and prepare for the final decisive battle. This long war is finally about to end. Hopefully, it can be over before New Year. Hamura sighed when he heard this. As long as it can end, there is no need to rush. Koharu shook her head and said. Root can accompany them and handle intelligence. Danzo wanted to take advantage of this final opportunity to gain more authority for Root. Against AIM, the Umbu are already enough. Tsunade glanced at Danzo and asked, "When do we leave?" For this mission to support Orochimaru in the Land of Rain, it would be difficult to find anyone more suitable than her. After all, she could deal with Hanzo's poison. Because of that, Danzo and the others did not even ask who Hiruzen planned to send. This is the final decisive battle. I believe it would be more appropriate for Root to go as well. Danzo said in a deep voice. I do not need Root, which will not listen to my command. Tsunade fired back without any courtesy. Danzo was so angry that he clenched his fists and asked, "My Root shinobi are all elites. How could they possibly refuse to obey orders? Now is not the time to argue. Since Tsunade is the commander, she will choose the personnel." Hiruzen coughed and said, "Go prepare immediately. It would be best if you can set out tomorrow." "Yes, sensei." Tsunade immediately replied. Danzo gnashed his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He could do nothing to Hiruzen, and he could do nothing to Tsunade either. After the brief meeting ended, Konoha began operating again. However, they did not need too many shinobi this time. After Hiruzen and the others discussed it, they decided to send only 2,000 shinobi as reinforcements. To be honest, if not for Hanzo, 2,000 shinobi would be enough to take aim directly. 10 o'clock in the morning. Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others, who were training, suddenly saw an Umbu appear. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Kushina had an Umbu squad protecting her, but this Umbu shinobi was clearly not one of them. Because Natsuki recognized him. He was an Umbu beside Hiruzen, named Zo. In the original work, he was the Umbu commentator wearing a white coat outside the Four Violet Flames formation during the Konoha Crush plan. Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono. Zo spoke. "Tsunade-sama asked me to inform you that tomorrow morning at 9, you are to gather at Konoha's village entrance and head to the Land of Rain." "Where is my sister?" Nawaki quickly asked. "Tsunade-sama is handling personnel deployment at the Hokage building, and cannot step away for now, so the Umbu are handling the notice." Zo replied. "Thank you." Nawaki nodded and said. After hearing this, Zo disappeared from where he stood. "I want to go too." Kushina sighed, looking as though she had wilted. "We will work hard for your share too." Nawaki clenched his fist and said seriously. "Do not worry, we will come back very soon." Natsuki reached out and pinched Kushina's cheek as he said this. Because Nawaki and Nono were present, Kushina froze for a moment, then responded somewhat embarrassedly. "Let's go buy some ninja tools now," Natsuki suggested, "especially explosive tags. We can buy more of those. Explosive tags really are useful." Nawaki thought of the time Pakura and Raza attacked Konoha's main camp. The explosive tag trap had directly taken 1,000 Suna shinobi out of the fight. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. After saying goodbye to Kushina, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono headed toward Konoha's village entrance. Tsunade had arrived long ago, and was conducting checks and confirmation before departure. "Long time no see." A familiar voice rang out. "Kosuke-senpai." Nawaki turned his head and called out happily. After all, during the previous war between Konoha and Suna, they had been teammates with Kosuke Mariboshi. Moreover, Kosuke had taught him quite a few water-release ninjutsu. "Kosuke-senpai." Natsuki and Nono greeted him right after. "It looks like I will be fighting alongside you again this time," Kosuke said with a face full of smiles. He still liked teaming up with them. Not only were they strong, the atmosphere was also very good. "I just did not expect that this time, Natsuki would already be a proper jonin." Kosuke sighed again. The younger generation really is impressive. Whether genin or jonin, they are only titles, Natsuki said without concern. Saying this in front of Kosuke was especially fitting. Because he was a genin with jonin-level strength. Nawaki immediately said, even though I am a chunin, I might be able to fight a jonin too. It sounds like you have improved a lot during this period. Kosuke said with a smile. Of course. Nawaki said proudly, among chunin, it is already hard to find anyone stronger than me. This was not an exaggeration. He had learned Tobirama's water release, water breathing, and recently, he had also been learning the Rokushiki. Forget chunin. Even most jonin were not qualified to learn the things he was learning. I must see it for myself when the time comes. Kosuke looked at him like a junior and said with great satisfaction. Everyone, form ranks. At that moment Tsunade shouted loudly. The 2,000 shinobi quickly lined up. Natsuki and the others did the same. But because they were Tsunade's students, their position in the formation was at the very front, following behind Tsunade. The 2,000 shinobi quickly set off, heading toward the land of rain. Natsuki looked around and noticed quite a few familiar faces. For example, Hizashi. 2 nights later, Tsunade and the others successfully arrived at Konoha's main camp. Tsunade, you are finally here. Jiraiya laughed loudly and said, the 3 of us can fight side by side again. That is not easy. Then make sure you do not drag us down. Tsunade chuckled and said. You should say that to Orochimaru. Jiraiya immediately bragged, I have never dragged anyone down. When has our team not had me making the greatest contribution? Nawaki quickly ran in front of Orochimaru. You seem to have grown quite a bit taller. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said. I am still growing right now. Nawaki changed the subject and began showing off, my strength has improved quite a lot too. Natsuki noticed Minato, Kei, and Suzume behind Jiraiya. However, there were many people present right now, so they did not come forward to greet one another. You all worked hard on the journey. Go rest first. Orochimaru returned to the main topic and instructed, Shinku take them over. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. A young shinobi walked out. Natsuki subconsciously looked at him. Yuhi Shinku, Kurenai's father, one of Konoha's rare genjutsu jonin. Compared to other shinobi who used the 5 basic nature transformations, genjutsu shinobi were more troublesome. Because genjutsu was hard to guard against. Once someone was controlled, they would lose the initiative and could quickly be defeated or killed. This was especially true of the Uchiha clan's shinobi. With the Sharingan, they could easily become the highest level genjutsu shinobi. In the shinobi world, there was even a saying that the Uchiha were unbeatable one-on-one. But on the other hand, ordinary genjutsu shinobi would also have a very hard time against the Uchiha clan's shinobi. Please follow me. Shinku raised his hand and said. The 2,000 shinobi led by Tsunade followed him toward the tents that had already been prepared for them. After they left, Minato, Kei, and Suzume came over to greet Natsuki and the others. Did Kushina not come? After some small talk, Minato could not help asking. Hokage-sama has other arrangements for her. Natsuki replied. Minato nodded. Because his current strength was not enough, he did not know that Kushina had already become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Let's go to the main tent. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned and left. The group followed him into the main tent. What is the current situation? Tsunade's gaze fell on the map in the center of the main tent. Although Orochimaru had been sending intelligence back to Konoha in a timely manner, the battlefield situation could change in an instant. Even an hour could make things completely different. As a small ninja village, AIM fights differently from Suna. Jiraiya began explaining the recent battle situation. Because AIM had fewer shinobi, they mainly relied on surprise attacks. And their ambushes were usually accompanied by poison, which made them very troublesome. There was one exception, and that was Hanzo. Hanzo appeared and vanished unpredictably, but every time he appeared, he could seize the right moment and reverse AIM's decline. After listening, Natsuki finally understood why AIM could fight Konoha and Suna for so long. The main reason was still Hanzo. He was somewhat like Minato during the Third Shinobi World War, acting as a firefighter everywhere. But because of his powerful strength and poison with an extremely wide range, he did indeed produce good results. Orochimaru, how do you plan to make Hanzo fight a decisive battle with us? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru and asked. If we force him into a dead end, he will fight a decisive battle with us. Orochimaru paused, then said two words, logistics. Tsunade understood as soon as she heard it. The reason AIM could go back and forth against the major ninja villages in the Land of Rain, aside from Hanzo, was that they held the geographical advantage. They understood the Land of Rain very well. This geographical advantage not only made ambushes easier, it also made logistics, meaning supply transport, easier. Orochimaru's idea was simple. Cut off AIM's logistics. Hanzo would either fight a decisive battle with them or retreat back to AIM. But with his personality and strength, he would definitely choose the former. Have you figured out AIM's supply bases and routes? Tsunade asked again. Although they hold the geographical advantage, fortunately, we have more people. After this period of investigation, we have already confirmed most of them. As Orochimaru spoke, he took out another map. Many red dots and red lines were marked on the map. However, there is one very troublesome part. Orochimaru shook his head and said, AIM Shinobi will obtain supplies locally. What does obtaining supplies locally mean? Nawaki asked in confusion. They rob the local residents of their supplies. Jiraiya answered. How could that be? Nawaki widened his eyes and asked, shouldn't AIM Shinobi be protecting the people of the Land of Rain? This is the cruelty of war. Jiraiya sighed and said. The Land of Rain's constant rainfall meant it had very few resources to begin with, and AIM was the same. Nawaki immediately fell silent. Natsuki suddenly thought of Nagato. In the original work, it was mentioned that his parents were killed by Konoha Jonin, who were searching for food and supplies. Because of that, Nagato awakened the Rinnegan, and defeated the Konoha shinobi. Based on Natsuki's understanding of Konoha Jonin, they most likely would not go to the homes of civilians in the Land of Rain to search for supplies. After all, Konoha would guarantee their logistics. Besides, would Jonin lack food supplies? Natsuki suspected that this matter had been planned by Madara and Black Zetsu, in order to make Nagato awaken the Rinnegan. Nagato had been implanted with the Rinnegan by Madara when he was very young, but he had not awakened it yet. Of course, suspicion was only suspicion. There was still a possibility that Nagato's parents had been killed by Konoha Jonin. The original work had not explained the details, so anything was possible. Natsuki remembered that Nagato only met Konan and Yahiko after killing the Konoha Jonin. From then on, the three of them relied on one another in the Land of Rain, surviving by picking up scraps or stealing. It was only after they learned of the existence of the legendary Sannin that they came up with the idea of finding them and becoming their disciples. In the end, they did indeed find the legendary Sannin. And after Jiraiya saw Nagato's Rinnegan, he believed that Nagato might be the child of prophecy, so he stayed behind and taught them for 3 years. You should go rest first. Orochimaru looked at Nawaki and the others and said, after we confirm the missions, we will assign them to you tomorrow. Minato, take them to the tents where they will be staying. Jiraiya cut in and said. Minato nodded. He then left the main tent with Natsuki and the others. Minato, how have things been for you recently? Nawaki asked as they walked. Very fulfilling. Minato smiled and said, we have already carried out quite a few combat missions. I remember the missions you did before were more like secretary work. Nawaki raised an eyebrow and asked. They were before, but that could not improve our strength, so I asked Sensei to arrange combat missions for us. Minato nodded and explained. That is pretty good. Nawaki said expectantly, maybe our two teams can carry out a combat mission together. It is very likely. Natsuki said casually, your teacher and our teacher are both too busy to go out and carry out missions, so we will easily be grouped into one team. That is true. Minato explained, before you arrived, if Sensei had no time to take us, he would assign us a jonin. Then you do not need one now, because Natsuki is already a jonin. Nawaki said with a smile. When Minato heard this, he could not help feeling envious. He had already known that Natsuki had become a jonin, so he was not too surprised. These are your tents. Minato stopped and said, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Natsuki and the others entered the tent. They did not chat much. After eating a simple dinner, they crawled into their sleeping bags and went to sleep. A new day arrived. Everyone in Konoha's main camp woke up. Natsuki and the others had just gotten up when they saw Jiraiya, Minato, and the others. I came to give you your mission. Jiraiya took out a mission scroll and handed it to Natsuki, saying, you are the captain. Minato and the other two will also go with you. Understood. Natsuki had not expected that what they had said yesterday about possibly carrying out a mission together would come true today. But he had no objections, and Nawaki was quite happy as well. Nono and Kosuke did not particularly mind. The former only hoped to be on the same team as Natsuki. The latter would do his best to complete any mission he received. Be careful. Jiraiya gave one reminder, then turned and left. What mission is it? Nawaki quickly asked. Read it yourself. Natsuki opened the scroll, and let him read along. The mission was related to what they had discussed yesterday, destroying AIM's logistics. But the mission their team received was to defeat an AIM squad that was plundering supplies in the Land of Rain. 8 people. 1 jonin, 3 tokubetsu jonin, and 4 chunin. Natsuki looked at Minato and the others as he spoke. With our strength, defeating them will not be difficult. Kosuke analyzed, the difficult part is finding them. Their 2 teams had 7 people in total. 1 jonin, 5 chunin, and 1 genin comparable to a jonin. In terms of strength alone, this mission was just right for them. But that was normal. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru would definitely not put their own students in danger carelessly. These people even plunder supplies from their own civilians. We absolutely cannot let them go. Nawaki said, full of righteous anger. Natsuki glanced at him and said nothing. In reality, Konoha was the invader here. But chaotic times were like this. There was no real question of justice. Let's go. Natsuki put away the mission scroll, and the group headed toward the designated area. After leaving Konoha's main camp, without the barrier, rain began falling on them. They did not waste chakra keeping the rain off, and instead changed into raincoats. As Natsuki traveled, he thought about which ability this mission might unlock. Nami's navigator ability would most likely be unlocked all at once. Its requirement was to defeat 3 tokubetsu jonin skilled in water release. And most AIM shinobi were skilled in water release. After all, it rained every day there, giving water release an advantage. The group did not move quickly, because they were worried about suddenly encountering AIM shinobi. Fortunately, they had quite a few sensory methods. 3 hours later, they successfully arrived in their mission area, located in the southwest of the Land of Rain. Everyone looked around and fell somewhat silent. Before them was a village, but many corpses entered their sight. These residents had all died because of the war. They entered the village and found that all supplies had already been plundered clean. Although Nawaki had participated in the war in the Land of Rain before, he had only dealt with Suna shinobi, and had never seen a scene like this. For a moment, he felt both sorrow and anger, once again understanding how difficult peace truly was. Minato and the others had seen this many times, so they were not as emotionally shaken. I will check the situation. Natsuki leaped up onto a rooftop and used clairvoyance. However, he did not find any traces of AIM shinobi. Clearly, they had already left. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested. Patreon. com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. Seeing Mikoto again. 3166 words. I did not find any trace of them. Natsuki jumped down from the rooftop and said, I have an idea. He had thought of the Misaka Mikoto template's electromagnetic wave perception. Unlocking it required detecting 5 enemy infiltrations. Infiltration and ambush had roughly the same meaning. Electromagnetic wave perception would be very useful in war. He wanted to unlock it as soon as possible. Minato, have your team hide in the dark. We will lure out the AIM shinobi. Natsuki continued. When Jiraiya introduced the situation yesterday, he had mentioned that AIM shinobi mainly fought through ambushes. I think this idea is feasible. Kosuke pondered briefly and said. Minato nodded. Hike and Suzume immediately hid themselves. Natsuki and the other 3 left the village normally and headed toward the next location. The sun set in the west. It was not night yet, but the sky of the land of rain had already darkened. At this moment, on a hillside 4 kilometers away from Natsuki and the others, 7 people were hiding in the forest. They blended in with the rain, and unless one looked carefully, they could not be discovered at all. Just then, a figure appeared in front of them. 4 people. Confirmed to be Konoha shinobi. The figure, wearing a raincoat and a poison mask, spoke. Then move. The AIM Jonin, who was the captain, said in an icy tone. The 8 people immediately disappeared from where they stood. It is about time. We will rest here for tonight. Natsuki stopped and said. I will set up the tent. Nawaki immediately complained, I really cannot stand this annoying rain. It is fine. The mission will be over soon. Natsuki said with a smile, they are already approaching us. 4 kilometers was a sensory range that most sensory ninjutsu could not reach. But his clairvoyance just happened to cover 4 kilometers. Natsuki glanced at his Misaka Mikoto template. As expected, infiltration and ambush were treated the same. The progress had now reached 1/5. You mean AIM shinobi? Nawaki froze for a moment, then immediately reacted. Excitement appeared on his face. Set up the tent so it will be easier for them to ambush us. Natsuki gave him a look and said. Understood. Nawaki immediately opened a summoning storage scroll. Before long, a tent was set up on the spot. The 4 of them entered the tent. 8 people, 7 o'clock direction, 600 meters away. Kosuke maintained his sensory ninjutsu as he spoke. Nawaki raised his hand and grabbed the great sword, Samahata, on his back. Natsuki and Nono, on the other hand, remained very calm and made no unnecessary movements. 100 meters. Kosuke said again, prepare to act. Shadow Assassin. Natsuki formed hand seals with both hands and disappeared from where he stood. A mass of shadow left the tent. The rainy night gave him the perfect cover. The AIM shinobi, moving in a hurry, did not immediately notice that a shadow had appeared on the ground. The next second, Natsuki leaped up. The surrounding rain paused slightly, then was drawn toward him, and began circling around his body. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. A water dragon formed together with several rotating slashes, and attacked the 8 AIM shinobi. We have been discovered. Be careful. In an instant, the 8 AIM shinobi reacted. The AIM Jonin quickly formed hand seals. A wall of water rose in front of them. But Natsuki's target was not him. It was the Tokubetsu Jonin beside him. The AIM Tokubetsu Jonin had just taken out a black umbrella when he saw a water dragon. His expression changed drastically, and he instinctively opened the black umbrella to meet the water dragon. The water dragon crashed into the black umbrella. Just as the AIM Tokubetsu Jonin felt relieved that the black umbrella had blocked the water dragon, a blade entered his vision. Kurosawa pierced through the black umbrella, and then through his head. The aim Tokubetsu Jonin let out a muffled sound and collapsed to the ground. Losing a Tokubetsu Jonin in the first exchange immediately enraged the aim Jonin. At that moment Kosuke, Nawaki, Minato, and Uzumaki Kei all appeared and joined the battle. Only the two medical nin, Nono and Inuzuka Suzume, did not participate in the fight. Fight while retreating. The aim Jonin immediately realized they had fallen into an ambush. But in terms of numbers, they still had the advantage. He just did not know the other side's strength. So he did not retreat directly, but fought while pulling back. If Natsuki and the others were not strong enough, he would immediately order a counterattack. After the aim Jonin finished speaking, he suddenly took out a poison bomb and threw it to the ground. In an instant poisonous gas spread. It is poisonous. Minato immediately warned, hold your breath, and do not touch the poison gas directly. He had fought aim shinobi many times, and already knew how to deal with their poison bombs. As long as they did not directly touch the poison gas, the poisoning would not be too severe, and a medical nin could save them. Although Kosuke and Nawaki had curse antidotes, there was no need to deliberately get poisoned. After they dodged away, they formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With the support of the rain, the two water dragons became larger than usual. They roared into the air and charged toward the aim shinobi. Natsuki locked onto another Tokubetsu Jonin, and reached him with Soru. The aim Tokubetsu Jonin's vision blurred. When he saw Natsuki, his heart shook. For a moment, he almost thought he was hallucinating. But as a Tokubetsu Jonin, his strength was not bad after all. In an instant, he pulled out a flying sickle ninja sword, the same kind as Hanzo's, and slashed at Natsuki. The eclipse. Natsuki did not hold back at all. Both swords came out. The aim Tokubetsu Jonin had just swung his ninja sword when he froze in place. 27 consecutive strikes erupted instantly. Cuts appeared all over his body, and countless sprays of blood scattered. The final slash cut open his throat. The aim Tokubetsu Jonin died while still standing. Natsuki turned his body and suddenly threw Kurosawa from his left hand. Kurosawa flew at extreme speed toward the last Tokubetsu Jonin. He was fighting Minato. Minato heard the sound of air being torn apart, and turned to see Kurosawa. He suddenly thought of something and quickly retreated. The aim Tokubetsu Jonin could not help freezing. He did not understand why Minato was pulling away. Was he worried about being accidentally hit by his teammate? But this ninja sword was clearly aimed at him. It could not hit Minato at all. The aim Tokubetsu Jonin casually opened a black umbrella. Just as he was about to use the black umbrella to deflect Kurosawa, Kurosawa suddenly exploded. Countless fragments cut through the black umbrella and continued forward, all landing on the aim Tokubetsu Jonin's body. He opened his mouth, and a large amount of blood spilled from its corners. You are Natsuki. When the aim Jonin heard the explosion and subconsciously looked over, he suddenly cried out in alarm. After the battle between Konoha and Suna, Natsuki had become famous throughout the shinobi world. Among the stories that spread about him, the most famous one was that his ninja tools could explode. Whether swords, arrows, kunai, shuriken, or other ninja tools, all of them were like that. The moment the aim Jonin saw Kurosawa explode, he immediately thought of Natsuki. Without another word, he hurriedly shouted, "Retreat!" As for himself, he directly abandoned the other teammates and fled with a body flicker. I will chase him. Natsuki immediately pursued. Although the aim Jonin was fleeing, he had not lost the judgment he should have. After sensing Natsuki behind him, he flung both hands backward. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. A large number of Senbon shot toward Natsuki. The Senbon flashed with an unusual color in the rain. Clearly, they were coated with deadly poison. Natsuki originally wanted to use armament hockey, but he suddenly thought of something and immediately raised Kurosawa. Water breathing, third form, flowing dance. He swung his sword several times in an instant, and the water current knocked away the dense Senbon. Seeing that the Senbon had failed, the aim Jonin immediately threw out 2 poison bombs. A large amount of poison gas instantly surged out and swallowed Natsuki. But Natsuki had poison to medicine. To him, the poison gas was instead a kind of supplement. He ignored the poison gas and gripped Kurosawa. One sword style, Iai, lion song. His entire body was like a blade, cutting through the poison gas and also cutting through the aim Jonin. With a scream, the aim Jonin widened his eyes and stared at Natsuki, completely unable to understand why he did not care about poison. But his thoughts quickly disappeared, because he had been split in 2. The left and right halves of his body slid several meters across the ground. Natsuki put away Kurosawa. There was no need for him to interfere with the remaining aim shinobi. After all, he had already taken care of 1 Jonin and 3 Tokubetsu Jonin by himself. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Nami template ability 2, Navigator. Natsuki nodded slightly. Although the Navigator ability was not very useful in the Land of Rain, unlocking one ability meant one fewer thing to worry about. And with Navigator unlocked, the Nami template had now fully fused. Aside from that, the progress of Artoria template's mana burst had reached 1/5. Its unlock condition was to defeat 5 Jonin using only swordsmanship. The aim Jonin he had just defeated also met this condition. That was why he had not used armament hockey to block the Senbon. Sometimes, having a teammate who is too strong is also a kind of trouble. Nawaki shook his head and said, "Why do you say that?" Minato, who had finished the battle, subconsciously asked. "I had not even used my full strength yet, and they had already been defeated by you all." Nawaki complained, especially Natsuki. He actually took out 4 enemies so quickly. When Minato heard this, he thought of Natsuki's performance just now and could not help falling silent. This strength was much greater than what the rumors suggested. Minato suspected that if he faced Natsuki now, he might not last even 1 exchange. Without learning the Flying Thunder God technique, he was only at the level of an elite Chunin, and had not yet reached Jonin level. And the wind release he specialized in seemed far too slow in front of Natsuki. Being able to release even 1 would already be fortunate. Minato sighed inwardly. A mission is not about competing to show off strength. Kosuke smiled and said, "As long as the mission is completed, that is enough. Let's go back and report the mission." Natsuki smiled and said, "This is war. You will have plenty of chances to perform." "I was just saying it casually." Nawaki chuckled and said. After Natsuki put all the aim shinobi corpses into a summoning storage scroll, the group left. Under normal circumstances, a summoning storage scroll could not hold living things. But corpses were not a problem. Late at night, the group returned to Konoha's main camp. Although it was already late, there were still quite a few shinobi on duty who had not slept. After Natsuki and the others handed in the mission, they returned to their tent to sleep. A new day arrived. While everyone waited for missions, they did not waste time and began training. Minato immediately noticed something. Kosuke, Nawaki, and Nono were all training in taijutsu. "It is a taijutsu I created, the Konoha Rokushiki." Natsuki smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn?" "I can learn it too." Minato could not help being stunned. He understood Konoha's rules regarding learning ninjutsu very well. And most shinobi would not easily teach others the ninjutsu they had mastered, unless they were teaching their students. But he clearly was not Natsuki's student. "You do not want to learn?" Natsuki blinked and said, "Among the Konoha Rokushiki, there is one taijutsu that is especially suited for the Flying Thunder God technique." He was referring to Shurgon. The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed absurdly powerful, but it also had a weakness. It was too fast. So fast that Minato did not have time to form hand seals. Think about it. If Minato teleported behind an enemy through the Flying Thunder God technique, would he use ninjutsu to attack? Although his hand seal speed was very fast, it still took time. And in battle, especially against Jonin, a single instant was enough for them to counterattack. Then the Flying Thunder God technique would lose its purpose. At that time, there were only two types of attacks that could be used. One was ninja tools. That was also why Tobirama and Minato both liked using shuriken. The other was ninjutsu without hand seals. Minato developing the Rasengan was certainly inspired by the tailed beast ball, but on another level, it was also because of the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique plus Rasengan was what allowed him to sweep through the Third Shinobi World War almost without obstruction. Against most Jonin, he could defeat them as easily as cutting vegetables. Only when facing certain special Jonin would the Rasengan's power seem insufficient. But if Minato learned Shuriken, his killing power would definitely rise another level. In the original work, during his battle with Obito, if he had known Shuriken, he might have been able to pierce through Obito's heart directly. I will learn it, Minato immediately said. Since Natsuki had said this much, refusing would be somewhat impolite. After listening to the explanation of Shuriken, he finally understood why Natsuki said it was especially suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you, Minato said gratefully. Although he had long considered Natsuki a good friend, after Natsuki taught him Shuriken, their relationship could rise another level, reaching the level of close brothers. How long do you think it will take you to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Natsuki asked curiously. In the original work, although it was not said when Minato learned the Flying Thunder God technique, it was definitely before the Third Shinobi World War. Natsuki remembered that the first time he used the Flying Thunder God technique should have been during his battle with the Fourth Raikage and Killer Bee of Kumo. Based on the timeline, that was still several years away. Of course, because of his appearance, many butterfly effects had already been created. For example, before Minato graduated, he had already received Jiraiya's guidance. Probably after this Shinobi World War ends. Minato replied, during the war, there is not much time to study the Flying Thunder God technique. Then it is soon. You will most likely learn it next year. Natsuki nodded and said. It was already November now, so next year was not too far away. However, learning the Flying Thunder God technique alone was not enough. He would also need to learn advanced techniques like Flying Thunder God, Second Step and Flying Thunder God, Guiding Thunder. But the Flying Thunder God technique was the most difficult. If he could learn it, he would already have succeeded more than halfway. Natsuki watched everyone training in his Konoha Rokushiki, and could not help rubbing his chin. He wondered when a teacher-type character template would awaken. Was the number of students not enough? Or was their fame not enough? Natsuki thought for a moment, then stopped thinking about it. In any case, it would awaken when the time came. He also began training. He temporarily stopped developing magnet release ninjutsu, mainly because developing it in Konoha's main camp would cause too much commotion. He did not intend to expose magnet release ninjutsu yet. Natsuki already had a plan. The advancement of creating his own ninjutsu was undoubtedly creating forbidden jutsu, and creating Kekkei Genkai. As time passed and his strength increased, it would be very reasonable for him to create magnet release. Of course, the most important thing was that with his current identity and status, even if it was unreasonable, no one would investigate it too deeply. It was not as though someone could claim he was the third Kazekage's student. Who would believe that? Although the 5 great shinobi villages often sent spies to one another, no Kage would ever send their own genius out as a spy. The Pot Shadow Danzo was the exception. But he was not a Kage. Natsuki began training in lightning release and wind release. In the afternoon, they received a notice from the Umbu to gather at the entrance of Konoha's main camp. What does that mean? Why not just tell us the mission details directly? Nawaki scratched his head and asked. It is a joint mission. Minato pondered briefly and said, aside from us, there are other teams participating. Once Nawaki heard this, he understood and stopped asking. The 7 of them arrived at the entrance of Konoha's main camp. Just as Minato had said, there were 2 other shinobi teams there. Natsuki glanced over and noticed a familiar face, Mikoto. But her teammates were no longer the same as before. Mikoto also noticed him, and could not help feeling a little surprised. During this period, although she had not seen Natsuki, she had heard many stories about him. For example, he had defeated Raza, and become Konoha's youngest jonin. Thinking back to those days, the 2 of them had been roughly equal in strength. Now everything had changed. Natsuki will be in charge of this mission. Jiraiya handed Natsuki a mission scroll and said, "Yes, Jiraiya-sama." Natsuki opened the mission scroll and began reading. Jiraiya turned and headed toward the main tent. This mission was similar to the last one, but it was no longer targeting a single AIM squad. Instead, it was targeting an AIM stronghold. Moreover, after taking this stronghold, they had to hold it for 3 days. Because this stronghold was quite important. Within those 3 days, Orochimaru would make other arrangements, repel the AIM shinobi, and ultimately turn this stronghold into Konoha's. Which of you 2 teams are the captains? Natsuki put away the mission scroll and asked. I am the captain, Uchiha Mikoto. Mikoto stepped forward and said. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Because he remembered that Mikoto had still been an ordinary team member before. Had she awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan during the war and become a jonin? But that was normal. War was the easiest time to be stimulated into awakening the eyes. Mikoto herself was around 5 years older than him. To be continued. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Conan and Yahiko 3016 Words in the dim night, there was only endless rain. Natsuki raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a lake. At the center of the lake was a small island. The AIM shinobi on the island were their target. Natsuki finally understood why this stronghold was so important. This stronghold was undoubtedly one of AIM's water sources. Aside from that, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Especially since AIM shinobi were all skilled in water release. Water release already received a boost in rainy weather, and with this lake added in, the boost would increase even further. Moreover, this lake was located inside a valley, and was rather secluded. For Konoha's sensory and reconnaissance shinobi to find this place, they had probably spent quite a lot of effort and time. Kosuke-senpai, Katsuhisa-senpai, what are your sensory results? Natsuki asked. Aside from his team and Minato's team, there were 2 other teams. One team was led by Mikoto Uchiha, and the other was led by Katsuhisa Aburame. The Uchiha clan and Aburame clan were both major clans of Konoha, and there was no need to say much about what they specialized in. According to what my Kakachu bug sensed, there are 5 squads on the island. Katsuhisa replied, among them are 3 jonin. I sensed a ninja turtle in the lake. Kosuke frowned slightly and said, it is most likely the summon of an AIM shinobi. No wonder I did not sense any hidden sentries or patrols. A look of realization appeared on Katsuhisa's face. But it was normal that he had not sensed the underwater situation. The Aburame clan's sensory abilities all came from the insects they controlled. Insects had very poor sensory ability underwater. And he had not sent insects into the water. One ninja turtle. Or a group. Natsuki's heart stirred, and he asked. He had previously planned to find an aquatic summon, but he had never found one. If possible, this ninja turtle could be physically persuaded to switch sides. Although most summons had intelligence, they were not necessarily loyal to their contractors. The most typical example was the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. When they encountered danger, they ran away and never cared whether their contractors lived or died. Kosuke paused, then said, but there are many fish surrounding it. This may be its ability. If we want to infiltrate, we have to deal with this ninja turtle first. Mikoto thought for a moment and said. That will be difficult. Kosuke shook his head and said, this ninja turtle is at the bottom of the lake. The moment we enter the water, it will definitely notice us. I do have a method. Natsuki looked at Nawaki and said, the great sword Samahata. Oh right. Nawaki suddenly realized and said, Samahata is essentially an underwater creature, not a sword. Tell it to keep the turtle alive. Natsuki reminded him. Nawaki paused briefly and understood. Natsuki had most likely taken a liking to this ninja turtle. Do not worry. Nawaki immediately said, if it does not listen, I will teach it a proper lesson. Natsuki continued, we will prepare. If the ninja turtle sends out a warning, we will attack by force. Everyone answered in unison. After confirming their attack strategy, Natsuki and the others headed toward the lake. When they got close, Nawaki took off Samahata and let it enter the lake. After entering the water, Samahata dived toward the bottom at high speed. As it went deeper, the ninja turtle immediately sensed something. It was just that it did not send out a warning right away, and instead became confused. Its contractor had told it to inform him immediately if it discovered any Konoha shinobi. But the problem was, what appeared now was not a Konoha shinobi. It was not even human, but a special kind of fish. In that brief moment of hesitation, Samahata arrived in front of it. Just as the ninja turtle was about to communicate with it, Samahata opened its mouth and bit at it. The ninja turtle was startled and quickly withdrew its four limbs into its shell. Samahata bit down on the shell, but the ninja turtle was completely unharmed. The problem was that it could not escape or send a warning either. It looks like it succeeded. We are going on to the island. After Natsuki waited for a moment and saw that nothing happened, he waved his hand. Everyone immediately disappeared from where they stood. Using the rainy night as cover, they quickly crossed the lake and reached the island. After landing on the island, they found places to hide. There are traps around the buildings. Kosuke reminded them. I will sneak in first. Natsuki paused, then said, once the battle begins, use long-range ninjutsu to attack the buildings directly. Be careful. Kosuke, Nawaki, and the others immediately said. Natsuki nodded and used Shadow Assassin. A mass of shadow moved toward the buildings. Because it was only a mass of shadow, it did not directly trigger the traps. There were 5 buildings, all quite large. Clearly, each squad had one building. Natsuki thought for a moment and approached one of the buildings. He quickly heard sounds coming from inside. This group of AIM shinobi was actually playing cards. Was it because Konoha shinobi had never been to this stronghold before? Natsuki did not waste any more words. He took out 5 swords of the Thunder God and threw them in through the window. Where did those come from? Before the AIM shinobi inside could finish speaking, the 5 swords of the Thunder God suddenly exploded. Firelight tore through the building. Of the 4 AIM shinobi, 2 chunin were killed on the spot. The sound of the explosion immediately echoed across the small island. Enemy attack. A warning rang out right after. I will destroy the traps. After Kosuke finished speaking, he directly threw out a shuriken. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. One shuriken turned into countless shuriken. They fell to the ground and immediately triggered the traps. Boom, boom, boom. More explosions rang out. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Minato quickly formed hand seals after aiming at an AIM shinobi. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Without Samahata, Nawaki could only use water release ninjutsu. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. Mikoto took a deep breath and spat out a huge fire dragon. Katsuhisa's method of attack was the simplest. He raised both hands and countless Kikaichi bugs flew out. The other Konoha shinobi also used their own long-range ninjutsu. For a time, all kinds of ninjutsu streaked through the air at high speed before landing on the 5 buildings. Explosions erupted again. Countless chakra currents swept outward and all 5 buildings were destroyed. But naturally, the AIM shinobi would not be killed so easily. They quickly organized a counterattack, and an intense battle began. After using Broken Phantasm to launch his sneak attack, Natsuki immediately took out Kurosawa. "He is over there." An AIM Jonin discovered him. Natsuki leaped up like an arrow leaving the bow and swung his sword. Water-breathing, 4th form, striking tide. The rushing water struck the AIM Jonin like blade light. The AIM Jonin immediately realized that this was not an ordinary shinobi. Although he was young, he was very strong. He quickly took out a flying sickle and met the attack. Sparks scattered. A terrifying force came through, and the AIM Jonin's expression changed drastically. He immediately retreated and formed hand seals with one hand. Water release, water formation wall. A wall rose and blocked Natsuki's Kurosawa. The AIM Jonin did not dare be careless in the slightest. In an instant, he stepped on the wall and flew into the air. With a hard swing, the flying sickle shot out with its chain, spinning like a boomerang as it cut toward Natsuki's neck. Natsuki did not use Soru, armament haki, or Tekai. Because he wanted to unlock Artoria Template's mana burst, he could only use swordsmanship. Natsuki activated Sasaki Kojiro Template's mind's eye. In an instant, a mysterious feeling surged into his heart. He suddenly lowered his head, and avoided the AIM Jonin's flying sickle. The AIM Jonin's sure-hit strike missed, and it had been dodged so easily. He found it unbelievable. Water-breathing, 6th form, whirlpool. Natsuki gripped Kurosawa with both hands and slashed upward. The water spun, forming a powerful whirlpool. The AIM Jonin was still in midair and quickly threw out the handle in his hand. The handle was connected to the chain, and it wrapped toward Natsuki's Kurosawa. But in the next second, it was knocked away. The AIM Jonin took the opportunity to form hand seals with both hands. Water release, wild water wave. In his haste, he spat out a stream of water toward Natsuki. Starburst stream. Natsuki grabbed with his left hand and projected another Kurosawa. Both Kurosawa came out together. The water stream was instantly cut apart. Countless blade lights rushed toward the AIM Jonin. The AIM Jonin sensed danger, his eyes widening in alarm. He instinctively took out 2 kunai and held them in front of himself. The 2 kunai trembled violently several times before being cut apart. Blood sprayed. What was cut apart was not only the kunai but also the AIM Jonin. His body crashed heavily to the ground, dyeing the nearby earth red. The progress for mana burst had increased by another 5th. Natsuki looked around. Everyone had fallen into intense battle. Konoha only had 4 squads, while AIM had 5 squads. Fortunately, they held the advantage of a sneak attack, and AIM had lost 1 squad first, so the number on both sides was now even. Natsuki quickly locked onto his next target. The AIM Jonin fighting Mikoto. Mikoto had indeed awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan. But clearly, she had not awakened it long ago, and was not fully used to it yet. Her current strength was at the lower end among Jonin. The AIM Jonin was stronger than her, and was also skilled in poison, leaving her restrained at every turn. Water-breathing, 7th form, drop ripple thrust. Natsuki seized the opportunity and joined the battle. He used the fastest technique among the water-breathing forms, and launched a thrust aimed at the AIM Jonin. The AIM Jonin immediately noticed him. Mikoto also saw him. Her heart instantly relaxed. The AIM Jonin quickly pulled away from Mikoto, and took out a black umbrella in an instant. Ninja art, raining Senbon. The black umbrella spun, and a large number of Senbon flew in every direction. Mikoto immediately took out kunai and knocked down the Senbon one after another. Although the Senbon were fast, they could not escape her Sharingan. Natsuki did not dodge at all. Kurosawa trembled, and the water current swept up the Senbon and sent them flying into the distance. The blade light reached him. The aim Jonin immediately used the black umbrella to block Kurosawa. The instant the black umbrella was torn apart, he let go and used the body flicker technique. Water release, water shotgun. The aim Jonin reappeared, and both his hands shot out water bullets like shotgun pellets. Fire release, great fireball technique. Mikoto seized the opening and tilted her head back, spitting out a huge fireball. The dense water bullets struck the fireball. The fireball quickly broke apart. Seeing this, Mikoto was not surprised. Water release already countered fire release. Especially in rainy weather and a lake environment, fire release was even harder to make effective. But her goal was simple, to help Natsuki block part of the attack. Water breathing, 10th form, constant flux. Natsuki seized the chance and leaped up, avoiding the remaining water bullets. In midair he gripped Kurosawa. Several rotating slashes were unleashed in an instant. A massive water dragon poured down. The aim Jonin's pupils shook. Such a shocking strike made his hair stand on end. The most deadly part was that he had just used water release, water shotgun, and could not instantly use another powerful water release ninjutsu. Body flicker technique. The aim Jonin chose to dodge. But he only avoided the water dragon. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Natsuki's rotating slashes all landed on the aim Jonin's back. The aim Jonin could not help letting out a scream, almost fainting from the pain. One sword style, 36-pound phoenix. Natsuki pressed the advantage, and Kurosawa suddenly slashed down. A sword wave struck the aim Jonin. His scream stopped abruptly, and his whole body flew backward. He landed on the ground, rolled more than 10 times, and finally stopped. Natsuki glanced at the progress for mana burst. 3/5. That meant this aim Jonin was already dead. Thank you. Mikoto walked forward and spoke. We are all teammates. There is nothing to thank me for. Natsuki casually put away Kurosawa. With the deaths of the two aim Jonin, this stronghold had already fallen into Konoha's hands. Kosuke had dealt with the other aim Jonin, while Nawaki, Minato, and the others had killed the remaining aim shinobi. Mikoto nodded, unable to stop herself from sighing inwardly. Natsuki's current strength was truly terrifying. She wondered whether Fugaku, the genius clan head of the Uchiha clan, could be his match. Medical Nin, treat the wounded. After chatting briefly with Mikoto, Natsuki began issuing orders as the captain. Although this sneak attack had been a great success, the 3 squads still had members who were injured. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Katsuhisa-senpai, your squad will clean up the battlefield. Natsuki continued, Kosuke-senpai, you and Nawaki reset traps around the area. What about the ninja turtle? Nawaki remembered Samahata, and the ninja turtle at the bottom of the lake. Bring it up. Just do not let it escape. Natsuki paused, then said, Minato and Kei, come with me to check the situation outside the valley. After the tasks were assigned, everyone moved. Natsuki left the lake island with Minato and Kei. This lake was located within a valley, and both the left and right sides were covered in dense forest. Under normal circumstances, there would be patrols in the forest. But AIM had not arranged any. The reason was simple. This entire area belonged to AIM, and there were other AIM shinobi outside the valley. However, that was not something Natsuki and the others needed to worry about. Orochimaru had already sent other Konoha shinobi to handle it. Their mission was to defend this core lake island. The 3 of them made a round through the outside of the valley and found no problems. They returned to the lake island. Natsuki saw the ninja turtle at a glance. It was not very large. In the original work, Might Guy's summon was also a ninja turtle. His ninja turtle was larger, big enough for one person to stand on it. Natsuki suddenly thought of Kumo's Turtle Island, a turtle as large as an island. There was also a Falls of Truth on Turtle Island, which could help a Jinchuriki become a perfect Jinchuriki. Natsuki did not spend much effort before signing a new summoning contract with this ninja turtle. When the ninja turtle Iwashi is summoned through the 10 Shadows technique, its defense is permanently increased by 30%. After Natsuki signed his name, a line of text appeared before his eyes. The ninja turtle's name was Iwashi. The enhancement it received was increased defense. After communicating with it, Natsuki discovered that it had two abilities. The first was withdrawing into its shell to protect itself. The defense increase clearly corresponded to this ability. The second was that it could communicate with underwater creatures. This ability was somewhat useful to Natsuki. In the future, in places with rivers, seas, or lakes, he could summon it. After this brief interlude ended, everyone gathered in front of the tent. Our next mission is to guard this stronghold for 3 days. Natsuki said, we will split into 4 teams. 2 teams will patrol outside the valley, and 2 teams will patrol inside the valley. We will rotate regularly. Everyone nodded, and no one had any objections. The night passed without incident. On the second day, Natsuki and Minato's 2 squads went to patrol outside the valley. The 2 squads did not move together, but split left and right to patrol separately. Nothing is happening for now. You can use the time to train. After Natsuki used clairvoyance and confirmed that there were no aim shinobi nearby, he spoke. You train. I will keep watch for you. Kosuke said with a chuckle, you are still young. This is the time to increase your strength. Natsuki thought for a moment and created a shadow clone, then had it use clairvoyance to monitor the surroundings. Aside from that, he also summoned the crow Kurohane and the ninja hawk. After doing all this, he finally trained together with Nawaki and the others during this brief lull. Time reached afternoon. There is a battle for kilometers to the northeast. Natsuki's shadow clone suddenly spoke, for Konoha shinobi and 2 aim shinobi. It must be another squad carrying out a mission. Kosuke immediately said. I will go check the situation. Natsuki stopped training and headed northeast. But by the time he arrived, the battle had already ended. Natsuki's appearance made the 4 Konoha shinobi wary. But once they saw who he was, they relaxed. Natsuki walked forward and exchanged a few words with them. They had chased the aim shinobi here from another location. After the exchange ended, they did not stay and soon said goodbye before leaving. Natsuki, who was about to return, suddenly stopped. His clairvoyance had not been turned off. So he saw 2 children hiding in the grass 3 kilometers away. One had orange hair, and the other had blue-purple hair. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Jiraiya 30:27 words. Rain fell, soaking the grass completely. At this moment, 2 children were hiding in the grass. They wore ill-fitting raincoats they had picked up somewhere. Both were gaunt and malnourished as they listened to the distant battle. Conan asked in a worried tone, isn't this too dangerous? Do not worry. Yahiko lowered his voice and said, we are just 2 kids. They will not pay attention to us. Conan raised her head. Rainwater slid down her pale face, but she did not care. In her eyes, the adults called shinobi were far too brutal. It will be fine. Yahiko comforted her. He naturally knew that what they were doing was dangerous, but he had no choice. The Second Shinobi World War had been fought in the Land of Rain for too long. Many residents had been affected and displaced. They were the same. Their family, relatives, and friends had all died in the war. The only way they had to survive was to scavenge supplies from piles of corpses. But they were young and could not compete with others. Because of that, they had never eaten their fill, and were in an extremely unhealthy state. If this continued, they would definitely starve to death. Yahiko had also tried stealing. But they were children, so they were easily discovered. Moreover, in the current land of rain, every household had no food to spare. What could they even steal? The noble families did have extra food, but they also had guards. The two of them could not even enter the courtyards. With no other choice, Yahiko came up with a method. That was to approach shinobi who were in the middle of battle. Generally speaking, after a battle ended, shinobi would take away the corpses of enemy jonin. Genin and chunin had too little value, so they would be abandoned. But to Yahiko and Konan, these abandoned bodies would still carry many supplies, especially food. It was just a desperate gamble. No one could guarantee whether those shinobi would attack them. Because of that, Yahiko could only keep as much distance from them as possible. They would only approach after the battle ended. I wonder if they are done fighting. Yahiko widened his eyes, but because the distance was too far, and because of the rain blocking his vision, he could not see even a single figure. Fortunately, many shinobi made quite a lot of noise. The sounds of battle were loud, and the ninjutsu they released were also very conspicuous. That was how they had noticed this battle. If it had been the kind of battle that relied on ambushes, they would have had a hard time discovering it right away. Just then, Konan noticed that the rain above her head had stopped. She subconsciously raised her head and saw a black umbrella, as well as Natsuki. Although Natsuki was quite handsome, in that instant, she felt as though her heart had been seized, and fear appeared on her face. Yahiko had only just called out one word, when he also noticed Natsuki. He instinctively grabbed Konan's wrist and swallowed. His small face turned pale, and his heart began pounding violently. Although Natsuki looked very young, anyone who could appear in front of them without making a sound had to be a shinobi. The kind of shinobi who could kill them with a single movement of his finger. Shinobi-sama, we did not do anything. Yahiko endured the fear in his heart, and hurriedly spoke. My name is Natsuki. I am a shinobi from Konoha. Natsuki smiled and said, I have no ill will toward you. Yahiko and Konan were slightly startled. Although they did not fully believe him, they relaxed a little. After all, Natsuki's attitude seemed fairly good. Let's find somewhere out of the rain before we talk. Natsuki looked around and said, we will go under that tree. Konan subconsciously looked at Yahiko. Yahiko hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. He understood very well that they had no right to refuse. If they angered Natsuki, they might die here. The three of them arrived under the tree. With the leaves blocking the rain, it became much lighter. Natsuki raised his hand. Armament hockey flowed out from his body, and formed a barrier above his head. The rain was immediately blocked completely. Yahiko and Konan felt shaken when they saw this, but what followed was envy. If they could become shinobi, they definitely would no longer need to suffer from hunger and cold. Perhaps it was precisely because of this kind of thought that, in the original work, they would risk their lives to seek out the legendary Sannin. But the ninjutsu that shocked them had not ended. With a wave of Natsuki's hand, 2 bento boxes flew out from his shadow. So amazing. Konan could not help murmuring. Yahiko also nodded subconsciously. To them, this was truly far too incredible. Natsuki handed 1 bento box to each of them. Yahiko could not believe it, and could not help asking. Natsuki smiled and said, if you are not hungry, I will take them back. Thank you, Shinobi-sama. Yahiko quickly accepted the bento box. Seeing this, Konan also accepted one. The two opened the bento boxes and immediately froze. An unprecedented fragrance rushed toward them. More importantly, the food inside the bento boxes was so exquisite that they did not know how to describe it. Konan swallowed. She instinctively picked up a piece of fried shrimp and put it into her mouth. An unimaginable taste spread through her mouth. Konan froze and her eyes blurred. It is so good. Yahiko's reaction was not much better than hers. To them, simply having food was already rare. As for taste, they had never dared to hope for anything. But the bento Natsuki gave them was delicious. So delicious that they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. Natsuki thought for a moment, then took out some firewood. Soon, a fire was lit. Natsuki had considered that he might meet Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, but he had not expected it to happen this early. Clearly, at this point, Yahiko and Konan had not yet met Nagato. Natsuki rubbed his chin, and fell into thought. Should he take Yahiko and Konan back with him? How should he put it? The two of them were most likely not part of Madara's plan. Especially now, when they had not yet met Nagato. Madara probably had not noticed them. Taking them back would not carry much risk. It just did not quite fit Natsuki's plan. He was planning to take advantage of Hanzo's death after the Second Shinobi World War ended to rebuild AIM and the Land of Rain. In that case, he could try to unlock Artoria Template's Excalibur. The best method was to follow the plot of the original work, and let the three of them establish Akatsuki, while he also took part in it. Besides, would Yahiko and Konan be willing to leave with him? All three of them had dreams, and wanted to bring peace to the Land of Rain. After thinking it over, Natsuki decided to follow the Akatsuki route. Because even without Akatsuki, there would be some other organization. Akatsuki had a deep influence on the future of the shinobi world. Natsuki needed to take part in it and obtain the corresponding intelligence. By the time Akatsuki began the Eye of the Moon plan, his strength would probably already be enough to deal with Madara and Black Zetsu. In short, trust the system. Moreover, judging from the original work, Madara and Black Zetsu did not care about how Akatsuki developed in its early days. They did not even stop Jiraiya from teaching Nagato and the others for 3 years. Are you full? Natsuki came back to his senses and found that their bento boxes were already empty. We are full. Yahiko immediately said. Konan froze for a moment, then lowered her head. Natsuki understood as soon as he saw it. They definitely were not full. They simply did not trust him, or were worried that eating too much of his food would make him unhappy. You do not need to be polite with me. Natsuki took out 2 more bento boxes and said, I brought plenty of bento. Yahiko could not help hesitating, but in the end, he could not resist the temptation and accepted the bento box. Thank you, Shinobi-sama. Konan also accepted the bento box. After eating another bento, their complexions looked better than before, and they seemed more energetic. Where do you live? Natsuki put away the empty bento boxes and asked. Yahiko and Konan looked at each other, both a little hesitant. But after thinking about the bento just now, they quickly made up their minds. We live in a cave not far from here. A sunny smile appeared on Yahiko's face as he said, that is my secret base. Can I visit it? Natsuki asked again. Of course. After Yahiko finished speaking, he smiled embarrassedly and said, as long as Shinobi-sama does not mind how simple it is. Let's go. Natsuki stood up and handed them 2 umbrellas. Yahiko opened his umbrella and walked at the front. Natsuki and Konan followed him out. Half an hour later, they entered a dense forest. After walking through the forest for a few minutes, they arrived before a cave. The cave was not deep and the space inside was not large, but it was more than enough for 2 people to live in. Natsuki looked around. Inside the cave was a small shelter built from vines. More accurately, it was a makeshift shelter built around vines. Shinobi-sama, please sit. Yahiko moved out a crude wooden stool woven from vines. Is it only the 2 of you? After Natsuki sat down, he asked. Originally, it was only me. Later, I met Konan. Yahiko explained. It truly is not easy for 2 children to live through such chaotic times. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, I will be staying in the Land of Rain during this period. If you are willing, I can teach you ninjutsu. Teach us ninjutsu. Yahiko immediately stood up and asked, really? Conan was also full of shock. Why would I lie to you? Natsuki asked back. Thank you, Shinobi-sama. Yahiko immediately pulled Conan along, about to kneel and bow to Natsuki, but he stopped them in time. Those formalities have no meaning. Natsuki shook his head and said, Shinobi-sama. Yahiko hurriedly said, Conan, and I will definitely remember your kindness. I will start by teaching you the basics of chakra extraction, and the 3 basic techniques. Natsuki wasted no words and began explaining chakra extraction. Chakra extraction was undoubtedly the key to whether a person could become a shinobi. Naturally, there was no need to worry about Conan and Yahiko. Although their talent was not comparable to Nagato's, they could still be considered geniuses. After a day of teaching, they had already grasped the basics. During this time, do not go out. Stay here and train. Natsuki took out a summoning storage scroll and said, inside are enough supplies for you to live for a week. I will give you new supplies after a week. Thank you, Shinobi-sama. Yahiko said gratefully. Thank you, Natsuki-sensei. Conan thought for a moment and changed the way she addressed him. Thank you, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko suddenly realized and hurriedly called out as well. Natsuki immediately felt something subtle. With his strength, there was indeed nothing wrong with being their teacher, but they were Yahiko and Conan, not ordinary people. You have awakened the Jiraiya template. The sudden line of text made Natsuki's head fill with question marks. That subtle feeling became even stronger. Although awakening the Jiraiya template was reasonable, because in the original work, he was Yahiko and Conan's teacher. Natsuki thought of another question. Awakening the Jiraiya template might not only be related to Conan and Yahiko. Because Jiraiya was a very classic teacher-type character. He was not only Conan, Yahiko, and Nagato's teacher, but also Minato and Naruto's teacher. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a key character who influenced the original plot. Natsuki had once imagined obtaining a teacher-type character, but he had never thought it would be Jiraiya. The main reason was that most of the characters he had obtained came from other works. The only template he had obtained from Naruto before this was the Uzumaki Naruto template. But under normal circumstances, the Jiraiya template would not be weak. Among the legendary Sannin, in terms of pure combat ability, Jiraiya was the strongest. Because he had Sage Mode. In the original work, Sage Mode could be called one of the underlying foundations of power. Even when fighting Kaguya, it was still very useful. That was even more true against ordinary shinobi. Aside from a very small number of exceptions, few shinobi could be opponents for Jiraiya in Sage Mode. But the question was whether the Jiraiya template he had awakened had Sage Mode. According to the system's usual pattern, the harder a template was to awaken, the stronger it would be. If it was only because he had taught Conan and Yahiko, then the Jiraiya template he awakened most likely did not have Sage Mode. But if his previous teaching of Tsunade, Nawaki, Nono, and the others was also included, then perhaps it did have Sage Mode. Natsuki suppressed the doubts in his heart, and looked at the newly obtained Jiraiya template. Name, Jiraiya. Period, Third Shinobi World War. World, Naruto. Rank, S rank. Ability 1, Fire Release Talent, unlocked. Effect, possess fire nature and Jiraiya's talent for fire release. Ability 2, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, locked. Effect, spit out 3 fire dragons and control them to fly toward the target. Upon hitting, they turn the target to ash. Unlock condition, learn 7 fire release ninjutsu. Ability 3, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld, locked. Effect, create a huge swamp, trapping the opponent so they cannot escape until they are buried. Unlock condition, defeat 3 jonin skilled in Earth Release. Ability 4, Fire Sealing Method, locked. Effect, seal the target's fire release ninjutsu into a scroll. Unlock condition, defeat 5 Jonin skilled in fire release. Ability 5, Sage Mode, locked. Effect, a mode that allows the use of Senjutsu chakra, increasing the power of one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Unlock condition, have Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato possess Jonin level strength. After Natsuki finished reading, his spirits could not help lifting. Because it had the Sage Mode he wanted. Ability 1, Fire Release Talent. Natsuki had to say, as expected of an S-rank character template. It directly gave him fire nature and Jiraiya's talent for fire release. In the original work, the ninjutsu Jiraiya was best at was none other than fire release. Even after using Sage Mode, he did not abandon fire release. This first ability alone could allow any shinobi to grow into an excellent fire release jonin. Natsuki thought of the Uzumaki Naruto template he had obtained before. Its first ability only had wind nature. Ability 2, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. This fire release ninjutsu could be considered the most powerful fire release ninjutsu Jiraiya used. Of course, this referred to his normal state. There was no need to say much about its power. It was astonishing. And the unlock condition was to learn 7 fire release ninjutsu. Without ability 1, Natsuki estimated that he would have to learn for quite a long time. But with ability 1, it would not be particularly troublesome for him. Ability 3, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. This Earth Release ninjutsu could be considered a very good area control ninjutsu. In the original work, Jiraiya used Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld to immobilize Orochimaru's summon. Its unlock condition was fairly conventional, defeating 3 jonin skilled in Earth Release. Ability 4, Fire Sealing Method. This sealing jutsu did not look particularly impressive. After all, in battle, why waste time sealing the target's fire release? Would it not be better to dodge directly or clash with water release? But in the original work, this sealing jutsu could seal Amaterasu. Amaterasu was one of the Mangekyo Sharingan's dojutsu, black flames that never went out. Naruto could also be called the Legend of Eyes. And those eyes mainly referred to the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the Rinnegan, it could also be considered an advancement of the Mangekyo Sharingan. By comparison, the Byakugan had little role. Its advancement, the Tensegan, only appeared briefly in a movie. Its unlock condition was also to defeat jonin, but fire release jonin, and 5 of them. Natsuki felt that if this continued, he would end up fighting every jonin in the shinobi world. Ability 5 was the most important one, Sage Mode. Because Sage Mode was simply too difficult to learn. In the original work, the number of shinobi who could learn Sage Mode could be counted on one hand. However, Jiraiya's Sage Mode had one problem. Its duration was limited. To extend the time, he would summon Fukasaku and Shima of Mount Myaboku to help. But the problem was that Natsuki was currently not a contractor of Mount Myaboku. His teacher was Orochimaru, so he would definitely become a contractor of Ryuchi Cave first. There were certain differences between Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode and Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode. He did not know whether it could be adjusted when the time came. But he would unlock it first and talk about that later. Even if the duration was short, it was still Sage Mode. Its unlock condition could not be called difficult, but it could not be called simple either. With Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan's talents, becoming jonin would happen sooner or later. It just required time. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pad if you're interested, Patreon. com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Rinnegan Nagato 3078 words, you can go out if you want. Natsuki suddenly remembered that they had not met Nagato yet. If because of him, they stayed in the cave every day and never met Nagato, that would be a loss. After all, now that he had the Jiraiya template, he also had to teach Nagato. But for your safety, remember to bring these 5 dolls with you when you go out. Natsuki stretched out both hands summoning 10 dolls. Conan's eyes lit up slightly. All 5 dolls were very cute, and she liked them very much. 5 dolls for each of you. Natsuki explained, if you encounter danger, take them out. He deliberately left a portion of his soul inside the dolls. That way, he could locate Conan and Yahiko at any time. If they encountered danger, he could also remotely control the dolls to attack. As long as they did not encounter a Jonin, the dolls would be able to handle it. Thank you, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko and Conan happily accepted the dolls. Natsuki watched Conan looking at them as though she could not put them down, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. In the original work, Yahiko specialized in water release, while Conan specialized in her secret paper techniques. Natsuki could teach Yahiko water release, but he could not teach Conan her secret paper techniques. However, he had an idea now. He could teach her Seath magic, doll possession. After being localized, doll possession was a Een release ninjutsu. Because Een release possessed the ability to create form from nothing. That was how the 5 dolls had been born. As for the secret paper techniques, Natsuki suspected that Conan had created them herself. Because Jiraiya did not know secret paper techniques, though it was also possible that he had given Conan some guidance. But there was no need to rush when it came to what to teach. Natsuki had many character templates, so there was plenty he could teach. Of course, there were also many things he could not teach, such as Tsubeim Geishi and unlimited blade works. However, Natsuki had never planned to teach those in the first place. After all, these were currently the foundation he relied on. Unless he became so powerful that he no longer needed them, he could try teaching them to others then. It is about time. I have to go back, otherwise my teammates will get worried. Natsuki stood up and said. He had already taught them for a full day. Fortunately, he had left a shadow clone behind when he came out. That was probably why Nawaki and the others had not come looking for him yet. Yahiko and Conan immediately looked reluctant to part. Although they had only spent one day together, they had never experienced anything this wonderful before. Not only had they eaten delicious bento, they could also learn ninjutsu. Yesterday, this kind of life was something they would never have dared to imagine. I will come again tomorrow. Natsuki said with a smile. This mission required him to guard the lake island for 3 days. Goodbye, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko and Conan said in unison. Natsuki nodded slightly and turned to leave. After leaving the cave, he found that the sky had already darkened. He immediately sped up and headed toward the lake island. Natsuki, you are finally back. When Nawaki saw him, he immediately asked, why were you gone for so long? Did something happen? It was not anything major. Natsuki said half-truthfully, I met 2 displaced children and helped them a little. No one doubted him. They all understood Natsuki's personality. Although he killed without hesitation, deep down, he was still a good person. What about those 2 children? Nawaki asked curiously. I sent them home and gave them some food. Natsuki replied. In these chaotic times, it will probably be very hard for 2 children to survive. Minato suggested, I think we can send them to Konoha Orphanage. There were 2 sources of orphans in Konoha Orphanage. One source was people like Natsuki, whose parents had died while they were too young to live alone. The other source was war orphans. Kabuto Yakushi was a war orphan from the Third Shinobi World War. War orphans were not limited to orphans from Konoha. There were also orphans from other places. For example, Kabuto was not originally an orphan from Konoha. I will make arrangements. Natsuki nodded and said. After hearing this, everyone said nothing more. After dinner, they kept watch according to the previous arrangement. And tonight, the team on watch happened to be Natsuki's team. The night deepened. But the rain never stopped. Do you think AIM Shinobi can sneak in here? Nawaki yawned and asked. There are other shinobi squads arranged by Orochimaru-sama outside. Kosuke smiled and said, "It will be difficult for AIM shinobi to sneak in." Natsuki was just about to speak, when his eyebrow suddenly rose. With clairvoyance and night vision active, he saw a figure flash through the dense forest in the valley on the left. And the progress of Misaka Mikoto Template's electromagnetic wave perception had increased by another fifth. That meant the figure was an enemy, not a Konoha shinobi. "Prepare for battle," Natsuki warned. Did AIM shinobi really sneak in? Nawaki was surprised when he heard this. Kosuke was also very surprised. The valley on the left. After Natsuki spoke, he projected a bow. It had been a long time since he had used a bow. The main reason was that he had been busy unlocking character template abilities during this period. Although the bow was useful, it did not meet many of the unlock conditions. Nawaki and Kosuke exchanged glances and immediately prepared themselves. Natsuki looked toward the valley on the left. Because the dense forest blocked his view, he could not determine the enemy's exact position, but that did not matter. If accuracy was not enough, firepower would make up for it. Natsuki pulled the bowstring. A sword of the Thunder God aimed at the dense forest in the valley. Armament Haki. Reinforcement Magecraft. The sword of the Thunder God was immediately covered in an invisible armor-like ripple. But that was not all. Natsuki released his hand. Layers of lightning appeared over the sword of the Thunder God's blade. The night sky lit up for an instant. The AIM shinobi in the valley immediately noticed it, but it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the sword of the Thunder God exploded violently. Huge flames appeared out of nowhere, followed immediately by lightning. Fragments carrying lightning spread outward like waves. The AIM shinobi nearby all dodged outward. And by dodging, they exposed themselves. What happened? Minato and Mikoto, who had been sleeping, immediately appeared in front of them. 8 shinobi have infiltrated. Natsuki immediately said, "They are in the forest on the left. I suspect they wanted to infiltrate through the lake." After saying that, he bent the bow and drew another arrow. Armament Haki. Reinforcement Magecraft. The sword of the Thunder God, enhanced by all three, flew out. This time, Natsuki aimed at 2 fleeing AIM shinobi. Surging flames and lightning intertwined, enveloping them. They died amid screams. Mikoto and the others all showed expressions of amazement. They all knew Natsuki was skilled in archery. But only after seeing it for themselves did they understand how terrifying that archery truly was. Forget hidden arrows, even visible arrows were not something many shinobi could block. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched. He had only one thought. No wonder Natsuki was learning lightning release ninjutsu. So it was to use it with archery. Although Nawaki and Nono had long known that Natsuki was learning lightning release ninjutsu to strengthen his archery, they had not expected results so quickly. It could only be described as terrifying. Chase them. As the experienced senior, Kosuke immediately reminded everyone. Everyone reacted and stepped across the water toward the forest on the left. Natsuki stood in place without moving. He used arrows to block the AIM shinobi's escape routes, preventing them from fleeing immediately. After Kosuke and the others arrived, they successfully defeated them. In the end, AIM's ambush failed, and the entire encounter lasted less than half an hour. Katsuhisa Aburame and the others felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. When they carried out missions, they were often life-or-death struggles and extremely difficult. When had things ever been this easy? It could only be said that having a powerhouse in command really was different. The next day, the 2 shinobi teams patrolling outside the valley were changed to Mikoto's team and Katsuhisa's team. Natsuki and Minato's teams remained on the lake island. Just like yesterday, after leaving behind a shadow clone, Natsuki headed toward Yahiko's secret base. On the road, Natsuki suddenly remembered something. Did the Jiraiya template have too few abilities? especially senjutsu. Not a single senjutsu was mentioned. Among the senjutsu Jiraiya was best at, the most classic ones were Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbon, Sage Art, Massive Rasengan, and Sage Art, Gomen. It was normal for Sage Art, Massive Rasengan not to appear. The Jiraiya template Natsuki had obtained was from the Third Shinobi World War period. Sage Art, Massive Rasengan was created by Naruto, who was born after the Third Shinobi World War ended. But Jiraiya definitely knew Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbon and Sage Art, Gomen. Natsuki fell into thought. Was it because those two senjutsu came from Mount Myaboku? Especially Sage Art, Gomen, which required Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima to perform together. Moreover, in theory, after he mastered Sage Mode, he could learn these senjutsu himself. Natsuki soon arrived at Yahiko's secret base. Natsuki-sensei. When Konan and Yahiko saw him, they called out happily. Natsuki nodded and said, "Continue your training." Hearing this, Konan and Yahiko resumed training. They were both very diligent. Because they had experienced chaotic times, they knew how hard this opportunity was to come by and were determined to seize it no matter what. Natsuki did not stay idle. After thinking it over, he temporarily decided not to learn Fire Release Ninjutsu. Although Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was powerful, it was not irreplaceable. Natsuki continued learning Wind Release and Lightning Release. 2 days passed quickly. I am returning to Konoha's main camp. From now on, I will not be able to come see you every day. Natsuki looked at Konan and Yahiko as he spoke. The two of them inevitably looked a little disappointed. But both had matured early, so they said nothing and only nodded. Natsuki thought for a moment, formed hand seals, and used the summoning technique. The monkey Ensei appeared. If summons also had ranks, then the monkey clan was undoubtedly a high-level summon. They were intelligent and knew ninjutsu and taijutsu. Although Ensei could not compare to Enma, its strength was still greater than most chunin. More importantly, it could also guide Konan and Yahiko. If they encountered an unbeatable enemy, it could also notify Natsuki. Be careful. Natsuki reached out and stroked Konan's head, then turned and left. He returned to the lake island. After completing the handover with the newly arrived Konoha shinobi squad, Natsuki, Minato, and the others returned to Konoha's main camp. You did very well. Inside the main tent, Orochimaru looked at Natsuki, Nawaki, and the others and praised them. What is our current situation? Nawaki asked curiously. Of course, it is going very smoothly. Jiraiya laughed and said, AIM can be said to be retreating step by step. We estimate that AIM will begin a decisive battle with us very soon. The corners of Tsunade's mouth lifted as she said this. Although the current situation is good, do not forget that Hanzo has not made a move yet. Orochimaru reminded them, Hanzo will not wait passively for defeat. We need to be even more careful next. That is true. Tsunade paused, then said, You have worked hard these 3 days. Everyone bowed slightly and left the main tent. Katsuhisa smiled and said, Working with you was very pleasant. I hope we have another chance to do a mission together. After saying that, he left with his team members. Mikoto looked at Natsuki. For a moment, she did not know what to say. See you next time. Natsuki said with a smile. Mikoto nodded gently. The main camp is still better. At least we do not have to get soaked every day. After the 2 shinobi squads left, Nawaki relaxed. Konoha's main camp had a barrier set up, so they would not be drenched by the rain. The war is about to end. You need to seize the time to become stronger. Natsuki patted his shoulder and said, Maybe after the war ends, you can even become a jonin. In war, accumulating enough merit was also one path to becoming a jonin. For example, Kakashi in the original work became a jonin at the age of 12 because he had earned enough merit, and was promoted as an exception. Nawaki immediately became fired up. Time slowly passed. November passed, and December arrived. Inside Konoha's main camp, in the main tent. I have an important mission for you. Orochimaru took out a scroll, and handed it to Natsuki. Natsuki opened it and glanced over it, finding that it was an escort reception mission. Simply put, a batch of supplies had departed from Konoha, and was being delivered here. For safety's sake, Orochimaru wanted them to go and receive the supplies. You will set out tomorrow. Orochimaru continued, at normal speed, you will arrive at the border of the Land of Fire the morning after tomorrow, just in time to meet them. Yes, sensei. Natsuki immediately answered. Minato will go with you as well. Jiraiya said with a smile. Natsuki nodded, not surprised. Over the past month, they had basically been carrying out missions together with Minato's team. Natsuki put away the mission scroll and left the main tent. He glanced at the sky and decided to go to Yahiko's secret base. After all, he had not gone there for 3 days. He did not know how they were doing. Thinking this, Natsuki left Konoha's main camp. Under normal circumstances, no one was allowed to leave privately without a mission. But with his current strength and status, an exception could be made. As Natsuki walked, he activated electromagnetic wave perception. This was one of his achievements over the past month. In war, detecting infiltrating enemies 5 times was not difficult. He had unlocked the Misaka Mikoto template's electromagnetic wave perception half a month ago. Natsuki had already tested it before. Electromagnetic wave perception could detect every movement within 3 kilometers. Combined with his clairvoyance, it was practically unbeatable. And that was not all. Electromagnetic wave perception could also detect nearby metal objects, such as iron sand. This made it easier for him to use electromagnetic force, or rather, magnet release. Aside from that, he had also unlocked Artoria Template's Mana Burst. Its unlock condition was to defeat 5 Jonin using swordsmanship. At the same time, he had learned 1 more lightning release ninjutsu, and 1 more wind release ninjutsu. Natsuki suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. Because he discovered that Yahiko's secret base now had 1 more person. Could it be him? Thinking this, Natsuki walked inside. Natsuki-sensei. Konan was the first to notice him, and walked forward. Natsuki smiled and stroked her blue-purple hair. But his gaze fell on the little boy beside Yahiko. Red hair and the Rinnegan. Without question, he was Nagato. Nagato's Rinnegan came from Madara. But he did not know that and had always thought he had awakened it himself. This caused him, after falling into darkness, to call himself a god and believe that he was the second sage of 6 paths. Of course, Madara had no good intentions either. He chose Nagato for 2 reasons. One was to have him nurture the Rinnegan. The other was to make him sacrifice himself and use the Rinnegan's ability, Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life technique, to revive him. In the end, because of Naruto's talk no jutsu, Madara's plan failed to come true. But after Nagato died, the executor became Obito, and Madara still achieved his resurrection. To summarize, Nagato's life was a tragedy. Madara had set his ending from the time he was young. Natsuki-sensei, this is Nagato. Yahiko said somewhat nervously, we found him unconscious outside, so we made the decision on our own and brought him back. It is fine. Natsuki smiled and said, in chaotic times, people should help one another. Konan, I told you Natsuki-sensei would not blame us. When Yahiko heard this, he immediately said happily. Konan lowered her head in embarrassment. Nagato glanced at the Konoha forehead protector on Natsuki's forehead and remained silent. Teaching 2 is teaching, and teaching 3 is also teaching. Natsuki looked at Nagato and said, from now on, you will learn ninjutsu together with them. Nagato could not help freezing. He had not expected Natsuki to teach him, someone he had never met before. Putting aside the Rinnegan, Nagato was also a super genius. In the original work, by the age of 10, he had mastered 6 chakra nature transformations, including yang release. In other words, he could use almost all mainstream ninjutsu. But that was normal. After all, Madara had chosen him very carefully. In the original work, when he transplanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, the Uzumaki clan still existed, yet he still did not choose anyone else. When evening came, Natsuki said goodbye to them and told them he would come again after some time. After all, his next mission would take at least 3 days. Natsuki returned to Konoha's main camp. He was thinking about one question. Should he tell Jiraiya and the others about the existence of the 3 children? After thinking carefully, there did not seem to be any need. It was just that Natsuki could not stay in the Land of Rain for 3 years. Even if he wanted to rebuild the Land of Rain and aim, he would not come here every day. If only he had the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be convenient. Natsuki shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He would see how things went after the war ended. To be continued. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Climb a 3059 words at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. Natsuki stopped. He sensed Konoha shinobi in the distance. Their 2 teams had also already been noticed by the other side. Because within Natsuki's electromagnetic wave perception range, a swarm of Kikaichi bugs had appeared. Without question, they came from a shinobi of the Aburame clan. I will go negotiate. Kosuke had also sensed the Konoha shinobi in the distance, and took the initiative to speak. I will trouble you, Kosuke-senpai. Natsuki nodded and agreed. If both of their teams went over together, it would easily cause a misunderstanding. During wartime, anything could happen. There had been incidents before where Suna shinobi disguised themselves as Konoha shinobi to make contact with other Konoha shinobi. Natsuki and the others stood where they were. A few minutes later, Kosuke returned with a group of Konoha shinobi and arrived in front of them. Natsuki glanced over them. There were quite a few people, 9 shinobi teams, 36 people in total. But that was understandable. This batch of supplies was the final batch for this war. In other words, it was what Orochimaru had prepared for the final decisive battle against AIM. Of course, it would only be the final batch if they won. If they lost, they would have to keep fighting. However, since they had already cracked Hanzo's poison, the possibility of losing was not high. A middle-aged shinobi stepped forward and introduced himself. I am the person in charge of escorting these supplies. My name is Shogo Yamanaka. He was very polite, because he knew about Natsuki's achievements. Shogo-senpai. Natsuki greeted him with a smile. Shogo said without hesitation, next, we will follow your command. When Minato and Nawaki heard this, they both felt envious. In the mission scroll Orochimaru had given, there had been no mention of Natsuki serving as commander. This was clearly Shogo's personal decision. There was only one reason for such a decision. He believed Natsuki would do better than him, and that Natsuki's strength and status were both higher. This was one of the benefits brought by war. Because of his outstanding performance, Natsuki's fame had soared, and he was gradually becoming part of Konoha's upper ranks. Nawaki could not help feeling that this was exactly the version of himself he had dreamed of. Before participating in the Second Shinobi World War, he had dreamed of making a name for himself in one stunning move. Minato had also had similar thoughts. Unfortunately, reality was not as he had imagined. Natsuki nodded slightly and said, there is no need to say anything else. We will escort you to Konoha's main camp. A team of over 40 people merged together and headed toward Konoha's main camp. Natsuki walked at the very front, keeping electromagnetic wave perception active the whole time. Although electromagnetic wave perception consumed chakra, to him, it was not worth mentioning. Half an hour later, Natsuki's gaze suddenly sharpened. He sensed a massive chakra approaching them. Natsuki shouted without hesitation. Kosuke and the others could not help freezing. They had also kept sensory ninjutsu active, but they had not sensed anything unusual. But in the next second, all their expressions changed drastically. Natsuki raised his head, and saw all the rainwater rapidly gathering in midair. Soon, a wave over 20 meters high formed. It swept toward Natsuki and the others with enough force to swallow everything. The only shinobi in the land of rain who can use such terrifying water release is Hanzo. Kosuke immediately said. The expressions of the other Konoha shinobi changed sharply. If Hanzo had come in person, could they escape? But after all, they were elites. After hearing Natsuki's command, they all used defensive ninjutsu. However, facing the overwhelming wave, they had no confidence. At that moment, Natsuki took out the sorcery climb attack. Although he now had many character templates, he did not have many large-scale abilities. The sorcery climb attack was currently the best solution. Especially here in the land of rain. You use water release, and I use water release too. Weather egg, rain tempo. Natsuki raised the sorcery climb attack. Under everyone's astonished gazes, one dark cloud after another rose into the sky. Natsuki swung it forcefully. A large amount of chakra poured into the sorcery climb attack. In the sky, heavy rain poured down. But when it neared the ground, it turned as if being controlled and flew straight forward. What kind of water release ninjutsu is this? Kosuke could not help exclaiming in amazement. A torrent of water descended from the sky and crashed into the huge wave at extreme speed. Soon, the two collided. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking constantly. Water splashed everywhere as countless streams collided and scattered apart. How spectacular! Nawaki looked at the land within his vision being completely submerged by water, and could not help blurting it out. Minato subconsciously looked at the sorcery climb attack. His instincts told him that the thin blue staff was the key. When did Konoha gain such a powerful water release shinobi? A figure suddenly appeared. He stood on the surface of the water, wearing a poison mask. His left hand held a chain, and his right hand held a sickle-like ninja sword. This was the special ninja sword Hanzo specialized in, the flying sickle. After he appeared, more figures landed. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 50 people. Seeing this, Shogo and the others felt even more uneasy. They felt they might die here. Shogo-senpai, take the supplies and retreat first. Although Natsuki was surprised to encounter Hanzo here, fortunately, with his current strength, even if he could not defeat Hanzo, he could still escape. However, he did not intend to fight him head-on, because that would expose the fact that he was not afraid of poison. If Hanzo knew he was immune to poison, he would definitely misunderstand and think that Konoha had cracked his poison. At that point, he might not gather all of AIM's strength for a decisive battle against Konoha. Natsuki, this. When Shogo heard this, his heart shook, and hesitation appeared on his face. In his view, Natsuki was planning to sacrifice himself to buy time for them. You all saw it just now. My water release is not much worse than his. Natsuki shook the sorcery climb attack in his hand and said, "This is a water release ninja tool I spent a large amount of money to create. You do not need to worry. Be careful." Shogo finally made his decision. After all, the supplies were the priority. You all leave too. Natsuki looked at Minato, Nawaki, and the others and said, "Kosuke-senpai will stay." "No, I am not leaving." Nawaki quickly refused. Minato did not speak, but his determined eyes made his meaning clear. The same was true of Nono. Natsuki immediately felt both amused and helpless. He truly had a way to deal with Hanzo. In fact, the sorcery climb attack alone was enough for him to achieve his goal of buying time. "I am the captain right now. Obey orders," Natsuki said coldly. Nawaki wanted to speak but stopped. Minato opened his mouth, his heart full of unwillingness. He had always felt that he was a genius, and that he was strong. But when he encountered a true powerhouse, there was still nothing he could do. You want to leave? It will not be that easy. Seeing this, Hanzo formed hand seals again. The water on the ground and the rain in the sky suddenly trembled, then transformed into water dragons under his control. One water dragon after another roared out, looking extremely spectacular. At the same time, he slapped both hands onto the ground. The salamander abuse appeared. Natsuki raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something that was very favorable to him. Their water release had just collided, and with the ever-present rain, the ground was covered in standing water. At a time like this, aside from water release ninjutsu receiving a boost, there was another type of ninjutsu that could move unhindered. That was lightning release ninjutsu. Lightning release ninjutsu could spread rapidly through water release ninjutsu. Weather egg, thunder breed tempo. Thinking this, Natsuki immediately raised the sorcery climb attack. A white egg appeared and cracked open, and thunderclouds flew into the sky. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the air and poured down. Not good. Seeing this, Hanzo quickly shouted, "Retreat!" At this moment, all the AIM shinobi were standing on the water. If the dense lightning descended, many of them would suffer. Ibuse did not dare move forward either. With so much lightning striking its body, it would not feel good either. Hanzo leaped up. Holding the flying sickle, he poured a large amount of chakra into it and swung his blade. A huge blade light appeared in the air and fell into the water. Soon, the water was split apart. When Natsuki's lightning reached that point, because there was no longer water, it stalled. You are skilled in both water release and lightning release. Who are you? Hanzo looked at Natsuki, interest rising in his heart. Do you believe me now? Natsuki did not answer. With his back to Nawaki and the others, he said, "Only after you leave can I run without worry." Seeing this, Nawaki and the others stopped insisting and turned to run. I am Kira Natsuki. Natsuki looked at Hanzo and smiled. I have long heard of you, Hanzo. It is an honor to meet you. Orochimaru's student. Hanzo was somewhat stunned and asked, aren't you skilled in archery and swordsmanship? You flatter me. I only learned these recently. Natsuki blinked and said. Hanzo snorted coldly and immediately ordered, I will stop him. You go after them. Naturally, Natsuki and Kosuka would not let the AIM shinobi catch up to Nawaki and the others. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Kosuka immediately threw out a shuriken. Dense shuriken spread out, instantly forcing many AIM shinobi into confusion. Hanzo called expressionlessly. Ibuse immediately jumped up. In midair, it opened its mouth. A large amount of poison gas surged out. Natsuki did not want to expose his poison to medicine ability, so he immediately used Soru and retreated with Kosuka. Hanzo clearly had not expected their body flicker techniques to be so fast, and he could not help frowning. At the same time, Natsuki raised the sorcery climb attack. Cool ball. A large number of cloud balls flew out. After they landed, they rapidly expanded, forming towering cloud walls. The poison gas was immediately blocked. What an annoying ninja tool. Hanzo had already realized that Natsuki's water release and lightning release were both related to the thin blue staff in his hand. He immediately gripped the flying sickle in his hand and swung it forcefully. With one slash, the cloud wall was split in two. But behind the cloud wall was a long string of lightning balls. Thundercloud Rod. Natsuki swung it fiercely. All the lightning balls connected to the sorcery climb attack lit up and released electricity in every direction. When the lightning met the water, it immediately crackled and exploded continuously. Many AIM shinobi were caught off guard and struck by lightning, screaming in pain. Ibuse, which had been about to move forward, retreated again. Kosuka subconsciously glanced at the sorcery climb attack. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful ninja tool. Compared to the sorcery climb attack, other ninja tools had far too simple functions. He did not know where Natsuki had obtained such a miraculous ninja tool. But to Hanzo, it was extremely unpleasant. If he could not even deal with Orochimaru's student, a little brat, where would his dignity go if word spread? Swordsmanship, Iato slash. Hanzo leaped up, his speed reaching an extreme. His entire body disappeared from where he stood. Natsuki immediately felt an indescribably sharp aura lock onto him. Mind's eye. Natsuki's body flashed, and he brushed past Hanzo. Hanzo immediately looked surprised. This was the first time he had seen someone dodge his swordsmanship, Iato slash. But his current speed was too fast, so he had no way to change direction, and could only pass by Natsuki. Natsuki pulled away and flung his left hand. The sword of the Thunder God flew out. Hanzo naturally knew he had a secret technique that could make ninja tools explode. He directly used body flicker to dodge the sword of the Thunder God. At that moment, the nearby water was drawn around Kosuke. Water release, water shockwave. Water spun upward rapidly like a tornado. In an instant, it spread outward like a waterfall. The AIM shinobi were forced to stop and defend themselves. Senju Tobirama's water release. Hanzo glanced over and realized that Kosuke was no ordinary shinobi. But he had no time to think further before he felt a chill. A large amount of snow fell from the sky. Hanzo reacted very quickly, and immediately opened a black umbrella. Chakra surged out and knocked all the snowflakes away. When the snowflakes landed, every place covered in water immediately froze over. Kosuke-senpai, retreat! Natsuki immediately shouted. Hearing this, Kosuke used Soru and disappeared from where he stood. Hanzo stood still and did not pursue them. Because their mission this time had already failed. Shogo and the others had already fled with the supplies. If he chased them, it would not take long before Konoha's reinforcements arrived. Hanzo understood Orochimaru's ability very well. Every time Hanzo appeared, Orochimaru would quickly discover it and make arrangements. Since Hanzo did not pursue, the other AIM shinobi also stopped. Konoha truly has no shortage of talent. Hanzo sighed. Judging from Natsuki's current performance, in a few more years, he would be another Kage-level powerhouse. Konoha was thriving, but AIM only had him holding up the front. He did not dare imagine what AIM would become after he died. Most likely, it could only be trampled repeatedly by the great ninja villages. Hanzo had long guessed what Orochimaru wanted to do. And after such a long period of fighting, AIM was also finding it very difficult to continue. Especially with the extreme shortage of supplies. He had originally wanted to seize this batch of Konoha supplies to ease AIM's difficult situation. But who knew Natsuki, this anomaly, would appear and use the sorcery climb attack to stop them. Hanzo had also considered bringing more AIM shinobi, but once the number grew too large, Orochimaru would inevitably notice. At that point, he would have even less of a chance. For him, only the final decisive battle remained. But it was not as if he had no chance of winning. Because he and Abuse alone could stand against an army. Group battles were what they specialized in. A personal battle like this one against Natsuki, on the other hand, made it impossible to fully display Abuse's advantage. They did not chase us. Natsuki let out a breath and said. Your performance today has made me see you in a new light again. Kosuke asked curiously, what is the story behind that ninja tool of yours? He remembered that during the previous war against Suna, Natsuki had not used this ninja tool. I had Granny Cat make it using lightning release chakra crystal, and water release chakra crystal. Natsuki did not hide it and said it directly. After all, this matter could not be hidden. No wonder it is so powerful. Kosuke could not help clicking his tongue. Lightning release chakra crystal and water release chakra crystal were, without exaggeration, priceless treasures. Even the 5 great shinobi villages would have difficulty finding a few pieces. For Natsuki to use two pieces to create a single ninja tool was simply extravagant. However, its power did indeed live up to that price. Nawaki and the others came forward. Although they had left, they had not gone far. Only Shogo and the others had escorted the supplies back to Konoha's main camp. "We are fine." Natsuki smiled and said, "Hanzo probably saw that you had already run far enough, so he chose to give up." "That is good." Nawaki let out a breath of relief. "You escaped from Hanzo unharmed. Your fame will probably soar again soon." Minato sighed. Natsuki paused slightly. That sounded exaggerated, but it was indeed true. Because in the original work, the legendary Sannin first became famous largely because the three of them survived against Hanzo. Escaping is nothing impressive. Once we kill him, then our fame will truly soar. Natsuki chuckled and said. Minato froze when he heard this. He heard the confidence in Natsuki's words. Thinking of Natsuki's current strength, he indeed deserved to have that confidence. Before long, the sound of air being torn apart rang out. It was Orochimaru, Shogo, and the others. "Good, none of you are injured." It was Orochimaru, Shogo, and the others. "Good, none of you are injured." Only after Orochimaru looked them over did he relax. Shogo and the others were deeply shocked. They had thought that even if Natsuki and the others could escape, they would definitely be injured. Yet they looked completely unharmed. "Tell me the details of what happened." Orochimaru thought for a moment and said. He was also very curious about how Natsuki and the others had escaped from Hanzo. Natsuki explained the process and also introduced the sorcery